would just do the intro, explain the eternal security parts of the Bible, and kind of go into it and talk about it first, so that everybody can get a
Yeah,
starting point.
I'm getting, yeah, we are live, I think, already. Hey, everyone. Today I want to talk about the link between once saved, always saved, also known as eternal security, and the belief that the earth is ball-shaped. Now, this may surprise you, but I actually believe that those who believe in eternal security, those Christians, those brothers and sisters of ours who believe in eternal security, are being consistent in also believing that the earth is ball-shaped, just like the scientific community tells us. Now, you may be surprised because I myself, I do not believe I neither believe in eternal security, by the way, neither do I believe in the ball earth. Now, I find myself consistent as well. Now, why do I say you are consistent, my brothers and sisters? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm very much against eternal security, but I still maintain that you are consistent. The reason is because you don't take many passages in the Bible, Romans 11:22, you know, Hebrews 10:26-29. You try to explain them away. You try to allegorize them or otherwise try to explain them away. And this is the same thing you do, the same exact, almost the exact thing I see you doing with those passages, the many passages that talk about the earth's a structure being dome-shaped, being a solid dome, the sun moving around the earth, the sun the one being stopped. These are all clear passages that you will have to reinterpret and in order to suit the Bohr model. The only passage that you can ever use for the Bohr model is in, I believe, in Isaiah 40:22, if I remember correctly, where it talks about that he sits on the circle of the earth. But the word there, kog, in Hebrew, does not mean ball. Yes, it can mean a sphere also, but that's the secondary meaning. How do we know this? Because the Bible does use the word which means ball in other places, okay, in the Old Testament. So why didn't the author use the same word for ball in that passage? And that's the only passage that you have, okay, that could even go in that direction. So even if I give you that is ambiguous, we have those many other passages. And the same thing is with eternal security. You pick certain ambiguous passages. See, you do the same thing, like in John 6, where it says, all that the Father has given me, I shall lose none. And you say that I will in no wise cast you out those who come to me, right? Where Christ said that. You use those ambiguous passages. You read into those passages more than they give you. For example, you read in, if you yourself sin willfully all the time, that is not going to cause the Father himself to kick you out. No, you won't consider that, right? You will exploit the ambiguity, take that meaning of the verse and pit that against all those other passages that are crystal clear, like Romans 11:20-22, Hebrews 10:26-29, and I don't need to have to go to all of this. I've done a whole hangout mentioning the respective verses. And this is, my friends, I see a huge problem here. Though you're being consistent, you are being consistently going with the world. You are consistently, on one hand, of course, with your eternal security doctrine, you're promoting sin. Number two, you are with the Bohr model, of course, going along with what the world, the scientific community teaches. So we have double trouble right there. Okay, so don't let yourself, I mean, I'm not commending you for being consistent here. In fact, it's a disaster that you are consistent in this regard. Now we come to the conditional security camp, those who believe like myself. There are indeed also brothers, unfortunately, who on one hand, they believe like I do in conditional security. That's fine, that's very good. In fact, that's much more important, right? But still, they maintain that the earth is ball-shaped. And this is, although of course they are, I would say, closer to the truth of the scriptures, they maintain an incredible inconsistency. Because on the one hand, they take the Bible scriptures seriously, right? And on the other hand, they don't take other Bible passages seriously at all. And I believe they do this because they want to not look foolish in the world. But unfortunately, my brothers and sisters, what did Christ say? And this ties into conditional security right there, because you believe you can lose your salvation, right? If you sin and do not repent, or some of you will say, well, if you habitually sin, not just one sin, but if you habitually sin, I don't take that view either, but for the sake of argument, you would habitually sin, and that is you habitually deny the word of God when it tells you the earth is a solid dome structure, the sun is moving around the earth. You get convicted by those passages, but you force yourself to rebel against the word of God just because you don't want to look foolish in front of the world. My brothers and sisters, you should take your own warning. You should take the same warning that you believe in, like I do, on Romans 11:20-22. Hebrews 10:26-29, and so on and so forth. Right? You should heed those warnings, my brothers and sisters. And that, my brothers and sisters, is your inconsistency. Now, I have with me over here Brother Pillbox. Yeah, brother, go right ahead. Say what you have to say, and let's see. We'll take it from there.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, Johnny? Let's see if my mic working here. Can you hear me better now or then?
Yeah, that's much better.
I'm curious, I'd love to hear what they have to say, Johnny. I want to know why people, especially Christians, those are the people that I believe are closer to reality. I think we can help Christians. I don't think we can help heathens. I don't think we can go around helping people that believe that they're an animal,
Right.
So, that's what you're doing, is that you're holding these Christians to a higher standard. And of course, there's going to be conflict. There always is. But I think it takes a certain type of strength to go, well, you know what? I might be wrong because I'm human, and we've all been wrong. So why can't I be wrong now? How do we know that? Especially with these people talking about allegorical things in the Bible or metaphysical, or this was a dream, or let's compare it to this, or I think the difference is specified information. Now, of course, I research different parts of the Bible, obviously, specifically the actual creation of God and his explanations of his creation are what I obviously am most interested in. I think listening to God speak about the creation, speaking in Genesis, up to the flood, and then many parts of the Bible that are describing, his creation. When God, Jesus Christ said, "Did you not know that he made male and female first day?" I think that's literal. I think that what Christian is going to tell you that no, Jesus really didn't mean what he said right there. And I think there are some other very explicit details that I think we have to take for truth. And we witness people look at even Genesis, they can't even fathom that. And they'll say that, the 6 days is actually millions of years. I mean, so you got a real problem there. Now, if you believe that, this isn't for you. You're so far away from even the basics that how can I help you? How could I do anything to help somebody that doesn't even understand when God says that the morning and the evening were the first day? Because that's called specified information. And what it's doing there is God knows people are going to scoff. So God likes to make it redundant and go, look, this is what it is. And I know you're going to scratch your head. So I'm going to say it again. And that's what God does. But as of late, Johnny, I think the last couple of days with RandCam and Arcane Logos, we have found some amazing scripture in the Bible that will shake any Christian. It doesn't matter who you are. If this goes against your paradigm, it will literally put fear in you and force you to act like a cornered cat, and you're going to literally get upset. Your entire demeanor is going to change. Your voice is going to, when a Christian like me or you says, listen, in Joshua 10, there is an event here. There is a explicit event going on. This is a battle. The Amorites, Joshua himself, there's details. This is this is the people of Israel. This is a battle. This is very detailed information. And it starts at Joshua 10:1. And then it goes on for 11 passages about this event. This is specified information. And then by the time you get to Joshua 10:12, Joshua asked the sun and the moon to stop. And it's so specified that it says in the next line there, they did stop. And it even gives two locations. I can't remember them right now, Ajalon and Gibeon. Specified locations. So first Joshua says sun and moon stop. Okay, that's one thing. We're not sure what that means. But the very next line says the sun and moon stopped over Gibeon and Ajalon.
Exactly, because let me say this, because I have a comment outside. This is a Calvinist as well. He's One Way Apologetics. One Way Apologetics. If you're out there, I would like to invite you in, please. Please come in.
Yeah, I definitely want to hear people's opinion. I don't need to hear my opinion, Johnny. We know what we believe. I'd love to hear what these people have to say about this specified detail and why it's not true. And are they going to carry this subjective opinion all the way back to Joshua 10:1? Is the whole entire battle allegorical? Because you
Well,
can't have it both ways. You got to pick either the whole thing's allegorical and this entire battle is some sort of metaphysical explanation, or this is a real battle and everything in the details is true, especially when it's reiterated redundantly over and over again. We got like 5 different parts between Joshua 10:12 to 14. There's like 4 or 5 different sections where somebody from a scientific background can say, this is literally scientific because it is specified details and redundancies. And I just want to get to the point where at the end of it,
look at
in
what
Joshua 10:14, I just want to talk about anyway. There was never a day before or after that as well. So God capped this off in this passage to literally, he paints the picture. I can literally imagine this. It is so detailed. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Let me read this Pillbox before you go on, because this is related. This is his comment here. He says, Joshua did not ask for a longer day, but rather for a release from the day's great heat. The Hebrew verb dom, which most of the English versions translate as stand still, usually means be silent, cease, or leave off. Because of this, E.W. Maunder of Greenwich and Robert Dick Wilson of Princeton suggested that Joshua, in the heat of the day, I think these are, I don't know whether these are Calvinists or not, but 2 scholars here suggested that Joshua, in the heat of the day, requested that the sun cease shining and that God's answer was the hailstorm. Now he says further, I believe God's word. So did the sun cease? Exegesis much? You see, he's taking the secondary meaning of the word, which in order to suit us, but just like you explained, the context later on makes it clear that the sun stopped even over a specific spot. So I don't see how this can be taken to mean to cease, and then we have to say cease shining. Why do we even have to go that far and take the secondary meaning? Why don't we take the meaning that all the translators, right, which the King James, of course, is a fine translation, why don't we just go by that? Why do we have to now all of a sudden have to have scholars who say, well, no, because it doesn't suit? See, this is the whole point again. You see the scientific community telling you something, and now you start to make the change. Why didn't people make that change early on? Why don't we find the Hebrew scholars all saying, oh no, this is the primary meaning, this is what it should mean? Why didn't they all translate it that way? Why didn't they all understand it that way? Only when the heathens, when the scientific community came along and said the earth is ball shaped, now all of a sudden we need to change the meaning, exploit the ambiguity of certain words, and then say, okay, this is what it could also mean. And then, by the way, you also have to take it allegorically, because if you say it means be silent, see, then there's no chance. Then it makes it even more ridiculous, because then you have to allegorize it even more. But we are saying we shouldn't take it allegorically. So if the Hebrew word dom can mean to stop, and that is actually to cease, because cease means to stop in a sense, that is perfectly literal, and that is perfectly possible. Okay, but if you want to say that the whole sun was blotted out of existence, well, then you are taking that, you're not even willing to take that literally. Okay, if it really did mean that, then yes, I would have to take that literally, and I would take it literally, right? But unfortunately, One Way Apologetics does not want to take any of it literally. He wants to take both of them metaphorically. Go ahead, Pillbox.
Yeah, and that's seriously, I think, a very obvious problem that to me shows that there's other problems. This is so big, it's like a giant cockroach. If you walk into a house and you're thinking about buying a house, you see a giant cockroach, the first thing in your mind is going to be, well, there's got to be more. So because how many times can I just pick and choose what I want in the Bible to say, Johnny? I don't understand this. I've never seen anything like this, because I'm going to keep saying this because this is the reality. It's specified details, specified information. It's redundant. Not only does it say stop or cease, it says they did stop, and then gives the 2 locations, and then it says that that's how they won the battle. So we have from Joshua 10:1, 11 pieces of information, 11 scriptures that are describing this battle. Then we have 12 getting to this climactic, amazing event in history that literally, by Joshua 10:12 through 14, by the 14th passage, it says this is such a big deal in history, there was never a day like it again. To specify that much detail, and to try to fight this one piece of the Bible, is probably one of the biggest mistakes anybody can ever make, because it is so redundant, so specified, so detailed, in ways that how would I make this any more detailed, Johnny? What does God have to say? What does God have to say
Right.
And trust me that the earth is flat as well. Does he have to say that? Or, does he have to say, look out to the horizon, it's level? Do you know what that means? Wink, wink. It is so crazy. I don't even know what to do, because when I got the reactions that I got, I was kind of flabbergasted. Like, wait a minute, if these people are telling me, like, I'm sure One Way Apologetics probably is going to make a comment like this, and he can correct me if he's wrong. I want him to come in. But a lot of these Christians are saying this is not an important issue. Not
Yes.
necessarily him, but this is what happened a couple days ago, yesterday, that they were telling us the issue does not matter at all. It's not a big deal. So I say, great, let's look what the Bible says, because they asked me to show what I believe, and I said, well, here it is, Joshua 10:12-14, and both people reacted in a very defensive and angry manner, and then one of them couldn't even read it and pass it on to the other guy. Veckel was nice enough, he read it, but still, Veckel, you could tell he was upset, and I like Veckel a lot, and this doesn't change my opinion about him. I like the guy a lot, and I don't care. I still support him. I've supported Veckel for 2 years, and I think he's a great model in the way that he presents himself as a Christian. I think he does a great job, and that's why this kind of frightens me, because I didn't expect him to act this way. And this is the only subject that I see making anybody, or obviously specifically Christians, act in this manner. And so I just got to go back and say, how could these details be so specified, and we're supposed to think it's not true? I mean, if this might not be true, then how do we know there's a 6-day creation? How do we know that Jesus rose from the dead? How do we know that he was born of a virgin? Now everything this turns everything upside down and says, how do you know it's true? And here's my biggest point, Johnny. If it doesn't matter, if this isn't that important, it's not a big deal, why are their knee-jerk reactions so strong to say, no, it can't say what it's saying? And my question to these people is, how do you know it's not saying what? Give me the biggest piece of evidence in your life that you know of that tells you this is not saying what it's really saying. And that's my question to them.
Yeah, exactly, brother. That's the thing. And let me see here if I don't know whether Rand Campbell is online. I see him here. I'm going to send him the link again. See if he comes in. But yeah, you're absolutely right, brother. That's the problem. Even Veckel, I noticed it yesterday. Unfortunately, he was getting very personal with me as well. That's what I didn't like. I made a whole hangout about that, asking him why he's getting so emotional about the subject, because once I did say that it is, the word of God, all of it is truth, and therefore it is tied indirectly, right, to salvation, in the sense of that if we deny God's truth when it convicts us, right, and he even partially agreed later on in it, but he still then maintained that, one could just, seems to be saying this, that one could just ignore this, even when the Bible is telling them in their face, this is what the earth shape is. A Christian could just go on saying no, which would mean that they are going on sinning. And G-Man was outright denying that, not believing that the earth is a ball shape, or not believing that the earth is not ball shape, that is not a sin still. Okay, it's not a sin.
Right, and my question would be, what if I believe that Jesus, if I believe these these heretic stories about Jesus having kids and stuff and all this other garbage, is that a salvation issue? I'm wondering that what can I believe? I mean, is evolution a salvation issue? If I just ignore the entire Genesis story, is that a problem? What would these people tell me that believe it's obviously literal? What can we point out and tell me that there's a salvation issue? Because I don't believe that these things are literally salvation issues. I'm going to say that right now. But since they're bringing it up, can they tell me what is a salvation issue? Can they tell me so I can see their foundation? I want to know what they believe the foundation issues are, so I can go from there and go, okay, here's my foundation of the salvation issues. But I can't really seem to get a direct answer on that either.
No, the thing is, the same people will say that when it comes to evolution, they will actually doubt people who insist on evolution, right? Not from the get-go, I give them that. But the same people like G-Man, for example, if somebody were a Christian, like Christian anarchists, for example, they insist. Christian anarchist, by the way, doesn't even believe in common ancestry. But let's say there's the Christian who actually believes even in common ancestry, that we share common ancestry with all living things. G-Man would say, okay, here's the evidence in the Bible. And if they still insist, he will start doubting. I can guarantee you, he will start doubting whether that is truly a Christian, whether the person he's talking to is truly and genuinely a Christian. But when it comes to this, which I believe is much more clear even in the scripture, mentioned in many more places, right? when it comes to the earth shape and the structure and all that goes along with it, then all of a sudden he will not have a problem with it. He will not question somebody. If somebody doesn't believe we are living under a solid dome, if somebody doesn't believe that there's the water above the Earth's hemisphere, if somebody doesn't believe that, he's not going to question that person. That person is still fully a Christian without any shadow of a doubt, even once the information from the scripture has been given them. Still, if that person is in denial, in outright denial, not just maybe I have to re-study that scripture, but outright denial, no, there's no water now right now above the canopy. That's it. There's no more there, and there's no more there's no solid dome, and the sun is not spinning around the earth. That is not what the Bible says. Even once we have given them the evidence, G-Man is not going to doubt that person one bit as being a Christian, and that's another inconsistency that I see on his behalf and many other Christians. This is the thing, and I think it's the work of Satan. Satan has gotten these brothers and sisters of ours, unfortunately, so far that they think that this is a side issue. No, my friends, no, my brothers and sisters, this is not a side issue. This is the Bible we're talking about. The Earth's structure, the sun's rotation, the sun's movement is mentioned in the Bible. Otherwise, we would not bring it up. See, this is not about whether there's helium on the sun. See, if these Christians were to say, well, it's not important whether the sun has helium or there's some other material there that causes the sun to release heat, fine. There we don't have any specific scripture going either way, so I can say, okay, fine, it's not that important. Okay. But when it comes to something that is mentioned in the scripture, and this is such an issue, my brothers and sisters, okay, then it is important because it's mentioned more than once. Also, it is also ties in with Jesus Christ in the sense of when Jesus Christ went on the top of the mountain, he saw all the kingdoms of the earth. How is that possible? Is that possible on a spherical earth? No, you would have to add a lot of ad hoc explanations in order to justify that. And then what about the four corners that are mentioned in the book of Revelation? The four corners of the earth. The book of Revelation is very important, very significant. And then it talks about the same event in the Old Testament as well, indicating once again that this is not something allegorical. So, and then it talks about gathering, when people talk about the rapture, or even the post-trib rapture, which I don't believe this is referring to the post-trib rapture, but there's a gathering going on after the tribulation. The saints will be gathered from the four ends of the earth. Again, it talks about the physical gathering from the four corners, right? Or for the four ends. How is that possible? Isn't that clearly related to the four corners of the earth in the scriptures? Isn't it very clear that we must be encased in a square-like structure, a disc encased in that square-like structure? I think it's very obvious that that is what it is. But unfortunately, Christians have fallen for the great deception. They would rather believe the scientific community when it comes to that.
Right. What is the one thing that a Christian thinks he or she knows that makes them think that in Joshua 10:12 through 14, that what is being said is not real? What possibly in the minds of a Christian is going to tell that person that this isn't what it's saying? What it's saying is not what it's saying. What I want to know, and that's my biggest question. What is it that makes people say this can't be what it's saying? And here's why I want to talk about this issue, because people say it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I think it's frightening when you're saying it's not a big deal, because when I was presented with the information, Johnny, I said, well, if this is actually possible, this is the biggest deal ever in creation besides Jesus Christ coming down 2,000 years ago. This is the biggest issue in 2,000 years, because it's only been the last 2,000 years where this ideology came to be. And it is the biggest, most fundamental ideology in the most massive way that people believe. So if it is wrong, it is the biggest lie in history besides Satan, fooling the world that he doesn't exist. And that's the only thing you could even compare this to. This dwarfs every other issue in history besides the fact that Jesus Christ died for our sins. There's nothing else that even comes close to it. And like Rand Cam says, this issue is 1,000 times more powerful than evolution, because you can't have evolution if this is exposed. You can't have anything. You can't have any of these long ages, and all the the uniformitarianistic belief system is completely destroyed in every single way, shape, and form. And that's why this is such a big issue. So if you're saying this is not a big deal, you already have a serious problem, because before I came to any conclusion, I certainly knew it was a big deal because if these people are right, this is the biggest scam in history.
Exactly, and I wanted to add that what you mentioned in Joshua, the reason why I think is why Christians do this is um, it's the outside influence of the scientific community. When they first read Joshua, I can guarantee before, if they never came into contact with the scientific community and they read Joshua 10, 12 to 14 or whatever the passage is, they would have clearly said, oh, God stopped the sun. Yeah, it's very clear. God performed a miracle. So that means when he stopped the sun, that means normally the sun must be the one moving. Nobody would have doubted that. In fact, when the scientists would have come up after somebody had, let's take DXP for example. Hey DXP, by the way, how are you doing? If DXP for 5 years was, let's say from the beginning, he did not know about the scientific observation at all. He just read the scriptures. He would guaranteed come up with the conclusion that the sun, it would become established in his mind that the sun would be revolving around the earth from that passage in Joshua. But now let's say the same DXP now starts to come into contact with the scientific community for the first time. He will then start to put them down, guaranteed, and he will put every Christian that he comes across down for not believing in the sun revolving around the earth instead of the other way around. But since he's been brought up the other way around, he now must insist inconsistently that the scripture has to now be reconciled. He has to make up ad hoc explanations to try to explain.
Don't put me in that hypothetical. That's not me.
Well, DXP, but that is clearly what I see that you are.
No. I've explained to you. Well, I didn't get to explain yesterday, but I'm talking about the shape of the Earth. That's independent of heliocentric model or geocentric
okay.
model.
Then interesting. So let me ask you this: so do you then believe that the sun is revolving around the earth? Do you believe that much?
I think that they are equivalent. Let me explain that. I can take an object in my hands. I can say I have a tennis ball in one hand and a baseball in the other hand.
Okay.
And I can move them around each other, okay?
Mhm.
And I could say, well, actually the tennis ball is moving around the baseball. But I could also say the baseball is moving around the tennis ball. Those are both correct statements. It's just your point of view. So I don't see that as being an issue of.
Yes, but
It's not an issue
Well,
of
that's
fact.
not gonna. That's a completely horrible comparison to what's stated here, though. That's completely different than what we're even going off of. That's not even a direct comparison. That's completely
No,
wrong.
the point I'm making is that has nothing to do with the shapes. So,
okay, that's fine.
Right,
That's
we're not talking about the shape, and that's why you can't even admit. That's what we're doing. We can't even talk about the shape because we can't even understand the basics of the fact that it's not moving or that the
No,
sun and
that's
the sun and the moon stopped.
Yeah,
We can't
but-
even get past that.
Maybe I've got something.
I made that clear yesterday. I hope you had time to think about it. If not, we can go over it again.
Yeah,
but
but just a moment. Just a moment. Let's
Clearly,
speak on this.
all
Table-
shapes-
But here, Johnny, just let me say this real quick. This is my point: is that they can't talk about the actual issue. They have to talk about some other issue and give some other explanation to why they believe what they believe. They can't even talk about the direct issue.
No, this evidence is irrefutable. You still have not grasped it.
Yeah, but
DXP, you're way out of your league. You're way out of your league, DXP.
guys, wait a second for a moment. I want to address it because when he's more on our side, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. If he agrees that the sun actually revolves around the earth, we can talk about the shape later. But if he agrees with that much, that is okay. That's a
Well, he
great
won't
step
though. He's
ahead.
already made that clear, Johnny.
Well, but he seems to be saying that it is very possible that the sun might be both. So he's saying it's possible that the earth and the sun are both revolving around each other.
That's
Then,
correct.
But then you must believe that either that is the case or only the sun is revolving around the earth. You can't say only the earth is the one moving, right? You would have to
No,
say that is
You have
incorrect.
once you admit one, you have to admit the other. It's a consequence of logic.
Okay,
Because
no,
you have to,
Well, DXP, do you believe in evolution, DXP?
No,
Like,
wait a
what are your
no,
what about that?
I don't think he
you're
does.
going down the wrong avenue, Pillbox. I do not believe in evolution.
Okay,
I'm a fundamentalist Christian. But the issue is that the shape of the earth is a ball, and I can show you that with irrefutable evidence.
okay.
Now, you've gone a little too far down the road.
all right.
And
That's another
you've
discussion.
integrated it you've integrated it into your religion, unfortunately. And I hope that you can actually extract it out of your religion so you can become clear on it.
All right, just a moment.
You're still kind of entrenched in it.
We'll get there in a moment. Let's focus on this issue. Okay, so but it is also, you have to agree, there is a possibility, for example, that the earth would be the one fixed and not the one actually moving, but the sun would be the one that God accelerated, so to speak.
No, let me explain something. Unless you bring a third object into the picture, You cannot distinguish between which is
You cannot
revolving
distinguish,
around
but God can, right? Right.
Johnny,
but-
I got to say something real quick, though.
But
Johnny,
you
let me
see-
say this one thing real quick.
No,
Is that
but
there's
wait a
many
minute,
other
Pillbox.
Johnny? There's many other passages that describe
but-
the movement of the earth, saying
but-
it doesn't move. We
but
already know that.
Pillbox, But Pillbox, brother, could you give me a moment, please? I wanna settle this with him, and then you can take it all you want. Just let me finish this point. This is important. Now, the earth, from God's perspective, because God is the absolute being, he would obviously know which object he has started to move, whether the sun around the earth or the earth. From our perspective, right, we can't distinguish. I give you that much. But God can, and he
No,
would
hold on.
surely know.
Wait. Okay, that's fine. So where is God within the universe? Which position is he?
I'm not saying that he's in position, but when he's placed things in
No, if
position.
he's not in a position, then you can't. You need a third. You see, in order to make
DXP.
a case, you need a third object
DXP.
within this universe that you can have as your reference point.
All we need is God saying to us that I have caused the earth to be fixed and the sun to move around it. Then we know which object is in acceleration and
Johnny,
which
you're
one is
getting
not.
confused between interpreting scripture and then physical models. Okay, well, I'm talking about physical models.
Right. I'm saying now. Now, also there is a way. Actually, we can take relativity into account, because when we take special relativity into account, we can know which object is in acceleration and which object is static. That is possible. Let's say I'm flying towards a rocket. Right. I accelerate towards a rocket. Two rockets in space are moving towards each other. We can know which one is accelerating without any other third object. How? By using relativity and time dilation. That's how we can get to know which rocket is the one accelerating and which one is not. So there is actually
But only relative to each other. You can't talk about one or the other moving.
no, because one
without
because
respect
no
to
no
something.
no 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 because the one
Respect
accelerating
to your object.
no, because the time slows down in the rocket that is accelerating. You see, so no, we can know that this rocket
Slow
is the one
down,
that is
slow
moving.
down. We don't need to go to special relativity. Okay, let's talk about slow motions. Okay, let's talk about we don't need to go to
Johnny, you're going down the wrong path with this. This is totally ridiculous.
Calculation and come up with you can come up with the result. It's of course the calculation is more difficult, but you can still, even in slow motion, there is special relativity does take its effect, even if it's ever so small. So one can do that. It does not matter whether there is only two objects. It can still be done. That's what my point is. And thirdly, like I said again, when God has set the universe in motion, obviously he would know which object he has fixed and which one he has accelerated. And I'm saying, is it not possible
right?
that
But that goes into interpretation of scripture. I'm talking about physical models.
Right,
Let's stay on the physical models for a minute.
okay, but I'm also taking scripture into account. Do you not agree that scripture is very clearly saying that the sun must be at least the one in motion, whether the earth is in motion or not, but the sun must be? Do we agree on that?
No, I do not agree on that, because
You do
that
not
is
agree
See,
on
that's crazy. That is
That's an
insane right there.
interpretation. That is an interpretation.
But
Whether you
it's
It's
accept it or
specified
not.
details over and over again, Johnny. It's crazy.
Now, Pillbox, you can take it, because now again he's not agreeing that the sun must be in motion. Well, the
You have to
scripture
understand there are many interpretations of the Bible. And
Yeah, I've never heard so many
This is
contradictory
not-
claims in my life until this passage is brought
but
up.
this
Johnny. I've never
passage-
heard
you
this.
would like to say yours is the correct and everybody else is false, but that's what all the religions do. That's what
Yeah,
they
but
all do.
No, I'm sorry. I just believe in
This is
the
as clear as
asceticism.
the
I understand reality, DXP. That's the difference, is that
This
I
is as
understand
clear
reality
as-
and I can read the words and take them for face value, especially in this instance when there are so many specified details of redundancy explaining first in Joshua 10:12 when he said, sun and moon, stop. And then it says that they not only stopped, in the next sentence, they stopped over Gibeon and Ajalon. So it's specifying two locations as well, and then saying it is such an amazing event with the sun and moon stopping. There was never a day before it or after it like it. It's the most specified, detailed information that I could even express in the Bible. And I'm sorry, but you are in absolute denial, and you are the perfect example I've been talking about right now, is how you can't even account for anything you're saying.
No, you haven't let me account for it. You just keep filibustering.
You do the same thing in every hangout, DXP, and you dig yourself a grave every time we do this. Every time you dig yourself a grave,
You're not
every
letting
time.
me talk, as usual.
You just
want to
contradicted yourself. That's why you can't be trusted, though, because you're deceitfully
That's what
lying
you-
when you're contradicting yourself. You can't even figure out what you believe, and that's what the telltale sign is, Johnny.
You don't want to address the facts. You like filibustering people. That's what you do. I'm not sure why. Is it for attention or whatever? But you're not actually having a
Yeah,
discussion.
you can't even stay on topic. You're just going to
You're not
lie to
having a
yourself
discussion.
again.
You just make
You can't even
accusations.
stay on
That's all.
topic, DXP. You've just dug yourself another grave. It's okay.
I don't know why you can't just relax and have a civil conversation. It's kind of silly.
Look, DXP, you're lying. I don't like when I'm lied to.
There's no lying going on. It's what's going on.
You contradicted yourself. First you said that the sun was probably moving, and then you literally said no, it's not. It's insane, Johnny.
You cut off my explanation with some kind of attack on me instead of listening to it. Because you're not interested in hearing the truth. You're interested in promoting your...
Johnny, it's just going to be the same old regurgitated zombie bullshit. It's the same thing.
Yeah, well, if you get that a lot, it's because that's how you behave. Maybe you ought to take that into account.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but you are proving my point right now, DXP, and that's why I actually like it when people do this, because they are proving how big of an issue this is. It is the biggest issue ever in 2,000 years.
You'd love to talk about that because you can't address the evidence. That's why you want to go to other topics.
The evidence of what we notice, the sun and moon moving every day of my life. Yeah, I've seen the evidence, buddy.
You still have
too easy, Johnny. It's a one-sided ass-kicking contest. It's ridiculous.
You know, I think you're not being genuine. I mean, when you just keep doing this, it's kind of like this is your game that you play or something. Because if you really wanted to get to the truth, we could get there very simply. But instead,
no, not with you. You've already been caught in a lie. DXP, you've already been caught in a lie, and that's how I know how big of an issue this is.
I see the way you think. So basically, you're beyond help. That's sad.
I'm sorry, DXP, you're just way out of your league. You've already got caught in a lie. What can I say?
There's no caught in a lie. Your accusations fall flat, and everybody listening to these kind of conversations. So look, we've heard you many times. It's the same story. Okay?
Right. Everybody. Is that why this is the fastest growing thing on Earth right now? Everybody listening to me must be learning a lot.
What you need to slow down and listen, but you won't. You're incapable.
No, DXP, that's what you have to do because you already got caught in a lie. So you really need to take a break and just stop and listen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just repeating it doesn't make it true. You like to repeat things that aren't true. I haven't lied about anything.
Well, first you said the sun moves, and then you said it didn't. I mean, this is just too easy. So.
That's incorrect. You can rewind.
So DXP, what's the first thing that comes to mind? How you know that Joshua 10:12-14 is not really saying what it's saying? What's the first thing that you know that makes it not true?
That's a straw man statement. I did not say it didn't say what it says.
Okay, see, Johnny, we can't even get any honest answers. There are no honest answers from this paradigm, Johnny.
You have a loaded question. You give me a loaded question and expect a yes or no. That's not how it works. That's not how civil discourse.
I didn't ask a yes or no. See, I asked what was your excuse.
What I see the problem is, you see, the thing is, the Joshua passage with all its specific details is as clear as even the crucifixion. You know, the language is very clear. It's
let me ask you a question about that passage. Who wrote it?
Okay, I don't see how that is relevant, but
let's answer the question. Who wrote that?
I bet it was inspired by God. That would be my guess.
Who wrote the passage?
Most likely Joshua wrote the passage, but I'm not specifically aware.
Okay, did Joshua have an understanding of the entire nature of the solar system, universe, etc.?
There it is, right there, Johnny. Did he know the scientific model? Brilliant. I love it, Johnny. There it is, right there. Did he know did he know what DXP believes? That's amazing.
Let me respond to him for a moment.
Why can't you answer the question? You want to mock it, or can you answer it? It's very simple.
I will answer it. I will answer it. He knew in that moment. He must have known accurate detail because God inspired him at that moment.
That is your assumption that you make. You make an assumption here.
That's not an assumption. That's not an assumption.
You do not know. You assume.
No, that's very clear because otherwise God would have corrected him and said, "No, Joshua, what are you doing? I will not stop the sun. I will stop the earth instead." Is that what he's saying?
That's your assumption. You're making lots of assumptions about what Joshua thought and what God thought. You don't know either one.
DXP, the problem is, like I said, if you were brought up, that's why I mentioned earlier, if you were brought up with the Bible alone, without the scientific community, you would have said that the sun is the one moving around the earth and not the other.
Incorrect. That is incorrect. Whether I was brought up with the Bible alone or not, I do not get to guess at what God's thoughts are or what Joshua knew.
No, but by what he has revealed, you would know.
That's the assumption you bring to the text, and you don't even recognize it.
Then what about the crucifixion? I can just say, well, you're just assuming that Christ is God. Christ is not really God. Christ is only a created being. How about that?
That's not relevant. That's not the case. The scriptures are very clear.
How do you know that that's not the case?
The scriptures are clear.
Aha, so there they are clear.
In no case do I have to infer what God thought or what the apostles thought. They explained it clearly. I don't have to read their minds.
I just love the fact that he said, listen, Johnny, let me just say this real quick. He just said that Joshua was ignorant to how the cosmology works. I love it.
But the
I did not
apostles
say
were not ignorant when it comes to the Christ being God. Maybe they understood it wrong. Maybe it was just their understanding and not God's. Can you read the mind of God? Maybe Christ isn't God and he wasn't claiming to be God.
What, are you really going to go that way? You
Yes,
can't
I
understand
am, DXP, because I'm going to show I'm going to show your inconsistency today, because I'm fed up of Christian brothers and sisters in Christ who make the claim that Jesus is God, which is not. There's no statement in the Bible where Jesus Christ clearly said in these exact words that he is God, but you have to derive it from the scriptures, and I agree that he is. But in the same way you derive from the scriptures that the sun is the one revolving around the earth, it's as crystal clear. There is no ambiguity in both instances. That's what I'm saying, and I'm getting sick and tired of people trying to be inconsistent and claiming one is clear and the other is not.
I did not say the earth does not, that the earth revolves around the sun and not vice versa. I did not say that.
No, I said the sun revolves around the earth. I said the sun revolves around the earth.
Either one is accurate from your point of view that you want to take. That is not. There are not distinct points of view that only one can be correct.
No, but I'm saying we already went through this. I'm going to say this again. Either one could be the case, but the Bible says that
either one is the case simultaneously. Because it's relative motion.
Even if simultaneously the earth and the sun were revolving around each other, that is fine. In that scenario, you would still stand with the Bible. But if you say the earth is, the sun is fixed and only the earth is moving, then you're contradicting the Bible. So I therefore asked you, do you
clearly the sun is not fixed.
What I'm saying is, if granted that if the sun was not revolving around the earth, but the earth was the only one revolving around the sun, then you would have a problem. So if you deny that that is the case, if you say no, the earth must also be revolving around the earth anyways, then we are fine. Then why did we even have this discussion to begin with? Because that's what I asked you from the very beginning, and then you said again, no, the sun doesn't have to be the one revolving around the earth.
That's not what happened. You're recalling that incorrectly. Go ahead and rewind the tape at some point. You'll see that's not how the discussion went.
I specifically asked you. Okay, then I'm going to ask you again. Let's clear it up then. So you say that it is, therefore, it is the sun, the earth, and the sun are both revolving around each other, and at the very minimum, the sun is the one revolving around the earth. Is that correct?
That is correct. They are both revolving around each other. That is correct.
All right. So you're definite on that.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Fine. Finally, hey, Pebbles, did you hear that? So he now agrees that the sun is definitely in motion, but so is also the earth. Now we get to the second set of verses which talk about the earth being immovable. What do you make of that? Because they seem to be crystal clear as well, repeated more than once, by the way.
They're not crystal clear in your interpretation. That's one interpretation. You don't understand.
The foundations of the earth shall never be moved. What does that mean, DXP?
You have assumptions you bring, and you don't acknowledge them. This is
The word DXP, what does that mean? What do the words, the foundations of the earth shall never be moved, mean?
That's subject to interpretation.
Well, there we have it, Johnny.
I could tell you my interpretation, you could tell me yours, but it's only interpretation.
Okay, you tell me your interpretation. Okay, that's what I want. Tell me your interpretation, DXP.
No, I'm not going to, because you do not respect my opinions. I'm not going to put it in front of you.
This is something.
Johnny, go ahead.
He asked you for your interpretation, and you're not even willing to give it.
You mock people's opinions. Why should I present it to you so you can mock it? I don't trust you.
You're mocking the Bible. You're mocking the Bible. That's what I'm here to do. I'm the salt of the earth, and that's why you're irritated.
Okay,
that's what happens.
Trying to edify anybody with
what you're saying right now is, let's say a Jehovah's Witness came along, but DXP, that's like a Jehovah's Witness coming along saying, see, if I explain to you all these verses where Jews think that Jesus is saying he's God in the way that he's not God, you'll just mock me, so I'll not even tell you my interpretation of those verses. How would that sound?
It sounds like good advice, because that's what we're told in the scriptures. Do not cast your pearls before swine.
So the
You
Jehovah's
guys are
Witnesses,
acting like swine because
in other words, it would be legit.
you mock other people's beliefs. That is that is inconsistent with, that's not behavior becoming a Christian. To mock
wait a minute. We shouldn't mock the Jehovah's Witnesses. We shouldn't mock the Unitarian
No, you
beliefs.
should not mock other people, period.
No, their beliefs.
That's
I'm talking
not
about their
Christian.
beliefs.
That is not the Christian way. That is
No. That is part of the Christian way to mock false beliefs, because one of the
Incorrect.
prophets mocked false beliefs as well.
No.
I think
Yeah, we are supposed to call out the lies. That's true, Johnny.
You're
Yeah.
mocking, you're mocking sincere belief. You are not behaving as a Christian, and you need to repent.
How do you know that they are sincerely believing? But what are you talking about? How do you know that every Jehovah's Witness is sincerely believing? Maybe he has an ulterior agenda. Maybe it's money. Maybe it's power. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's rebellion against the parents. How do you know that they are sincere?
No, how do you know? So that you can mock them. See,
Because when I
Can we just get him
you.
to explain what he thinks the scripture means, Johnny? I mean, that's what we're trying to do here.
Burden is on you. You're going to mock other
The
people's beliefs.
yeah, see, Johnny, the burden's on me because I actually believe the words what they're saying. See, the burden's on me.
That's not the problem. The problem is how you mock me. If you wouldn't mock me, then we could have a discussion. But you insist on mocking.
Let me explain this to you. I'm not mocking you as a person, okay? What you present, that depends. Now, I'm not even going to say that whether I mock what you believe or not, but that would depend on the pattern that you would show, how you would present it, whether you're consistent or not. Those things would all factor in, and then we will make a decision whether it's considered to be mocked, to be put down, to be critiqued, how harsh or how less harsh. We're going to make that decision then.
Maybe that's how you behave, but that's not how Pillbox operates. And so far, I haven't seen you behave that way either. I haven't been able to have really much of a say without being interrupted and mocked. Not yet.
Well,
and I've been here for about 20 minutes.
Okay, that's why I'm going to give you a couple of minutes so that you can make your case. Pillbox, is that all right? I mean, let's give him a couple of minutes then to make his case so we can actually hear what he has to say. How about that?
Absolutely, Johnny. I think we should just ask him what he thinks those parts of the Bible mean when they, it constantly says that the foundations of the earth shall never be moved, or when the earth stands on the water, or when God sits on the circle, because God is, when you're sitting on something, Johnny, that means it's not moving. You know what I mean? And when you're sitting above it, that means that there is an above, and of course there's not an above on a ball. So there's just so many scriptures we can talk about, Johnny. I just want to figure out what the first one I asked was, the foundations of the earth shall never be moved. What does that mean to him? And I just want his opinion, but he said he couldn't give it to me.
All right. Well, go ahead. Take your time.
I'm going to explain something if I can do it without being interrupted. And that is, I hear your question, okay, and I will respond to it. But first, that question is part of interpretation. I have my interpretation, you have yours, and other Christians have their interpretations. And there are many. There are as many interpretations as there are people. Okay? However, those interpretations cannot overcome the evidence that is clear and irrefutable about the shape of the earth that I presented to you yesterday. And that is that people get from A to B all the time on a regular basis, A being some position, maybe San Francisco, B being an island in the South Pacific. They do it on a regular basis all the time. They get to these small little islands that are in these vast oceans by plane, by ship, every day, constantly. And they do it regularly. They don't get lost. Okay? Therefore, the only way they can do that is if they have accurate maps. They cannot get to those islands by just guesstimation. And they can't do it day after day after day after day without accurate maps. So we know for a fact that their maps are accurate, and those maps are maps of a ball Earth. That is irrefutable evidence that you cannot get around. Therefore, the Earth is round. Period. End of discussion. There is no other interpretation. It's irrefutable. So
Okay.
all the other interpretations that you want to talk about from the Bible and so forth, which are subject to different people's opinions, none of those have any bearing on the irrefutable evidence of the shape of the earth, because maps are practical. Maps are not simply something to be used in a debate to support your religion. Maps actually have a practical purpose of getting people from A to B, and they work doing that. Therefore, they are accurate.
But
That's the end of story. It's end of story. There is no way to refute that evidence. Game over.
May I respond now, please? Okay, you've brought your points. Let me respond to that. I think we explained yesterday as well that one can very well use maps. For example, we use in flights, in airplane flights, the pilots use the ball-shaped map, and it works. It works pretty much fine. The problem, though, is it's inefficient. It would be more efficient if they used the flat earth map. So it could also be the case in your island scenario, yes, that it does work, but it works more clumsy than it would work if they used the flat earth map, DXP. And I think we explained this yesterday very thoroughly. Arcane added some further detail on it, but I don't know how you don't get this. You can have an inefficient map and still clumsily get to the target, right? Which has been shown when pilots use the ball earth map, where they clumsily, they get these squiggly lines, there's inefficient routes, but they still manage to get to their destination using those clumsy maps. However, if they use the flat earth map, they would be much more efficient in getting to their destination. So this has already been cleared up. I don't see any reason to say how on earth you can say
Yeah, Johnny. On Navy ships, they actually have a lot of the AE maps inside of the ships that you can even go to museums where they have like a naval yard museum and go inside the ships and walk around and look at the azimuthal equidistant map. And Rob Skiba did a great explanation on this. But yeah, the maps that we have always used are azimuthal equidistant, and that's why we always have to make northern corrections when going east or west, because we're not on a ball. And that's why, as far as getting lost, that's why it's called out of reckoning. If ships don't follow the right map, they are lost. That's the point. And often it still happens even in the Navy when they don't make the correct adjustments to make northern corrections. So if I'm going east, I have to make a left-hand correction. If I'm going west, I have to make a right-hand correction. This only makes sense on a plane of existence and not a ball, of course, and it's not even close. That's why when they try to go against the AE map, they get out of reckoning. And this has been documented over and over again. And like you said, Johnny, the squiggly lines are just absolutely paint the picture for us. You look at the AE map and it's usually a straight line, and it's much more efficient. It's not even close. They're not even comparable. And it only takes 10 minutes of research to figure out these basics. So.
Exactly. Did you hear that now, DSP? Now go ahead. I hope you're not going to bring the same argument.
For the following reasons. The flat Earth map had the distance between places, especially in the southern hemisphere, but even in the northern hemisphere, the distance in the flat Earth map are such vastly different. They're different by order of magnitude of 4 or 5 times.
That's probably why they don't use your map. They use ours. They have always been using ours, so that's why. Yeah.
Well, hold on, I'll address that in a second. So that's the conspiracy theory response.
It's not a conspiracy theory. You're proving it's not a conspiracy theory, and you have to say conspiracy theory because you have nothing to back your claims, DXP. You're so new to this. You have absolutely no idea what you're saying, DXP.
You just don't want to have a conversation. You just love interrupting with accusations.
Yeah, well, bring up conspiracy theory. That's all you have is conspiracy theories, DXP. It's conspiracy theory. Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory. Yeah, all pilots are in on it. Yeah, all pilots are in on it. Yeah.
Conversation. Incapable. You've proved that you're incapable.
I can't have a. I've asked you to talk about the Bible. You've ignored the Bible for 20 minutes, Johnny. I asked him, just can he please tell us what the Bible says? That's all we wanted. And you can't. You have to go on to all these other things because you are proving man's ideas.
Let me make something clear to you, DXP, before you go on, and then I'm going to give you time. We will go to the evidence in a moment. Don't ever make the assumption that we, as flat earthers, we don't have an answer. I can guarantee you we can take apart every of those arguments. That's a different part.
Incorrect. Irrefutable evidence. Your reputation is not good enough. It's pathetic.
Trust me on that, DXP. There's no such thing. We get to that in a moment. But before we do, let us please hear your understanding of those verses in the Bible that talk about the earth being immovable. Please, go ahead. Give us your understanding of those passages. We are waiting.
I'm not letting that slide. I'm not letting you slide. Your reputation is incorrect. You
I
may
said,
think
look, whether you think it's incorrect or not, DXP, see,
evidence is irrefutable. The shape is clear from practical application. People get from A to B all the time, and they do it using the round Earth map. Therefore, that map is accurate. End of story. The rest of your arguments are irrelevant.
DXP, you're being dishonest now because you're making absolute.
Don't understand navigation. That's why you're just sitting here. It's like you want to have a theorizing about the shape and how it fits into your religion, but you don't understand that it's a practical matter. Maps are not just used in arguments about religion. They are practical. They need to be used to get from A to B, and they work.
DXP,
they would not work if they were inaccurate.
Well, I said they would work.
Something you can't accept.
I just said, DXP, didn't you listen? I said they would work, but they would work more clumsily, and they would.
But that's not correct because the flights.
How do you know that that is not correct?
Every day, regularly. Otherwise, you'd have a lot of missing flights, and that does not occur. And a lot of missing shipping routes as well. But they get there every day, over and over, regularly, with no problem whatsoever.
Why do you think?
Only a rare 1 in a million chance that there's a crash or some kind of lost plane. That doesn't happen, and that's because maps are accurate.
How do you
think?
There's
no way for you to get around that fact.
I did not say that you have to necessarily get lost. You can get there still, but you can get there more or less.
Incorrect. You don't understand the vastness of the ocean. You just don't understand. You cannot get there without an accurate map. It's impossible.
Are you a pilot? Are you an expert on pilot things?
Yes, I am.
You are a pilot.
You cannot get there without an accurate map. And any pilot would tell you this, and any sailor would tell you this as well.
Bob, then how come that there are so many pilots who came out and said that we have been duped, and they are now saying that on the flat Earth map that would be more efficient? How is that possible? Did you not watch?
There's not so many. There's one particular case of a pilot who said so. But the problem with his case is that while he was a pilot, he's no longer a pilot. While he was a pilot.
Right, because if he
admitted that while he was a pilot, Guess what map he used? He used the ball Earth map to get around. So
why is he? But it's obvious, DXP, that he wouldn't be coming out while he was still a pilot, because at that time he wouldn't want to lose his job. Now that he's already retired, now he can take the risk and actually
doesn't
kill
change
the
the
beam.
fact of what I've said. That's why I say that you can change the subject, but it's irrefutable evidence that there, on a practical basis, we have to use maps to get around, and those maps are accurate. That's it. You can talk about any other points of discussion you want, but you're never going to refute that point ever,
Well,
because
first of
that
all,
point is the linchpin, and it makes the round Earth clear as a bell.
let's
And
just
there's
say
no
let's just
way to
say
get
that
around that fact. You
okay,
bring
let's
up
just say
NASA photos. Bring up. You don't have pictures from space. Bring up every subject you want in the whole world to debate. Okay, with anything, but you're never going to be able to refute the fact that maps have a practical purpose and they're accurate and they work. And those maps are the maps of a ball Earth. That's it. That is all. You will never get around that fact, no matter how many other subjects you bring up.
no, I'm going to get around that fact.
Until you come to grips with that fact, you will forever be entertaining this silly theory.
Well, I'm gonna say it again.
That's all there is to it.
I'm gonna get around it in just a moment if you let me speak. I'm gonna tell you exactly how I'm gonna get around it. You see, it's very possible that on the outside, whilst they're using the ball map, the system has because the UN map uses the flat Earth map, so the EE map may already be planted in the computer system. So the system is calculating based on the flat Earth, whilst on the display they show the ball Earth. It's very easy to do that. Did you not think about that, DXP?
Let me explain why that is not a good response.
Go ahead.
That's not a good response, because we have 500 years worth of cartography and navigation going back to the earliest shipping. So 500 years of shipping, 100 years of flight. Okay, so not only do you have to have every single captain, both commercial and private, of every ship and plane over that 500-year history for ships and 100 year for planes, all being part of this conspiracy. Okay,
Yes.
but you have to have all the pilots in World War II that went in the South Pacific, finding these little islands, and this is in the southern hemisphere, by the way. This is where the flat Earth map is so extremely elongated relative to the true map that those pilots would have never found those islands. So you have to have these volunteers, some volunteer that decides to sign up for the Army for World War II or gets drafted in, they get the secret flat Earth map so they can find all these islands. And then nowhere ever do they tell anybody, and it never leaks out. You're talking about millions of individuals who have had this phony map over 500 years worth of history. And the only maps that we're able to find are the accurate ones that are the ball Earth maps.
Okay, you made
your
your point.
conspiracy is beyond.
Yeah, hey Johnny, real quick, just say hi to Justin here. He's a real cool dude. I met him yesterday, so just show him praise.
And then you can go on. Let me respond to that real quick. What is my take on that? Well, the problem is I think you don't understand compartmentalization then, I believe. And Pillbox is going to explain to you more about that, because that's a basic mistake. That's the same. By the way, do you believe in 9/11 truth, or do you say that that is a bogus conspiracy as well?
I don't want to change topics. Let's stay right on this topic.
Okay, well, if you do not believe in 9/11 truth, then I can understand how you can make these claims. Then you would be consistent.
No, this is an irrefutable fact about maps and their accuracy on the Earth. That is practical matter. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with conspiracy theories.
Okay, all right. Johnny, let me just say something real quick, Johnny. We were just told that we've had ships. Okay, Johnny, we were just told that we've only had ships traveling across the oceans for 500 years.
No,
I think most kids in kindergarten know that they've been traveling over the oceans for thousands of years. And see how he can't let me talk. He's going to continue to interrupt me. But the fact of the matter is, for thousands of years, these people who obviously believed in the plane of existence that we're explaining used ships for thousands of years, and these people are supposedly primitive or something, and they got around just fine, believing that they were on a flat plane of existence, and we still use an AE map. Isn't that crazy?
It's not about use of ships. It's about cartography, if you would listen carefully.
Yes, and you don't understand cartography. I know. You have no idea what you're talking about, DXP, and your perpetual lies are exactly what we're talking about. You are literally just perpetually lying through your teeth. It's brilliant, though. Thank you. Anyway, I got to let Justin say something, or have him say hi. He's a cool dude. I just met him yesterday. I'm going to take a break for a minute, Johnny, but just say hi to Justin real quick.
Hey, Justin.
How you doing? I just jumped in and see what y'all was talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about today the comparison between those Christians who believe in eternal security, the relationship, and those who believe in the ball Earth. And I actually started off by saying that they are actually consistent. If somebody believes in eternal security and also believes in the ball Earth, They are consistent, but don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean that I'm commending them. Actually, that is actually a double disaster, because they are taking both those passages, going against what they are clearly saying. On the one hand, for example, those eternity clearly passages which talk about conditional security, they would have to ignore all of them and say, well, the Bible talks about fake believers. That is not really, that's only talking about the group of believers, where there are some who are not true believers. They have to make all these bogus excuses to justify eternal security. And the same, of course, they will do by trying to say that the earth is not dome-shaped, it doesn't have a solid structure above, there's no water above the canopy. All these things are very clear in Scripture, and yet, unfortunately, we find these Christians denying that. But then there's Christians who believe in conditional security, like I myself do, but yet they will be inconsistent when it comes to this. So they take those passages seriously, but they do not take the Bible seriously when it comes to the physical description of the earth. Which
That's
God
incorrect.
comes.
That's incorrect. To take it just as seriously, just have a different interpretation.
Give
But
me
there's
your
certain
interpretation then, please. You haven't yet.
that
We are
do
waiting.
not- There are certain things that are not subject to interpretation, like the evidence I presented about the maps and the accuracy in the earth. That is not subject to
But
interpretation.
that is much more subject to interpretation, because nothing apart from the Bible is as subjective. The Bible is the most objective thing on this planet. There is no more thing objective. This is almost like an atheist. This is almost the
There
atheist
are
argument.
40,000 different denominations of Christianity. Don't tell me the Bible is clear.
So now
That's
you're saying,
baloney.
yeah, but there are
It's
1,000 different
Subject to
denominations.
interpretation,
No. You see,
obviously.
those interpretations only arise because certain people, of course, they follow more their own desire instead of just letting.
That's your opinion. That's your interpretation and opinion.
Okay,
That's
then
not
everything
fact.
is opinion. DXP, then everything is opinion. I might not
No,
be.
some things are,
I might
some
be.
things are fact, like the
Okay,
irrefutable
is it a fact?
fact about
Is it a
accuracy
fact
of
that?
maps.
Wait a minute. It might not be a fact that we are talking to each other. Maybe this is just a dream, and we are going to wake up any moment. How about that? What are you talking about? Everything is a fact. Do you even know that we are in a reality right now? Maybe it's just a dream. Maybe we're going to wake up in 5 minutes. How about that? You see, no, the scriptures are the most objective thing ever. There is nothing more objective than the Word of God and God Himself. Period. It logically follows.
True, but not your interpretation of them. Your interpretation is your own.
Well,
And
I
there are
never
many
said my
others.
interpretation. That's why I asked you kindly
There are
now
many
for the
other
third time.
interpretations.
That's why I'm asking you for the third time now, brother, to please
Yeah,
give
but
me
the way
your
that
interpretation.
the way that you reconcile differing interpretations is with some irrefutable facts,
No,
and that's
you do it with
the
the Bible
part that
itself.
you still cannot grasp. You've turned to the idea that somehow all the pilots and ship captains of the earth for the last 500 years
People do want to.
secretly have a
You do
different
know
map
that.
than the rest of us.
Right,
That's
because
what you had to resort to the most absurd of conspiracy theories in
Well, but
order
the thing is-
to get around. You know why? Because it's an irrefutable fact. It's irrefutable. That means you cannot
Psychosis.
refute it.
This guy's bringing up the conspiracy
Your
theories and
argument
saying
is
that it's your
like, exactly
conspiracy
like-
theory.
That's
Johnny.
no. That's what you turn to. I mean, that's
But
what you have to do.
DXP,
Because you have no way out of it. Because it's
DXP, your
irrefutable.
argument, DXP, your argument is like an evolutionist here. I want first of all to start with the scriptures. I think we can all agree we must start with the scriptures. So please start with the scriptures. Don't go to any outside
No,
evidence. as of yet.
yours is more like the evolutionist. You have put it into
No.
you have put it into your religion, just like they have. Evolution
Oh,
is
boy.
necessary for their religion of atheism, and flat earthism is necessary for your religion of interpreting
Yes,
the Bible.
for the
way you
Bible,
do.
for the Bible to be
There's no
accurate.
option. It's the middle ground where it's correct here. You-
Oh, man,
Evolution
what a
is
disaster.
incorrect, and so is flat Earth. But you can't see it. You're
Well,
making the same mistake that
Hey,
they
real
make.
quick, Johnny, I gotta just let me
Okay.
just throw a wrench in here real quick. I'm just curious for Justin. I'd love to see what Justin has to say about this. If we could ask Justin, and just for an outside source because he's newer, I gotta ask you, Justin, how do you interpret when the Bible says the foundations of the earth shall never move? What does that mean to you, Justin?
Right. Well, I was just basically trying to hear what you guys are mainly into. I haven't really had enough time to kind of get the gist of y'all's conversation. Mainly,
Right, and that's why I'm asking. Before anybody gets the gist, and we can just pretend we don't know anything.
For
we
some-
need to read the Bible and read it that it says the foundations of the earth shall never be moved. I'm just asking your personal opinion about that.
for some reason, your audio is kind of waving in and out. I think I heard what you said, but
Yeah, go ahead, Justin. Tell us what you think of those passages. What do they mean?
but the foundations of the earth. Well, it's in there. Like I said, I kind of got to get warmed up to what y'all are talking about. But the foundations of the earth, that I could see where the counter argument could come into play on that, because foundations of the earth could be, in some people's mind, like the establishment, the way the world works, and everything like that. But you know, to say that it's like I said, I just kind of woke up and I was just listening. I would
Yeah,
just
but I
prefer
want to get your understanding, Justin. Where do you stand, by the way? Do you still agree with the ball earth, or have you given up on that?
I've for sure given up on that, but
All right.
like I said, let me listen to you guys for just a minute, and then you know I will talk when I'm ready. But I like to hear what the conversation is mainly going.
Yeah, but the conversation, I can tell you, we were talking about the shape of the earth,
Right,
and the
right.
ball earth map versus the flat earth map, and stuff like that.
What is the guy? The Saint? Is
Yeah,
that the,
Saint Lucifer.
okay.
I don't know. I think he's an agnostic. If I
Okay,
remember.
well, check it out, Saint. Here's my role. Here's my role, and what I like to do. I like to have a structured conversation with like adults, and it's hard to talk about certain topics because we're passionate about them, and because we stand for what we believe in, which is what we're supposed to do.
Right.
But the main thing is, if you want to get anywhere in any conversation, you kind of got to bring it up to a Zen level to where you could talk and you could respect other people's beliefs and everything like that, and then so that's what I'm about, and it brings a deeper understanding to everything. But like I said, I kind of got put on the spot. I'm not really ready to talk yet, so I'm just going to listen for a while.
Okay. Well, okay, then I'm still waiting, DXP, for your interpretation of those scriptures that Pilbov just brought up. Go right ahead.
As I said before, I'm not going to offer that interpretation when we're talking about these irrefutable facts, which are no interpretation.
You're not going to do it, DXP. So you're not going to.
No, I'm not, because those are interpretations. You can say, look, here's
That's what I want to know, though.
my interpretation. But
No,
that's
we always start with the Bible.
Those are just different opinions.
No, it's
Whereas
not.
I
The Bible,
presented something that's
no,
not
DXP, it's not opinions, because do we believe that the Bible has one objective truth, yes or no?
It does, but your interpretation may not be that one.
Right.
That's
what I'm saying. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I give you that. Maybe my interpretation is wrong, but that's what I want to find out. And this is what we go to the Bible for.
The way that you can find out is what I'm trying to explain to you.
No, you're using external evidence.
What we do is we start on an anchor point that has no alternative interpretations. It's irrefutable. That is how you can anchor
But
in.
I'm saying, but I already gave you my understanding. It's not irrefutable. Nothing outside the Bible is irrefutable. That's a false claim to begin with. There is nothing outside the Bible that's irrefutable apart from God. It's really that simple.
Okay, do you exist? Yes or no? Do you exist? Do you exist?
Well,
no?
maybe.
Yes or no?
Well, maybe yes, maybe no. How about that?
Right, so it's solipsism. You don't know anything. Okay, so then there's no point of discussing. You don't know anything.
Point of discussion, because I start with DXP. There is point because I start with God. I'm a believer.
No, you don't even know if you exist. So how do you know God exists? You know nothing.
No,
you have no knowledge whatsoever.
Because through God, I know that I exist. That's the whole point. My starting point is God. My starting point is not myself. Please understand that, DXP.
Okay, well, that you just contradicted yourself. Now you say you know you exist through some mechanism.
Yes, but
you said you don't know if you exist.
Yeah, I said it because I was talking from an atheistic perspective. What an atheistic perspective would lead one to conclude inevitably. That's what I said. An atheistic worldview always leads to absurdity. And you are kind of basing on that worldview, trying to argue from that worldview.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well,
it's not even close.
Well, then let's get back to the Bible. Let's start with the Bible then. Let's not go outside the Bible as of yet at all, because we need to have the Bible as our starting point, like I said now for the 5th time.
No, but that's not correct. The Bible is part of the entire body of evidence that God has presented to us. Okay, we do not live inside the Bible. Okay, the Bible is one part of all the evidences.
The Bible is
even the Bible tells us that. Okay, the invisible things are seen by the things that He has made. So how are we going to know about that if we only look at the Bible? We have to look at the.
I never said we only look at the Bible. I said the Bible is the starting point. That is.
Yes, and it points us to also look at creation. Okay, and also to use reason. We should also reason as well. We shouldn't hold on to unreasonable positions. And holding on to the flat earth is an unreasonable position that you guys have unfortunately gone down in the rabbit hole. And you're so far in it, I'm not sure you can ever come out, which is very unfortunate.
Let's say the Bible said the sky is a certain color. Let's say the Bible said clearly that the sky is green. Then we start with the Bible. We don't just look to the sky and make our conclusion. We always start with the statement in the Bible itself, try to reconcile it within the Bible, get all the passages that talk about the same subject, see what context it's talking about that, and then, only then, do we start to look in the world around us.
Right, and if you can rely on your interpretation that way, then you're okay. The problem is that in many of these cases, the interpretation is varying degrees of clear. I mean,
But that's why we need to study together, get many brothers and sisters.
But when we have certain facts that are irrefutable and 100% clear, that's where we don't have an argument. We can start from there in order to.
Is that you are saying that, but I don't agree with that. So now what are you going to do? Because I don't agree that is irrefutable. Neither does Pillbot.
Because you haven't still processed it. You don't understand it yet.
Anybody can say that. That's like an elitist guy.
Practical. What you don't understand is that it's not a debate. Maps are practical. They are actually practical. It's how we get around. It's not about a debate. We cannot get from A to B without these maps. It's not like a point of like a theoretical religious argument. It is a practical fact of reality. We cannot get from A to B without the maps. Therefore, the maps are accurate. End of story.
No, that's not
Hey,
how.
what's going on, Matthew?
There's many other subtleties to that you are ignoring, which I have brought up only two, but Pillbox can give you more.
Hey, this is what I would say about the whole flat Earth thing. Like I give it recognition, but I would not fight over it until there's proof, evidence, factual, boom, and then.
I've already given that irrefutable proof, Matthew.
Okay, I can give some. Let's talk about some irrefutable evidence that shows that the scientists who talk about the astronauts in space have been lied to us, like ISS. We have many irrefutable, what I consider irrefutable evidences, inconsistencies that show it's all a hoax. How about that? Are you going to deny that too, DXP?
No, that's changing the subject. You want to go to round 2, 3, 4, and 5, but it's already a TKO in round 1.
That is irrefutable.
There's not a fight here, but I just want to say that I agree with Matthew 100%.
I'm going to go your route. I'm going to find some common ground here. Let's say that your evidence is irrefutable. Fine. Let's just take that for a moment. Then you must also admit that all the evidence that showed ISS is a hoax, the moon landing is a hoax, is also irrefutable. Yes or no?
Those may or may not be the case, and they're irrelevant.
May or may not.
In other words, I don't have to agree or disagree with you for the other point to be correct. So yes, you know what? NASA has definitely faked some things. There's no question about that. Okay, there's lots of graphics and images of things that they would like people to believe are there that aren't there. But that is irrelevant to the irrefutable facts I presented to you, and that's what you got to grasp.
So in other words,
and there's no way of getting around that. Despite other people, NASA and their deceptions, that has nothing to do with the shape. Nothing.
So what it sounds to me, DXP, what you just said, it sounds to me like the following. It sounds to me like saying my evidence is the strongest ever, which you can't refute, but your evidence, yeah, it may just be good, but I'm not sure about that.
Hey,
that's how it sounds to me.
Are we talking about
evidence? We have the same evidence, Danny. It's not yours or mine. It's the same evidence. It's just you got to come to terms with it. You haven't come to terms with it.
People can claim things are evidence when they are not. I've heard that many times, and we do this all the time.
It's not the case. Yeah.
DXP, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
You're talking about the maps, right? Is that what your argument is?
Here's the argument. It's very simple. It's not even an argument. It's basic evidence that we get from A to B all the time. A being, let's say, San Francisco, B being an island in San Francisco. Okay, we get around. Planes go to and from regularly. Ships go to and from regularly every day with regularity, and they're never lost. Now that is not possible unless the maps are accurate.
Okay, let me add to that.
We must have accurate maps.
Okay, now let Justin respond to that, please. Yeah, go ahead.
It's agreeing with him somewhat, but you can use the globe for a map. You can use, any all of the flat maps are inaccurate as far as the size of the land. So if you want to use a map, you either have to use the globe or you have to use the azimuthal equidistant. And if you study into that map, it's actually a brilliant map because it's it distorts the land masses to the eye, but if you learn how to read that map, it's laid out in squares and rectangles, and towards the North Pole they are real small, and as you get towards to Antarctica they spread out in real wide rectangles. But the equidistant part of that map means that each one of those rectangles is actually the same size in reality. So that's why it spreads out Australia real wide. That's why anything in the southern.
I'm familiar with those maps, but
Exactly. That's the one being
you're
used
not
all the time.
Yeah.
what you're not quite
That's the
grasping
one.
here is I understand those different maps, but what you're not grasping is that
Mhm.
this is not a theoretical exercise. This is a practical
It's
application.
not, because maps, we have two kinds of maps. We just explained it to you, and
No,
you still
but the
denying
point
that
is that the maps that are being used by pilots and ship
it's the equidistant map.
they are accurate. You cannot dispute that point. They are
Yes,
accurate
but they
maps.
all rely on the equidistant map that was just brought up, not on the ball map. How many times do we have to say that?
No, that's incorrect.
Well, no,
That's
sorry,
not-
that's not incorrect.
that's-
The ball earth is only a model. It has nothing to do.
That is not the map that captains of ships use. See, this is
We
where
gotta
this
let
is
each other
where-
talk.
Captain always uses the
It's called the
equidistant map.
practicality of it. It's not a theoretical debate.
Yes,
it
the
is
practicality.
cannot get from A to B with an inaccurate map.
You get
can't.
to A and B with the
I would
equidistant
agree.
map. I would
I would
say this
agree.
a ton of
You need a
times.
map.
The planes always use the equidistant map in the system. They've always done that. The ball is just in the forefront. That's just the image that you get to display to people that, look, we are on a ball. But,
Let me
but of
explain
course,
to
the
you why
map.
that's
You can get a map even if you couldn't go out of space. So
And,
just saying, I mean, not and that's for flat earthers as well. Like, you can go up way up in the sky and see the big Earth mass and then
Right.
map it out.
That's
I don't-
not that's a separate issue. We're talking about maps, the accuracy of maps. We know that the maps for
Yeah, but
use
the
for
map is always
navigation are
square
accurate.
map. I've never seen a pilot using a ball. A ball,
That's
they always
DXP.
use a flat map. Always.
DXP.
Yeah.
The globe, I'm going to finish this map thought. The globe is accurate to an extent. What the problem is you've even heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say that it's not perfectly spherical. So the globe as a map is perfectly spherical, but what the problem is when you get in the southern hemisphere, if you go on Google Earth and you measure from the Tropic of Capricorn or Cancer, whichever one's in the southern hemisphere, I forget, but you go across the South America from shoreline to shoreline, you figure out the mileage for that. Then you figure out from latitude or longitude, whichever one goes up and down, how much percentage of the ball that takes up. Okay? Well, then you multiply, then you have to divide your width of South America from shoreline to shoreline by however many degrees of longitude it is. And I forget, I've done a video on this a while back, but so then you get your mileage per 1 degree of
Yeah,
the
but
ball.
here's the problem with
Hold on, I'm almost finished.
Okay.
And then you multiply that by 360 degrees to go all the way around the ball. And the problem is you get more than you should. It's like 27,000 miles or something like that. So the problem is that the water in the southern hemisphere, if you want to use the globe as a map, the water is what is inaccurate. They've cleverly hid the inaccuracy of the globe as a map in the water.
Here's the flaw with your analysis. Is that the maps are accurate. They work. We get from A to B, even in the southern hemisphere.
Okay.
When the World War II, when the pilots flew into the islands of South Pacific, and they were in the southern hemisphere.
Just because they get from point A to Just because they get from point A to point B.
During World War II, we had individual pilots. Okay.
They're all using the equidistant map. So what's the problem?
I can walk through a big woods and come out the other side. It doesn't mean the map that I was given.
You can't do it with islands in the vast ocean. See, this is what you don't understand. If you take the wrong route out over the vast ocean, you will not just miss the island. You will just completely run out of gas and fall in the ocean. That's it.
You die.
You have to have an accurate map, or you can't get there.
I just
Maps are accurate. That's the story. Any attempt that you make to refute this, you're just going to get yourself into a conundrum.
No,
because we have practical evidence that people use those islands all the time.
How can you say they're accurate when the planes fall off the GPS in the southern hemisphere?
Tell me the frequency with planes that don't make their destination. It is so small that it's not worth considering. 99.9% of the
I
flights
said-
get to and from their destination with no problem.
Go to Flight Tracker and try to track a flight over the southern hemisphere
That
ocean.
doesn't help your argument. The fact is that they get
It
there and
doesn't
get
help
back.
yours.
No, it doesn't help. It doesn't help you can't get around the problem that they actually do make it to and from those islands. See,
That
this
doesn't
is,
mean.
and they can't get there unless the maps are accurate.
Okay.
It has nothing
So
to do
why
with
do
GPS.
Like I
Then why do
said,
they fly into the northern hemisphere?
guys, I don't understand why this is so difficult to understand. They are using the equidistant map. They are not using the ball Earth map all the time. In the military, what have you, they always use that map. What has the ball Earth map got to do with it? I don't even understand the argument because they're not even using
Yeah,
the.
you're gonna have to let Justin elaborate because this is exactly what I no DXP. You got to relax for a second. You got to relax. You've been talking the whole time. You've been talking over everybody. You got to let Justin talk because he's trying to explain this to you. I don't know if he's done yet, but then I have to just point out what you're saying. You're saying because we make it locations, therefore we're on a ball. We would only be on a flat Earth if we never made it anywhere. It's just circular reasoning at its finest, and you have nothing to back it up except for your assertions. Go ahead.
He wants to say that there's accurate maps because people get from point A to point B, and therefore that map's accurate. Okay, well if they have an accurate map, they're not sharing it with us. Okay. That's the
Okay,
issue.
so that's where you're going now into this idea that there's this hidden map, and the
Dude.
problem is you have 500
It's
years
eight-
of
it's-
navigation.
Well, we
and
have evidence of
cartography.
that, DXP. We have evidence of the
There's
UN map.
500 years of cartography of both ships and 100 years of aviation that you would have to have all of those thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people all having the secret map except for you.
No,
You
they
can-
all had
it's
the
not
map
me.
of. They all had the flag
Hey,
map because the
let me say
UN
this.
Well,
itself.
anything
Let me
except
say
the
this.
fact.
Because the United Nations
Let me
itself
say
used the
this.
flat Earth map. How can that be? The big fat United Nations also used the flat Earth map instead of the ball map. So how come? Of course they
Hey,
would
let me
have it
say
in the
this.
military, everywhere. Just for us dumb people, we don't get to ever see it. But the people in the military, you use it all the time.
You
So what's
swallow
the
anything
problem?
except the facts. You go for the most absurd conspiracy before you take the simple facts in front of you. That's how bad you have to do. You're so wedded to it. You
Well,
can't
we
see
are-
clearly
Well,
anymore.
of course it's a conspiracy because
let
they
me say
want to go
this.
against the Bible. They want to free the world of
Clearly,
Moses.
Dad, wake up.
Let me say this.
DXP, obviously,
Let me
it's
say
not
this.
as much
Let me
as
say
conspiracy
this.
as evolution is a conspiracy. Don't you think evolution is a conspiracy? Of course it's a conspiracy. The scientific community is a conspiracy. What are you talking about, DXP? Wake up, man, brother, wake up.
That's what I said too to
That
Nelson
is
the other day.
That
Right,
is a
but
good thing,
you're making the same mistake as the
Matthew says
evolutionists.
stay calm.
You've integrated a false idea into your religion, just like they have.
I did not
Mhm.
do that because, see, the Bible, the natural reading of the Bible gives the idea of a dome-covered flat earth, not a spherical earth that spins around its own axis.
Your interpretation does that, but you have
That's a
integrated
fact.
flat Earth into your religion. Unfortunately, and I don't know if
Okay,
you
how
ever
about we do this,
experienced
DXP? DXP, I'm going to devise a test. Let's see this. Let's take some people from the jungle who have never come across the Bible. Let's teach them English and give them different kinds of biblical Bibles, different Bible versions, right? And then let's see how much percentage of them would come up with a flat earth versus with a spherical earth. How about that? I think that should settle the argument.
So you would rob them of the other evidences that God has given them and through creation.
Yeah, we will not give them any outside evidence
I'll
because
give them
obviously...
a smaller view of the universe than
interesting.
God has given them. I will restrict them from the access to the knowledge of creation,
Because
which
we
God
want
has
to know
given
what
right
they
to
get
them.
from the, because we first want to see what they get. Well,
Of
then it
course,
should be
if
all
you
over the
don't-
place.
if you
But
print
DXP, if that is the
information
case, DXP, if that is the case, it should be around 50%. 50% should be saying the Earth is flat. Around 50% should be saying it's bald. Then I'll give your case. Your case could be true. That's why I
an
said.
appeal
But if
to
it goes,
popularity. That has nothing to do with
no, because this is an independent experiment. Here, it's not talking about popularity here because they are all independently reading the Bible and coming up with certain
Right. If
interpretations.
you,
And
hide,
if they,
if you hide certain information from these individuals, they will come to conclusions that may or may not be correct. So what? That's obvious.
what if
Yeah.
99% of them? What if 99% of them came to the conclusion that the Earth is 99% of them came to the conclusion that the Earth is not ball shaped, but it is.
It wouldn't
exactly
make
what
it
we
a
can-
true. Wouldn't make it true.
Well, but if
Master,
but
master.
wait a minute, but wait a
Proof
minute now.
is irrelevant to how you get there.
Okay,
And
why did God? Let me ask you this: why did God structure His Bible in such a way that one would plainly read it, He would come up with what our view is? Let me ask you that way then.
It's very simple. It even says in the Bible. You
Did
know,
God deceive us?
if you really want to believe something so badly that then
No.
you
Let's say I didn't want to
that
debate.
delusion.
No.
You have
Can't serve water.
opposite end of the evolution.
If I, for the first time, came across the Bible and I was honestly seeking for the truth, why did God write the Bible in such a way that it would always, without considering external evidence, it would always make me believe that the earth shape is flat? How is that? Is that a coincidence? Is God deceiving me? Is God writing the Bible in an ambiguous way, or writing it actually in a biased way, so that I could not, without looking at the external evidence, ever come to the conclusion by reading the Bible alone that it is ball shaped, that it is spinning around its own axis? Is that just a coincidence, or is there something more going on here?
If you read the Bible will tell you that you also need to look to the creation. The
No,
creation
boy,
is
very
also
good.
evidence of the invisible things.
Then
And
it
you-
would be,
If
yeah, but
you
in that
restrict
case,
yourself, look, if you go lock yourself in a room and just do a scholarly
Right.
reading of the Bible,
Right.
you are not going to see all the things that God has presented to you, which is
right, then I will come up with an ambiguity, right? Then I agree with you. With that case, I would say, well, it can go either way. But I'm saying if I read the Bible in such a room and I come unambiguously to one conclusion, how can that be?
because
can that happen?
You haven't looked at all the evidence that God has given you. That's what happens.
So, in other words, God is not
when
specific
you
enough
close
to
your
this
mind
word.
off to what God has presented to you, then yes, you will come to conclusions that are
But
correct.
what I'm getting from you is you're basically saying that God's word is not specific enough for the very things that it has mentioned. No, I'm not
No,
talking
I'm not saying that at all. It is specific enough,
Well,
but
it
it also
sounds like
points
that.
us, but the words are very specific, and it points us to also look to His creation for the information we need to
Yeah,
understand.
but I'm not at the moment. I'm talking about those specific details that are already mentioned in the Bible. Are those not to be specific enough? That's what I'm talking about.
Many of those are subject to interpretation, and your interpretation needs to be checked against those things that we know in the other part of His evidence of the creation. And you're not doing that.
I think
and
we
that's
should-
why you've gone on down to this. You've gone on the deep end, and you're on the opposite spectrum of the evolutionists. The
Well,
evolutionists need evolution for their religion of atheism.
Yeah, but
need
they
it.
also need the ball earth. They also need the.
No,
They also need.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Why are you
Now
guys-
you have flat Earth integrated to your
Let
religion.
me get this through, guys.
How come
DSP. DSP. They also
Johnny, you
need the
gotta
ball
let Matthew
earth.
talk
They
when you're done. Let
also
Matthew
the
talk when
atheists. The atheists also need the ball earth, brother. They need the ball earth desperately because that can easily be explained by gravity and accidental forces without any intelligent input. The earth is very easily explained to be ball-shaped because of gravity. Particles bombarding in the matter coalescing with each other will naturally form a round shape. But if it is specifically designed like a dome, like it says like we find it in the Bible, which is our interpretation of the Bible, in that way it needs to be intelligently designed. So you are going in favor of atheism. The atheists are laughing right now because they need the ball earth shape to justify unintelligent forces creating everything with God being superfluous.
That's incorrect.
Yeah, you got to let Matthew talk now. You got to let Matthew go.
Need an
Okay, you're gonna have to hold on, DXP. You're gonna have to let Matthew talk now.
The thing I wanted to say is why is this such a heated topic? Because it really doesn't. I mean, just because these brothers think that the earth is flat, I give them a lot of credit because I've seen a lot of proof in some things that I've seen lately. So I've started to hedge that way. The thing is, we should never be fighting about this as if, I mean, because it, like for DXP's example, I mean, you can see that just because the Bible says the four corners of the earth.
True that.
Yeah, the four corners of the earth. Yeah, that could mean north, south, east, and west. But like I said before, until we get 100% proof, and you can stand on it, we should not be in a heated debate over the flat earth. And you shouldn't like just slander brothers. I heard Nephilim told me a Bible believer would never, so I'm not a Bible believer because I give the flat earth. Why would you even say something like that? It's not that we should be able to talk one at a time. That's all. And
yeah, exactly, brother.
Thank you, Matthew.
Matthew, the thing is, the problem is though that like I said, I used to be I used to be a passionate evolutionist, only like 3 or so years ago, when the first 2 years of my Christian walk. Then I had to learn that that was all garbage. Then I had to learn that the earth isn't billions of years old, but it's actually young. So I became a younger creationist again, and that is a lot of that is because of the rock solid arguments presented by my brother Nephilim Free, Evan Phillips. And by the way, Nephilim Free also believes, I must say this as well, lest any of you think, he does believe that it's very likely that the earth is the center of the universe and that everything is revolving around the earth. He doesn't believe that the earth is flat, but at least he does believe that much. So I say amen to that. Amen for that. Now, but of course there's more scriptures, and I think it's very important for us, because when the spherical shape of the earth very much favors atheism, like I've put forward before, because gravity can easily explain that without any intelligent input. You don't need intelligence if mass can just coalesce with each other, and there's the center of mass is where the gravity acts. It will automatically form roundness, right? But the problem, of course, is when there's a specific shape, like a dome kind of structure with all its complexities, that cannot be explained any other way than intelligent design. It becomes very difficult.
Very incorrect.
So,
No,
Incorrect.
Johnny, are you done? I got to say something. So you can't just talk the entire time, DXP. Matthew's absolutely right, though, and I just want to talk about what he's witnessing. And this is a tough subject, Matthew. It was just as difficult for me. We all come from the same United States of America. Well, they have taught us this since we are 2 years old. Everybody gets that. It's so hard to grasp because of outside influences. If we didn't have any outside influences, if you were the only person on earth, Matthew, and you were given a Bible, and that's it, it is what it is, and we both know what it says. The fact of the matter is, because of outside influence, it's hard for us to do this. Well, what you're bringing up here is the strife that we're witnessing in this, on top of all the evidence that I've seen, Matthew, empirically, and it has forced me to know that we are on a stationary plane of existence and we're not moving in the sun and the moon circle above us. But what's even more damaging, and what really sends it home and drives 1,000 more nails through this coffin, is exactly what you described in the way that we are being attacked in such a vicious manner. More than anything, that solidifies it.
You do more attacking than anyone ever does.
Excuse me, I'm not done talking. Excuse me, I'm not done talking, DXP.
Yeah, well, you get
The
what
fact
you
of the matter is, excuse me, I'm not done talking. This is my point right here. These people cannot control themselves. There is something wrong with these people, and it's not you, Matthew, and you can be a baller. I don't care. And that, excuse me, genius, stop it. Okay, listen, you wouldn't be talking to us in real life like this, okay? So just stop, and you're lucky you're in the room still. The fact of the matter is the way we are being attacked, Matthew, is the biggest evidence for me, and that's absolutely what solidified it 10 times over, even after I figured it out, and I witness it every day. This sickness, and I am lied to by more Christians than any other subject, is the reason I am doing this, to make sure that I'm going to call out these lies. And because I know it's a fact, Matthew, that's what I've been told to do by Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, is talk about this subject with people and give my opinion on it, because I do know the facts. And that's why I am talking about it. I'm not asking you to back me, Matthew. Just realize some of us have figured these things out. I am not the only one, and that's why it is the fastest growing subject on earth, because there is something wrong with what they have taught us. That's the main thing. We've known everything they've told us is a lie. Period. End of story.
So let's look into the condition and what's causing this strife. That's what I like to do. Look into what is behind the force that makes us as believers not be able to hold a structural conversation where one of us speaks at a time and everything like that. There is more than just lies and indoctrination. That's a big part of it, yes, but there is a spiritual aspect of this that's going on, in my opinion, that's making adults not be able to carry themselves like adults and talk like adults and handle themselves like adults.
Yeah,
you can look in scripture in Isaiah 10:5, where the Assyrian king was given the rod of anger to overtake and execute God's wrath, and it wasn't in his heart and it wasn't in his mind. You know, we can be influenced by spiritual forces, you know, and be totally led to the slaughter by that. And that's what's going on top of the cognitive dissonance of lies and indoctrination, in my opinion.
Like I was telling, but I'm gonna make this quick. Like I was telling Pillbox and other brothers, I was saying, what if this is the the keystone that God is saying. He's saying they will have no excuse. They will have no excuse before they die, type of thing. If the earth is proven flat, they have no excuse.
Yep, it's a very
None.
good point.
None
It's
at all.
I've already proved to you that it's a ball, but you won't accept the proof.
But how have you proven it? This is the thing, DXP. Have you seen with your own eyes? That's what I want to see.
Did you hear the evidence I presented? Did you hear it?
No, I came in a little late, but let me finish up here. Until like I want to see, and I want to see this from a flat earther too. And I've seen evidence that this camera was shot in the towards outer space, and then all of a sudden it hit. There's a clink, and then the thing started falling back to Earth. What did it hit up there? What did it hit up there to make it fall back to the Earth?
Hey, Matthew, you were on the right track because neither model can be proven. Neither one can be proven, but they can both be disproven. So what are we fighting for?
No, that's incorrect. I've already proven the case. You're just unwilling to accept it. That's all there is to it.
DXP. Matthew asked you if you had verified your point of view on this with your own eyes. No, you haven't. None of us have.
Yeah,
So
but I could say this.
so
That
none of us
argument
knows.
doesn't.
So
That falls flat. I could say this to you. Have you seen God with your own eyes?
And
Well,
I
therefore,
understand
it
that.
exists. And you
God
don't
is within
understand.
us,
Your
right?
argument is completely flawed, because if you can only know things that you've seen with your own eyes, then there's a lot
Well,
of things
God
that
is a person.
you
God is a
certainly don't
person.
know.
God is a person. He is not a tangible ground that we are standing on. Big difference. So your argument's flawed.
No, you should just walk back that argument. It's completely flawed. We do not only learn through what we see. We learn through many different ways.
The only thing, the positive for DXP's argument, I would say the strongest thing that a flat earther needs to prove is this pole star conundrum. That's the thing that we need to prove there. If you're a flat
Well,
earther,
that might be your opinion, Matthew. I think that's the difference, is that we're all going to have different opinions. But the fact of the matter is, some of us, and I don't take this as an insult, Matthew. Some of us understand these things better than others. Arcane Logos understands some things better than me. That's how this works. That's the reality. The experts on reality are other human beings if we have to go to them. But with my own eyes, I don't need any of it, and I already know their lies, and I already know the way they have to lie. And this person, DXP, has lied perpetually for over an hour and a half and given false testimony, false witness. And that's the biggest evidence for me, is how we are treated by people like DXP is exactly the greatest evidence you could ever ask for. I'm sorry.
No, this is, you think that these become heated is because you attack and accuse just like you did right there. And that you wonder why these debates become heated, because you cannot calm down.
Right, after an hour and a half of you lying, DXP, you're lucky.
Your belief would allow people to speak, and you would do it in a civil way. But you cannot. You always blow up. You always get in people's faces, talk over them, mute them, whatever it may be.
Yeah. You need to repent. You need to get right with God and repent. You are on the path of destruction, kid. You are on the path of destruction, child, and this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Use and interrupt. That's all you know how to do. That's it.
So DXP, if we could leave the Earth and go to Mars, that means we can escape the coming judgment, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
No, God is the God of the whole universe. You can't escape it. I don't care where you go.
Escape it we could easily, because the whole scenario takes place on Earth. The devils, the Jewish people, everything in the end.
You don't think God has the power to put you back where He wants to put you? Is that what you're saying?
Okay,
your God is so small that He can't do that?
Okay, wait a minute.
You're answering a question. You're answering a question with a question.
No, but
Because
it's a question.
It's a question that your question assumes that God is too small to control.
Yeah, but if that way, then I have an answer for you too. Then I could just say, well, God just whenever He wants, He makes the all ball shaped. When you use the map, He makes it at that moment ball shaped. But as soon as people get back home, He turns it back to its original shape. See, that's the same bogus kind of argument that you just used.
I would defer to God being powerful enough to do it. If I had to,
God is powerful enough to do that too.
I
But
would always err on the side of God being more powerful than being less
the
powerful.
problem though is that is an
so my
absurd
question-
argument, because God uses means that He Himself has laid down. He does not violate those means.
Okay,
So God has
DXP.
set up a system.
Great. and
DXP.
Right, and God has set up a
Another one
system
for
in
you.
which the Earth is like, if God has set up a system with which Mars, you have the possibility to build a rocket and go to Mars, then that is part of God's system. So why couldn't you go to Mars then? You could, right? By
Look,
the
I
very
can answer
system that
all
God
these
has set up.
questions, but none of these issues will ever refute the evidence I presented to you. And that's the thing that you have to go take it home, sleep on it, think about it, because
I
until you
did.
can
I already talked about it.
you are never going to make any progress.
DXP.
I've already answered that.
You
DXP.
have not answered it. Your
Of course
answer
I have answered that.
is insufficient.
Well, you
DXP.
say it's insufficient, but I gave you a clear, crystal clear answer, and Billbox gave you further details. I don't
No,
know.
you gave me the first answer you gave me is that they're inaccurate and they're kind of what they don't quite get there efficiently, which that can be refuted simply by the flat Earth model itself. The second reason you gave me was a conspiracy that's been on for 500 years plus,
So
which is silly.
DXP.
it's not
You have
silly.
no reputation.
In the light, it's not silly at all, because in the light of the many conspiracies that we have had, one more conspiracy wouldn't be something very big.
No, 500 years worth, millions of people, every
Right.
map that we ever have driven since the earliest cartography of the ocean, all are consistent with
Yeah,
the ball.
this proves the
Yes, because the
psychosis,
ball
Johnny.
Earth-
We use
no,
flat
no.
Earth maps, therefore the ball's real. We use
They
flat
have-
Earth maps. We use AE maps, therefore the ball's real. Can't you see how this works? We use flat Earth maps. We use maps that don't have anything to do with the ball. That's why the ball
Right.
is real. This is the
I
psychosis I'm
explained this to
talking
you.
about. This is the demon that
DXP.
goes through evolutionists the same way.
Well, I explained it.
You're really struggling, Pillbox. You can't grasp it. You're
Is the
so
word-
wedded to the idea. It is your religion now. You are not a Christian. You are a flat earthist first and Christian second. That's
Hey,
not
is
really
the word
how you
is the word
behave.
DXP, give me a moment. DXP, did you just hear MG Pillbox explanation? You didn't address it. See, you avoided it. I want your explanation.
I heard an explanation. That explanation is the conspiracy theory that all of the pilots and ship
No,
captains-
evolution is a
all the
conspiracy,
different
guys.
map-
Evolution is totally legit. It's not a conspiracy.
It's not a
yet.
conspiracy theory, actually, DXP. It is that the system, they have always been using the flat Earth map.
Right.
They
Yeah, right.
have.
Well,
We're playing it in the
But it
Bible.
goes beyond that. It's even
Well,
worse
navigation
because he's
on
saying
space
flat
on
Earth maps prove we're on a ball. It's a psychosis that is nothing can be compared to. It's just
Is the word planet in the Bible?
Not that I know of.
It is in the King James.
It's the
Second
word
King.
bubblegum in the Bible. Therefore, bubblegum doesn't exist. I mean, come on, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
No,
not. That's
but
not
planet is in the Bible. This guy,
Your logic is just fails again and again and again.
failed to answer the question. The word planet is in Scripture. It's in King James Version in Second Kings.
Mhm.
And guess what it's referring to?
Uh-huh.
Baal worshippers.
Oh.
Oh, therefore, the evidence I presented to you, which is irrefutable, you can just ignore that. You just want to never accept the evidence. You don't want the evidence. You want your religion of flat Earth. You want to be
last
special.
time. DSP,
You
for the
want to
last
get the
time.
attention of being special instead of doing the
DSP, for the last time, I've already explained to you that there is a conspiracy in the sense that the system always uses the equidistant map that MG Pillbox just said. Are you going to deny this? Are you saying no? The system uses the ball Earth map? Is that what you're telling me?
They're telling you, DSP, they want your evidence, not
And
the.
No, I want DSP to respond to this. DSP, do you believe that the system in the military uses actually for its calculation the ball Earth map?
The ball Earth map is the map that has been used for 500 years in cartography.
No, it's not.
Yes,
See,
it is.
Well, you say it is, but we are telling you it's not, man. That's
Yeah,
the
and
exact
you're
point.
just misinformed.
Well, I'm
period.
sorry, you are misinformed, my brother.
You can handle it. That's all.
They can-
And you're so far
obviously-
gone on it. It's become a religion to you. You
Obviously,
have
that's-
interpreted the Bible for so long in that terms that you can't see it clearly anymore.
Did
And
you-
I'm trying to help you, but I don't think I can. I think you're too far gone.
Did you know that the heathens early on tried to get people away from the earth being dome-shaped? That this is a long history of these things, even before the old earth and evolution came about. Did you know this? Did you know that, DXP, that the heathens have always tried to get people away from the truth? That's why why do you think the UN uses the flat earth map on their symbol? Doesn't that tell you that all the systems, when the big guys up there, they use the systems for calculation, they always fall back on this equidistant map that Brother Pillbox just brought up, not the ball earth map?
You want to believe it so badly, you'll take any small
Wow.
little things that are not evidence. You'll take
Wow.
anything to make it true.
Well, if that is not evidence, I don't know what is, brother, to be honest
It's
with you.
not evidence. It's completely just speculation on your part. That's it. You don't want the truth. If
I
you were
can't
after the
imagine.
truth, you would see it clearly what I presented to you, but you will not accept it. You
Brother.
have integrated it into your religion.
Brother,
You don't understand this.
you sound to me like an atheist, to be honest.
You have made it part of your religion. No, I am a fundamentalist Christian. I believe
Brother, you
I have
don't
a strong
sound
faith.
like a fundamentalist
But
Christian.
I also can accept the irrefutable evidence that is consistent with that religion.
Brother, you have shown me time and time
You've
again.
gone so far down off the deep end that you believe that you're being more pure to the Bible and more true. But actually, what you've done is you've accepted delusion on the other end of the spectrum from the evolutionists. You're on the other side of the delusion. You know
Remember
what?
this.
Every person who wants to go away from the truth will get the delusion they seek, and you have got the one you seek. You have it. You're wrapped in it.
No, brother, this is just.
But before we start
even after all the
claiming
explanation that we have given him, it's just
before we start saying people are not believers in God, you know, that's a big statement to condemn somebody to be something they aren't just because of the shape of the earth.
Okay, wait a minute, DXP. I don't know whether he went that far. DXP, are you saying that Pillbox and I are not brothers in Christ? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
that's what you accuse me of.
No,
Yeah,
no, no,
you
no.
did.
I didn't accuse you of anything. Matthew was going in that direction.
You said I'm making atheistic arguments. You're the one that brought that up. That's what Matthew was wanting.
I'm talking about your arguments, not about you as a person. Okay, so please understand that distinction there.
Yeah, this should never fall to accusations of one's unbelief of God.
Right. I mean, we can all be believers, but at the same time, we can fall for the deception of the atheists from time to time. I mean, I'll admit that too. I mean, I've fallen for them big time at one time.
Yeah, we're all susceptible to it, but I think in this case is one where you're not able to see clearly yet. Hopefully, I hope you do at some
I
point.
hope you, because, no, I used to be a ball earther. You're talking to the wrong person, DSP, because I used to argue exactly like you not too long ago.
And you allowed these people to influence you in a way by casting doubt. They have presented all these little things like here's some doubt, here's some more doubt, here's some more doubt, here's some more doubt.
Yeah,
Let me show you all the doubt. None of those definitive, but all.
Can't we just read what the Bible says? Let's just see what the Bible says.
You succumb to the doubt.
No,
You
but the
succumb
reason is
to
it's
doubt
not just
instead of
that.
looking at the truth.
DSP, let's go to another point now. What do you believe about the moon landing? Do you believe that is real, or do you believe there's a possibility that's a hoax?
There's a possibility that's a hoax, but that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay,
Nothing.
that's fine. That's fine. We've exhausted that subject. Now let's talk about something else. So you okay?
But it's at the core of all of it. You see, you don't understand that you can't move on from it. It's at the core. If you do not accept the basic facts, you are going to continue to go down this string of doubts upon doubts upon doubts upon doubts.
Wait a
You
minute.
have to have something that is true to start with
All
on
right.
your domino of doubts.
let's
Start
just-
with one true statement.
Let's just go with that for a moment. Now, is there water above the canopy? Yes or no? There's water above the canopy.
What about it?
Yeah, is it there? Do you believe that there's water there?
I don't know how to interpret that. I don't. Because I don't know what it really means, and I don't have any evidence one way or the other to tell me. So I'm open to what that is.
I see. Okay, but to me it's pretty clear, to be honest with you. But okay, that's fine. That's your...
No, but it isn't clear. You have an interpretation. It's all you have.
No, I think the scripture is
evidence.
very clear, just
Have
like the
interpretation.
crucifixion is very clear to me in the Bible. The crucifixion, Christ being God, is very clear to me, and so is this. That's how I see it.
That has evidence. There's evidence
Well, that has
associated.
no. Wait a minute. What about the miracles? The Christ healed. Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence that Christ never healed
The
anyone?
evidence are clear. The evidence is clear from the way that the followers became so attached to him and believed him so strongly.
Yes.
The evidence is in the belief and the effect. The evidence is not just because it's written down that he did it. It's how the people reacted to it. That's the evidence.
Yes, but we don't have any physical evidence of the miracles. We have to rely on eyewitness testimony. You see, and we have to
But then
interpret.
eyewitness testimony is the most reliable evidence there is. Circumstantial is inferior.
Well, I would even agree with you there, but the problem is then the same eyewitness testimony also stated about the canopy thing, right? That was done by, I believe, by David, right? The God inspired him, and he evidenced that, and he wrote that down. So I take that as much of value, and it's very
It's
clear.
true, but we don't know what he saw. We don't know what he meant. We have to interpret.
Well, then how do we know that Christ? Well, maybe when we're talking about,
this is what he meant.
but
we
in
have
the
to
same way,
come in there
but then we can
and
also
add
say
something.
maybe when it said Christ healed somebody, he meant spiritual healing. He didn't mean physical healing. See, I can play that same game.
No, because we know it said specifically what type of healing was done, whether it was
Oh.
blind. the blind receiving their sight, or the dead living again. It's not ambiguous.
But this is not ambiguous either, because the Bible mentions this many, many times over. It's not just one place. There's
And
many
as
places.
I said to you, I don't know what the case is, but I know that there are different interpretations. That's all.
But
So
there's always different
it's a-
interpretations
And
of
nothing hangs on it in terms of the shape of the earth. Nothing
But
of that helps you. And so if you refuse to accept
I
that one clear fact, you can have a domino of doubts. And that's what's happening. You have a domino of doubts, and they all fell over, and you've gone into this delusion of flat Earth.
Didn't I just say, for sake of argument, let's just agree that the Earth shape is spherical? Didn't I just said that, right? So why are you still going back to that? Let's just, for sake of argument, say that that is true. What I'm now asking you is, what about the canopy? What about the dome? What about the solid dome above the Earth? What about that?
Like I've said, that's subject to interpretation, because we do not understand what the authors meant when they wrote that. We did not see the vision they saw.
But you don't understand it. Why are you claiming that
Yeah.
I don't understand it either? You don't understand it, that's fine. But why doesn't Pillbox? Why doesn't I?
40,000 different interpretations of it.
But there's
40,000.
but wait a minute. There's different interpretations of everything in the Bible. There's different interpretations of who Jesus Christ is.
All equally sincere, all equally devout Christians.
Okay, so
coming
then
up
how do we know what is true or not? How do
So
we know what
therefore,
is true or not?
I do not base my faith on something that's that prone to different interpretation by sincere,
So you draw the
faithful
line.
Christians.
You draw the line at how many Christians agree with a certain
No,
subject.
I have my own belief. I have my own belief. That's it.
So then why don't you allow us to have our own
I'm
belief?
not going to use the Bible. I'm not going to Bible bash you to try to force you into my belief. That makes no sense.
Wait a minute. So if I said, for example, that Christ, when he healed people, that wasn't really physical healing, I understand it as a metaphorical healing. What then? Are you not going to say something?
Well, that's a different case where it's not ambiguous.
To you, but somebody may say, no, to me it's ambiguous.
Oh, that's fine, but I can go through all the evidences that show that it is not
Yeah,
ambiguous.
but what if Pillbox does the same in regards to his claims? What then?
Well, then we'll just have to be a difference of interpretation, which is fine.
Okay, so you would grant the same thing to the one who claims that Christ healed metaphorically then?
I would disagree with them, but if they have an interpretation and they're really comfortable with that, so be it.
You won't rebuke them or anything?
It's not my place. I mean, if they're a faithful believer and they have a testimony of Christ and they believe that that's the revelation they've got for their personal life, who am I to interject? Who
Interesting.
am I? What
Okay,
role do I have to tell
that's-
somebody their faith is insufficient or
All
that
right,
it's
that's
incorrect?
very-
That's not my role.
That's very interesting that you mentioned it, because now I'm going to ask you then, what about homosexuality? What if somebody understood, oh, that was just in a different culture context. It doesn't mean the homosexual activity between two
I would
partners.
disagree. But
Would
it's
you
not my
rebuke?
place to force them. They have to make their choices in this
Wait a
life.
minute, wait a
It's not
minute.
my place to force them. I would
No,
disagree.
I'm not talking about force in the physical sense. I'm saying about, wouldn't you rebuke and excommunicate them and not call them brothers any longer if they don't repent?
Well, if I was the leader of a church, and I had some kind of excommunication powers, then yeah. But otherwise, I can only disagree with them. That's as far as my power goes.
So wait a minute, you can't rebuke them?
That's disagreement. That's called disagreeing with. I
Yeah, but
disagree with you.
it's a
This
bit
is not the
stronger
way
than
that would
that.
be.
I mean,
There
it's-
you are, done.
It's like saying now I'm not going to call you brother. You will have to stay away from my community. It's more than that.
Yeah, and there's varying degrees of that. Yeah, you have to, but those are more of societal issues than they are religious issues. On the religious factor, I can say I disagree with them. They're wrong. Now, whether I want to have how they integrate with society, that's a question for society, not for me. I'm not the king of the world. I don't get to decide what other people do with themselves. That's their choice.
No, but I'm saying as far as the community is concerned, you won't invite them, you won't fellowship with them and things like that. That's what I'm saying.
Why would I not do that?
Because they believe that homosexuality is okay.
Yeah, and I disagree with that belief, and I
Right,
would tell them so, and I would not judge them and push them aside and treat
But
them.
wait a minute.
Very
Christ said we are to be separate from the world and we are not to mix with those who rebel. It said not even eat with them. If we rebuke
Right.
them sometimes,
So I guess you would rebuke Jesus himself for associating with all the sinners, right?
No, because that was when they were initially sinners, when they hadn't come to the knowledge yet. Once people have come to the knowledge, then the commandment is very clear. We are to warn them once.
Well, clearly they haven't come to the knowledge. If they're behaving in a way that's inconsistent, they haven't come to the knowledge yet, have they?
They have, because let's say
There's no way. You're just going back in a circle. I mean,
this is what I'm saying, DSP. We mustn't allow heretics to remain amongst us.
That's what
why
Paul.
Christianity is in such a mess, because we have not been excommunicating. We have just accepted anybody. It's called the ecumenical movement. I absolutely despise the ecumenical movement, because Paul the apostle was very strict. If a brother, he didn't listen, let's say he sinned and he didn't repent, he didn't listen, he was then excommunicated and no longer considered a brother. They wouldn't even eat with him anymore after that. That's how strict they were, and now look at us in the West. Oh, lovey-dovey, you accept homosexuality? Oh, no problem, my brother in Christ. Come here, let's give you the heart.
Well, then you're kind of missing the second great commandment, which is to love one another. Period.
But now you're taking that. See, love doesn't mean that we should tolerate people who are in Christ that sin and do not repent of their sin, because the same one who said love one another gave the same inspiration also to one of the apostles to excommunicate the same. So you can't pit them against each other.
If you only love your brothers, what have you done? You no more than the sin.
I'm not talking about not loving only my brothers. I actually love my enemies as well.
You're missing the entire message of the New Testament in this argument.
You didn't understand me. I'm doing this to my own brother. What I'm saying is the ones who are not my brothers, yes, I do love them, and them, in fact, I'm not judge. We are to judge those inside of us, those who claim to be our brothers, more than the outsiders. That's what the Bible teaches. So we are to judge more our brothers. The Christians do the opposite. Everybody who's not Christian, now we have to do lovey-dovey and hug each other all the time, whilst the outsiders are being bashed. That's not Christian. Christian is you focus very clearly on the wolves, right? Those who claim to be Christians, but they might be ravenous wolves. You throw them out first, so that your house is clean, and then you spread the gospel effectively to the outsiders. And you do that in love. That's how it works.
Yeah, that is in Paul's teachings. That is
exactly.
Yep. Brothers that are in the church, we are to judge. Yeah. Oh, you're sleeping with what's his name's wife? Oh, you gotta change this, brother, or you gotta go. We can't have you amongst the church.
Exactly.
I got a question for you guys. So, what do you think about Christians who go on like profanity tirades on a regular basis and just use foul language just over and over and over in their discussions? What do you think about that?
Easy. I mean, if we find that out, we need to rebuke them once and twice, and well, if they don't correct themselves, and then that is it.
Yeah,
I hear a lot of that going on around here.
Of ignorance, it's the same thing.
That goes for any sin.
A lot of that going on. I listen to some of these hangouts with people who claim to be Christians, and they just go on these profanity tirades.
Right, and I despise that. I even left the hangout. I think Pillbox can tell you about it. I think there was a woman, I'm not going to name her here, but she did that, and I said, well, not, and then Pillbox assured me that she may not do that again. So I said, okay, I'm going to give it a chance. But you see, as you can see, I'm very strict with that. I don't want Christians cussing at all. Or using profanity.
Yeah, everybody's gonna believe what they're comfortable enough to believe in. If they are secured in their belief system, and it doesn't really matter, or they tell themselves it doesn't matter, or they're not really sure, or they're kind of intimidated by the fact that they might even be looking into something they shouldn't believe in. If they have other friends that are real close to, especially if they're brothers in Christ, if they have those influences as well, saying the same things like these ball earthers are saying, like, how could you do this? Why don't you just look at the facts, and I can show you this and that. All they're doing is rambling in a circular reasoning using our evidence and saying it's a ball because everything's flat when you use flat earth maps. When they do that, it's going to influence anybody that's close to that person. If you have a friend and that's how they're acting, you're not going to really say, wow, this is amazing. Wow, I can't believe, Rand is, talking about this. Arcane's talking about this. Wow, they are really
no, it's a completely different viewpoint. It's how you perceive things is how you're going to approach them. And I did the exact same thing. I said, you know what, this is kind of scary. This subject is crazy. I got to think about this for a second and really put some serious thought into it and find out what's going on. And that's actually, it's helped me become a Christian, because I really didn't even have a moment in my life. I just didn't have a time where I needed to be challenged and admit that my pride isn't important. Let me just be honest. And that's why I've come closer to Christ, and that I've been asked to, come on Hangouts now and talk about these things. Is it all kind of worked together. So for me, it's one of the most important changes in my life, and I love the fact that it's been waking up so many people. And I wish I could help everybody understand things the way I do, but I can't do that. Everybody's going to believe what they're comfortable doing. I'm open to talking about it. My favorite thing now is to discuss the biblical verses that absolutely prove that we are in a geostationary flat plane of existence, or not a ball, obviously. Everything in Scripture disproves the ball or theory. And I love going over these Bible passages, and that's why I brought up Joshua 10:12 through 14 now for 4 days in a row, because it is one of the most powerful Bible passages you could ever read. And it starts in Joshua 10 and explains this battle with the Amorites, and there's specified details. And I don't find anything more interesting in the Bible when the details are redundant and specified over and over again, because it makes it so easy to understand. There are some parts in the Bible that are hard to grasp because they're very vague, but there are other parts that describe real events. And then there's one time in Joshua 10:12 to 14, at the end of this event, it is such a big deal. It says there was never an event like it or before it. It is probably one of the most powerful verses other than Genesis that I could even think of, and it absolutely has proven that there is a psychosis that even will make a person of Christ, the Christian, attack us, because we're literally going to the Bible, and that's what this has spawned from. And it's literally proving the point more and more when you have Christians saying it doesn't matter, it's not that important, but there's no way that Bible is saying what it's saying, and you don't understand it. So the evidence is just mounting for me, Matthew. It's just piling on. Nothing can even touch this. It's honestly phenomenal. It's a great awakening, bro.
And on the other note, Pillbox knew I was a spirit earther, and he never really attacked me at all. And I appreciate that, Pillbox. I mean, I don't see. I see that some people might say you're this, but I think that it stands to the truth to see that you never attacked me when I was a complete spirit earther.
Oh, you never lied to me, bro, and you approached it honestly, and that's all I've ever asked for. And you never lied to me. You never BS'd me. You never tried to trick me. It's not like and that's the way I approached it myself, bro. So I give you 110% support, and I support you in your ministry, period, and Veckel as well. Even though maybe I do argue with Veckel, but I like you guys, and I don't need to be enemies with true brothers that I get along with. That's why it's going to always stay cordial until I'm lied to. And if people keep lying to me, that's when the Rand slaps start coming out, because I have no choice. I can't stand being lied to, Matthew. It's one of my pet peeves, and I've had a lot of hard lessons in life, and most of them are lies, and that's how I know these things. You know what I mean? I've earned the right in many different ways myself. That's what Christ has shown me. That's why I'm here, bro. So yeah, bro, no sweat, bro. We could talk about this some other time too, man. It doesn't matter. And if you want to go back and forth, I don't care. I like talking about it because of what it exposes, you know what I mean? And I know that it might be harder for you because you probably got more closer friends to you that are going to probably kind of give you a real hard time about it. And I even have an atheist friend. So just imagine the variation in paradigm. I'm able to communicate with very, very different people. So,
Amen.
Yeah, amen to that, brother. Well,
I just say stay open. Sorry, Johnny. Stay open, everybody. That's how I would stay. If you're gonna fight evolution, come on. It's like you're saying they'll lie to us about evolution, but they won't lie to us about the Earth.
No, certainly not. It's ridiculous, brother. You see, the thing is, I already explained that this goes exactly in favor, and they've been trying this, I think, for much longer even. It's for thousands of years the heathens have always maintained the Aristotelian philosophers
that the Earth, you know, it's spherical, and it makes sense on their worldview perfectly because, like I said, gravity can easily explain how planets can form in their round shape naturally without any intelligent intervention. Okay, I've mentioned this many times. You can't explain that with a dome-shaped, complex kind of Earth. That makes it very difficult. But
Well,
with
then
an
you
Earth,
must be also against snowflakes. I mean, how do snowflakes form their nice geometrical shapes? You must be against snowflakes because, you know, snowflakes, you can show that they are developed from simple properties of physics and chemistry. They're not each individually designed. So you must be against snowflakes.
yeah, but yeah, over there in the snowflakes, of course, there's no, first of all, there's no specified complexity in there. But yes, I agree, there are these simple chemical or laws that allow snowflakes to have these type of shapes. That is true, but there's still more to that on the atomic level that explains
You
those
accept
kinds of shapes.
snowflakes, but you don't accept gravity. So you
No,
need
I
to.
accept gravity.
Johnny, you can't take this conversation
No, wait a
seriously. You're
second,
being
wait a second.
insulted. I'm just letting you know, Johnny.
No, Pillbox, what I'm saying is, let me respond to him. I never said that I don't accept gravity. I don't know where he's getting that from, but I never made that claim. I just said that I can accept gravity for sure, but the problem is it is very easy then. It goes in favor of the atheist. What I'm saying is, because I don't use snowflakes as an argument for intelligent design. You see, I don't say, oh, look at how the snowflakes are there for intelligent design. No. But I would say the earth, which God talks about how he made it with all his foundations and all his beauty and what have you, indicates that the earth must have specified complexity and not just any form of complexity like we see in the snowflakes, right? That's then where simple laws, you know, can act and there's no intelligent input needed, can easily be explained away by natural laws, which I would agree the snowflakes can be, and this is why that's not an argument for intelligent design. Okay, an argument for intelligent design is obviously the living cells where there's no chemical necessity, cannot explain the processes going on, and that's why atheists, they have to lie to us about that, and they try to come up with abiogenesis nonsense and stuff, and Brother Nephilim Free, of course, does an excellent job refuting that nonsense. But when it comes to the shape of the earth, then of course if we say that this is just formed by simple laws, then we make the whole planet something very how should I put this, something very like a bubble, almost like you know, when you blow into these what do they call this, when the soap and you get those bubbles, that's it. That's what the earth is basically then, and that doesn't match scripture, what it says about the Bible, or what the earth at all, how God, you know, he put all those things on the earth and how he made the earth.
You may also be mocking how God did it in the way that you're saying that, because the earth is a ball shape, and you are mocking, saying that no, the ball shape would just be support for an atheist argument. But the reality is that truth is never a support for an atheist argument. So as long as we figure out what the truth is, we don't have to worry about how the atheist will use it, because the truth will never support their argument.
Yeah, but I'm just saying from, let's say that we didn't have what you would consider the evidence at all. I mean, I think neither I nor you would ever, you know, if the atheist were to say that the earth is wrong, we would say, no, that's the most ridiculous thing ever. From what we gather from the scriptures, it would seem completely, you know, I mean, it would make absolutely no sense. It would just be absurd. Let me just say it that way. For God to have done it that way, after what we find, the descriptions of what we find in the scripture about the complexity and the complex structure of it, because right. God doesn't just define. God doesn't say, oh, as a side note, you know, I set up the systems that produce the earth. That's not how it is in the Bible.
So let me apply your logic to another case to show you what the flaw in that logic is. So what would you say, based on your reading of the Bible, the structure of the cell? Would you say that there's machines inside of the cell, based on the Bible?
Yeah.
Yes,
yes, that's
so
true.
The Bible shows that there's machines in the cell.
Yeah, and they are.
The Bible shows that. The Bible shows that there are machines in the cell.
That's wonderful. That's why I believe in the Bible, because it's so awesome.
Now, are you saying that the Bible shows clearly and objectively that there are machines inside of the cell?
Well, I thought you were saying that. I haven't.
I'm not saying that, because it's not the case. The Bible does not say that.
I agree. It's not the Bible doesn't specifically.
On a simple reading of the Bible, we may have no understanding at all about the cell. But of course, now we know, we learn, because God has given us the ability to be able to Do the
Yeah,
biochemistry.
the great news, Johnny, is that God talks about the earth over and over again, so we get to know firsthand. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, the thing is, he completely missed the argument. I said there's a lot of things that the Bible didn't talk about where we can do research and find wonderful things about those things as well, and you find specified complexity in there too. That's not what I said. I said, though, that when the Bible has already talked about an object in such specific detail, then we cannot, there must be something fishy when somebody tells, no, it's just formed by simple laws. That's what I'm saying. So you totally missed the argument that I was making.
Well, look, I agree with you that there is a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of attempts by people, especially within the astronomy and cosmology domain of science, to present us with pictures of things that are just hypothetical objects. I've seen that. I agree. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that deception and misinformation, and also just people who aren't trying to be deceptive, but they themselves don't know what they're doing. They're misled. I understand all of that.
Okay, good.
But those things, although true, and I can accept that, those things do not make me doubt basic beliefs. Okay, so they can talk about all those things. I can learn truths when they present them, when they find them. I can learn them, and I can also discard the garbage and the delusion. In other words, I don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I think to some extent, what you've done is
Yeah, but I think that's what you're doing here, though.
you've put in such a negative light and such a bad reputation on science as a whole that you're not able to realize that the only reason we understand
No,
this,
that's actually not true. But
so many things
I
is
think DSP,
because of-
DSP. I think let me first say my position, because you're strawmanning my position right now, big
Okay,
time.
go ahead.
Let me explain that to you. I believe, for example, in electromagnetism. I believe in a lot of technology put forth by Christian brothers and sisters, right? That, in fact, all of sciences were started by Christians. I believe that too. It's just the atheists who have exploited that, misused that, and then used the methods for covering up the reality, as you were also agreeing a minute ago or so, that they cover up things using the same technology that we have through the Christian work ethic in the first place brought about. So I believe in all of that. I'm not a science denier at all, but I do deny pseudoscience, and I see that this, when the scientific method supposedly is used to say that the Earth is a sphere, that is also part of pseudoscience. That's what I'm saying, just like with evolution.
Right, and of course, you know my position. I think you've gone too far down that road, and you're actually engaging in the thing that you're criticizing without realizing it.
Well, I don't see how, to be honest with you.
You know what makes it easy, Johnny, is you know how you used to believe in evolution, right?
Right. Yes.
And I did too. The interesting thing about this subject is the only people that even grasp it at all are the people that used to believe in the ball and then have changed their minds. It's really interesting. Only people that maybe at one time have believed both models,
Okay.
are the people that even grasp it. Basically, it's like, wait a minute, am I going to talk to? Do I want to talk to somebody that has only believed in one model their entire life and never even thought about anything else, like this example, or do I want to talk to somebody who has believed both models? I think that's interesting. It's just like evolution, because we used to believe evolution, Johnny, and then we started studying it more and more, and we realized that it was false, just being able to be honest with ourselves.
Well, that's
and
interesting.
going, excuse me, I know you got to relax. I know, stop talking. Thanks. And it's just like this subject, Johnny. You believed it, and then you were honest with yourself, and you're like, why are people saying this? And wow, what does the Bible really say? That's the difference here. It's never been about anything except getting rid of your pride and being honest with yourself, Johnny. And it's just like evolution. So.
Okay.
That's interesting because I've never believed in evolution. Never. Because it wasn't any evidence sufficient to convince me of it.
Right, and that's why you can. Right, no, here's my point, John. That's why you can't speak. Hold on, let me just make this point. This is exactly my point. That's why you don't know anything about evolution, then.
No, I know plenty about it, but it's also why I'm not duped.
Right.
Duped by things. I'm not.
Right. Well, you can make that claim, and that's the thing. I'm not going to ask someone like you about your stance because you never believed it. That's my point. So your opinion on a matter that you never believed doesn't really matter.
I already saw
it doesn't matter, right? So your opinion on evolution is irrelevant. You don't believe it. Good for you. It's false. But you know what? Your opinion doesn't matter. You never believed it. Someone like Johnny actually is going, I'm going to care about his opinion because I want to know somebody who used to believe it and knows now that it's false, and that's what makes this subject so great. That's just the reality of it.
Right, but you also admit at the same time that you're susceptible to being duped by false beliefs. That's what you're
No,
saying.
well, no, that's what you are. You have proven this for now 2 hours that somebody could act like they're clear and clairvoyant and turn into a raving lunatic and faking it with horrible acting lessons, mind you, as well. So, no, you have proven everything that I've stated, and I appreciate you doing it because you are the model example of how people are reacting to a subject they haven't studied and that they are pretending to understand.
I've never believed evolution. I was never duped by it like you.
Right, and that's why I studied it for a long time and I understand it. You've never studied much because you don't even believe that the Bible is saying what it's saying. We've asked you over and over again, and we can't get to a biblical discussion like we were trying to for 2 hours because you can't back anything. And then that's when you go to this psychotic notion that because maps work, that are actually flat Earth or AE maps, that's how we do everything in flight and ship travel. Because those maps work, we're clearly on a ball. How can't you see it? You have proven the psychosis of how deep this fundamental lie goes. It is the basic fundamental understanding of most Western society, and that's why it is the biggest lie ever as far as science is concerned or history. There's nothing even compared to it except for the fact that the devil teaching the world that he never existed would be the only lie in comparison to this. And I'm saying that the reaction that people like you are giving us is that evidence. So
You're not an authority. You're just spreading it. I mean, you're a tool in spreading this false delusion just as much as evolution. You're spreading.
You've proven the points, but you are the perfect model for how people are absolutely lying through their teeth to support something they don't understand.
Oh, I understand it quite well, but
I know you're faking it. No, you're not doing a very good job of pretending because nobody's convinced. That's the point. Like nobody can help you out. Nobody agrees with you because you could find. Yeah, show me one person that agrees with you so I could see where they get this idea from. This is the DXP religion. Is you're proving you have your own DXP religion. Everything works on flat Earth maps. Therefore, we're on a ball. That's your religion, and I've never heard anything so stupid in my life.
You're misstating my case, of course, because you don't understand.
No. This is just you've proven this for 2 hours now. The psychosis and the level of extreme that this brings to the psychosis of people that act normal in reality, and then all of a sudden this topic comes off, and you turn into a literally foaming at the mouth psycho. It's really impressive. There's no other subject I've ever seen this do to anybody. I have atheist friends that don't act like this.
The problem is that the way you engage with people.
No, I'm just you are the greatest evidence I could ever imagine, and you have no business talking about anything. Really, I mean, this is what this proves, that we can't trust you. Right, but it's a sickness because you think it's okay to teach this in school, but you admit that they're lying about all this other stuff except for this subject, and that proves the severity of just how psychotic it can drive someone because of your pride. Because you have believed it for so long, you will hold on to it at all costs, even denying the Bible over and over again and refusing to discuss the Bible. I've never seen anything like this in my life, Johnny.
Unlike you, I don't believe it just because somebody told me. That's why I never fell for the evolution scam like
I've
you did.
never seen anything like this. There's nothing to compare to this psyop, Johnny, than anything I've ever witnessed in my entire life. And that's why it's so exciting. I'm just glad to be here. I'm glad to be awake. These are interesting times, Matthew, that we are living in. There's never, like, your parents never had a chance to do these things. You know, your grandparents were lied to. Those people were lied to. Probably, for hundreds of years, we've all been lied to. Our entire families have never had this opportunity until now, and I'm happy to be here. It's a great experience to see the truth and how it just makes everything so clear. That's what I love about it.
Yeah,
you love your delusion. You love it. You're so in love with your delusion, you can't see truth and never will.
But the problem is, you have to be honest also, DXP, that the Christians, the moment you bring up the flat earth, it's not even the atheists. They will have their laughing, but Christians start to mock us and laugh at us, and this attitude I don't understand at all. This is what Pillbox is saying, that our brothers who otherwise would be with us, seem to be with us at least, when it comes to this, when we try to explain to them that the Bible is clear, they don't even listen, they don't even politely discuss, they immediately jump, oh man, you are false, you're mocking,
I agree with you on that. I would say one point that I've heard enough of these discussions to know that those discussions in which Pillbox is a part, those ones go off the handle quickly because he instigates them. He attacks so quickly, and so I think he's a function of whatever pushback you're getting. But I agree with you that people should be calm and not get out of control in these discussions. But don't think that you guys are completely immune to it. Okay? In a lot of cases, you're instigating, especially Pillbox. He's got a short temper. He's ready to jump on anybody on anything.
Well,
Doesn't matter.
I give you that with Pillbox. That's why I've tried to calm Pillbox down at times, and he knows that. But the thing is, sometimes he also had a history with people, and when the same person comes in again, then Pillbox, because he's already discussed it like 20 or 30 times before, then he gets like you see in Matthew's case, for example, Matthew was never felt attacked by Pillbox. You see. So I think it's still a possibility that those Christians who have talked with Pillbox, they first started it with him, mocking him, mocking his views, and then he got sick and tired of it eventually, and then of course he started to go back at them. Oh, I see my brother Arkane has just came in. Let me block
That is
him.
true. Pillbox
Tag, you're it,
never
bro.
attacked- He never attacked me, not one time.
Yeah, and I'm not here to attack anybody, but if you lie to me, I have to point it out. And when it's these perpetual lies, this is the greatest evidence I could ever ask for of how damaging this lie has been. There's nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, like he never. Man, you must believe, Matthew. Matthew, you must believe in flat Earth. You must. He never.
Right? Who says that? Nobody says that. We're like, hey, just check this out. That's what I do to people. I go, hey, look at this. What do you think of this? It's the first thing I do.
Right.
Yep.
So hey, brother Arkane, how are you doing, brother?
I'm good, my brother. How's it going, man?
No, it's doing okay. Thank you.
I think you fell asleep on us last night, man. We're
Yeah.
having some good talks,
I
man.
had to. I mean, it was 3 or 4 o'clock. I can't stay up that all night. So I started today. I decided to make the hangout earlier so we can have plenty of time to discuss things.
Yeah, man. Guten Morgen, my brother.
Well, it's good evening here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Guten Tag, brother. Yeah, Guten Nacht, brother. Guten Nacht.
Yeah.
Sweet. Hey, Benny, nice picture of Veckel there. He seems kind of PO'd. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we've been going to quite some info, Brother Arkane. Our brother DXP here, he seems to have brought up the exact same thing as yesterday, which I think you already explained about the map. You know, how he keeps insisting that this is irrefutable evidence, but I think you and and even Pillbox, we did a great job at explaining how they are not using the ball Earth map for those navigation purposes. They are using the what is it called, the equidistant map, you know, the flat map. That even
Okay, let me ask you a question then on that. Since you think that's a valid excuse, let me ask you a question. What's the distance from Australia to South America?
Okay. Arkane, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've seen some people raise some good questions about the flat Earth map that's used, like the azimuth or equidistant map. I'm not sure if the distances are accurate on that. That's one of the issues that I have with it. Just in the same way, I'm not sure that any of the distances are accurate on the globe. If you look at the Mercator projection map and compare that with some of the other maps, they don't even have the sizes correct on that map. So which map are you using, DXP? Are you using that one?
Let me show you this. So you've just admitted a very serious problem. You don't realize it. You just said that you're not sure that any of the maps are accurate. The problem is that we
That's
know
right.
that the maps that are being used for navigation are accurate. Otherwise, the planes would not be able to go to those islands and back on.
Right, and they're not using a ball map. That's what we're trying to tell you. They've never used a ball map in history for
Hold on.
anything to work. You've already destroyed yourself. They're
Hold
not
on.
using your map. Yeah, the map works, yes,
Hold on, I
because
was
it's
talking to
our
Arkane.
map. Yeah, it's our map. I just can't believe how crazy somebody could be to say this over and over again, that we're not using a ball Earth map,
Can
we're
you
using a
let us
flat
have a
map.
conversation?
And that is the most psychotic thing I've ever heard in my life, Johnny. I'm sorry.
So we know that the maps that are being used for navigation by pilots and captains of ships, we know that those are accurate because of the regularity with which they reach their destinations in the vast oceans. So we know they're
And they're
accurate.
flat
So
maps.
you may want to back up and correct that statement about no accurate maps.
Bro, you're not paying attention at this point. I mean, I'm not sure if all of the geographical locations are accurate, but what I will say is that the maps that we do use is just like Pillbox is saying, they are the flat Earth azimuthal equidistant maps. They are not the spherical geographical maps that they give you in the classrooms or that you're trying to say. So I think you need to take a step back and do some research and realize that every single aviator and navigator on the planet or on the plane of existence is using a flat Earth map. They're not using your ball map. And
So you're going to back up. So you corrected yourself, right? You believe that the maps that are being used are accurate.
I'm not sure how accurate all of the geographical locations are that are
Yeah,
placed
they're
on the
accurate
map.
enough. They're accurate enough to get along. I'd say this.
Johnny, he's not even standing on his own argument. I've never heard anything so stupid in my life. He's not even on his own argument.
Don't listen long enough. You just blurt out.
Johnny, you've got to. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's
Yeah,
nothing else like this, Matthew. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life, Matthew.
You know, this has been explained to you, and we said it to you now that obviously the map is accurate enough for us to get along. Otherwise, we wouldn't get along. So yeah, the map, the equidistant map, has to be as accurate for us to get along. It's obvious.
Okay, great. So don't keep bringing up this inaccurate map nonsense. From now on, now that we've established that fact, let's talk about the accuracy of the maps that are used for navigation, and don't keep bringing up that false point anymore. Okay?
All right, fine. Okay.
Hey,
Now,
here's a question for you, DXP. Why does every single organization have the Flat Earth map as their logo? All of these geological surveyors, all of these navigators, they all have the Flat Earth map on their logos and insignias. Not only that, they're using them for navigation, yet you're sitting here telling us that they work on a ball model.
Okay, so
that's
speculation, but what you didn't answer my question. I asked you what the distance from Australia to South America was, and you just still have not answered that question.
I said I don't know, bro. I'm not sure if that's accurate on the map. I haven't looked at it.
Right, but see, you're saying you're not sure if it's accurate. We already said accuracy. We've already established accuracy, so you can't go back to that. Either you don't know.
No, I think you're putting words in my mouth. That's what I think
Either
you're doing.
know or you don't know, which is.
I think you're putting words in my mouth.
You brought up inaccuracy again.
Yeah, I said I wasn't sure how accurate that was, and now you're saying that I don't think it's accurate at all, which is false. Thank you.
We've already established that the maps have to be accurate, or we wouldn't have navigation. We wouldn't have aviation the way we do to islands, especially in the vast oceans. So we know that the maps are accurate. That's established fact. It's irrefutable.
Yeah, they're flat Earth maps.
Move on from that fact. Okay, that's a fact.
Learn that they're flat Earth maps. They're not spherical maps, bro. They work because they're flat Earth maps.
That's irrelevant to the point. The point is that the maps that are being used are accurate. I haven't said which one they are yet.
Okay, what are you arguing for then? Are you arguing for a spherical Earth based on this, or are you just saying it just to say it? Because you're clearly wrong.
No, the Earth is a sphere, and I'm showing you that through this argument. If you can stay along long enough to process it.
You're using flat Earth maps, though, bro. This is a psychosis. You're using flat Earth maps to argue for a spherical.
No, I'm not. No, I'm trying to explain why, but you haven't answered my question to see what the flaw is in your analysis. What is the distance from Australia to South America?
Again, bro,
Because
I don't know that information.
Your map and the flat Earth map have very different distances for that. So which distance are you adhering to? The flat Earth distance or the sphere Earth distance? Which one?
You're not.
Which one do you believe is correct?
At this point, you're not listening, and I don't know what else I can say to you, bro. You're using a flat Earth map.
Why are you avoiding answering my question?
Equidistant map to prove a ball Earth, and that's nonsense.
Why are you avoiding answering my question? Why is this
I already
so hard?
answered your question. You're not listening again.
Okay, your answer was I don't know because maps are inaccurate. That's not.
I didn't say that either. See, now you're lying on me. Now you're lying, and this conversation.
No, clarify yourself. Clarify. Go ahead.
I already did, and you're closed-minded. And you're drooling at the mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. There's no point in entertaining a person who will lie on the person he's speaking to. If we can't have a conversation where you take what I say, what did I say, DPX or DXP? What did I say? I said I'm not sure about that distance, and then you took that to mean I don't know if the whole map is accurate. I said I'm not sure about the accuracy of some of these geographical locations. I don't know how far away Australia is.
I'll be happy to rewind the tape.
Now, shut up, dude. Hold on, give me a second. If you're saying that you have a point to make, make the point. Don't sit here and say, well, you don't know how accurate the map is, therefore the Earth is a ball. You're not making any sense, brother. You need to put forth an argument. What is your argument?
I put the argument. I'll do it again. It's very simple. I'll give you the short version, and then I'll expand on it as necessary.
Go ahead.
The short version is that people get from A to B all the time with regularity. Therefore, the maps that are being used for navigation are accurate. Therefore, if we know what the maps that are being used for navigation are, that is the map of this Earth because it's a practical matter. There's nothing about theorizing. So that's the short version. Now, I'm going to expand on that because you're not sure whether they're using the flat Earth maps or the sphere Earth maps. That's what you're worried about. That's your doubt.
That's not what I said though, but okay.
No, I asked you what is the distance, and you say you don't know, and then you also brought up inaccuracy. But let me just take the I don't know part. You don't know what the distance is. I suggest.
I have not looked up the distance between Australia and South America, bro. I have not done it.
Look it up because it's very critical to this argument. If you look at
how is it critical? I'm waiting.
Take your flat Earth map and take your sphere map and look at the distance from South America to Australia. And the distance on the flat Earth map will be at least twice as far. At least. That's something that you can take away. Go ahead and measure it if you don't trust me. But let's stipulate that fact for the sake of the argument. But go ahead and measure it.
What's your point? Are you saying that because the ball Earth map has a so-called more accurate distance than the flat Earth maps you've seen, therefore the ball Earth maps are correct? Is that your argument? I'm waiting to hear something like that.
No,
okay, so what's your argument?
Listen carefully.
I'm listening, bro.
The maps that are being used for navigation all over the world, including South Pacific, including the Southern Hemisphere, all those islands out there, those maps are accurate. That's the only way we can get to places with regularity. They're accurate maps. And so now you brought up the question, well, maybe they're using flat Earth maps instead of spherical maps. What I'm trying to explain to you now is that the maps they're using are the spherical maps, and here's why. The distances in the Southern Hemisphere on the flat Earth map are completely different than the distances in the sphere map in the Southern Hemisphere. They're so much different that the question of accuracy can be determined on those differences alone. The difference is order of magnitude in the one case I've given you between Australia and South America is over twice as far. If it's over twice as far, and those maps are, and that's not the map that's being used, those islands will never be reached by navigation. Never. It's too far off. You can't be off by 200%. If you're off by 200%, you don't make it.
Okay, bro, pump your brakes. First of all, I was on a plane going from Illinois to Texas, and the flight time was listed at 1 hour 45 minutes, and it's a direct flight. We got there in about an hour. Okay, so some of these flight times that you're looking at and stuff like that, you're taking the word for it that these are that distance. So really, you're not proving anything. Not only that, you're not taking into account that surveyors, navigators,
what did I say about flight times? I said nothing about flight times. You're introducing a straw man.
No, you're talking about
no
distances.
mention of flight times. I said
well,
nothing
you're talking about distance.
That's right. I talk about distances. What did I say about flight times?
You're not listening. You're not listening. Okay, it's clear your mind is shut and you haven't researched. You're just grasping at this for dear life, bro. I'm gonna give you
flight times.
You're not letting me finish, bro. It's okay. I understand. You're not letting me finish. You have your close-minded idea that somehow we're on a ball because we're using maps that you think are accurate. I'm gonna share something with you in the side chat if you have a side chat. This right here is proving that your maps are bogus anyway. The maps that you're using. So all of these distances that they have on these on this map that you're using doesn't even match the flight times that they are using, that they are citing based on the same maps. So this is why I brought up the flight times, because you're bringing up distances which would relate to the flight times. So you're not following what I'm saying.
You accused me of something I did not state.
No, I didn't.
You brought up a relevant subject. No, you brought it up as an accusation. Okay, that's called straw man.
Flight times don't agree with the model that you're proposing. That's what I'm saying. So you're positing a map that you're claiming is accurate, but it's not even accurate to the flight times that they're used based on the same geography.
You're not grasping something here. This isn't a theoretical debate. Okay, maps have a practical purpose. No, maps have a practical purpose. This way is going right past you. Maps are not just for use in a theological debate. Maps are actually practical for the purposes of getting from A to B. They need to be used.
And the timing isn't accurate. You just said that the practical way when we go to find out about the flight times ourselves, we do see that it doesn't match up with the map of the globe. That's the whole point. Didn't the brother just mention it?
It's an irrelevant.
It's relevant because
it's not about times. It's about locations. The
It's
location.
about distance, right? It's about distance, and distance is related to flight time. Isn't that
No,
all?
it isn't. Depends on how fast you go. Did you know the speed? Were you
Check
clocking
this
the
out.
Right. If we go, if
Were
it
you
is
in
on,
the cockpit with
of
the
course we
pilot?
know the speed. The speed of the plane is almost constant at 815 kilometers an hour. So obviously,
For
if
every
it's
flight,
the map?
every flight goes at the same speed, same
almost the same
elevation,
speed. Passenger planes almost go almost the same speed.
You know,
But here's
that's
the problem
you
with
have to
that.
rely on this kind of weak stuff because you can't confront
So now
the
it's
evidence.
weak.
It is weak
Hey,
because
Johnny.
planes go at different
Wow.
speeds. Private planes,
Yeah,
commercial
plus
planes,
minus
depending on
10%.
the make and
Plus
model
minus
of the
10%.
plane, depending on the time of day and how much traffic is in the air, how high they
Johnny.
fly. You guys
Wow.
just can't comprehend this stuff.
Can
It's
you
too
present me
much.
to everyone, Johnny? Can you
Yeah,
present
let
me
me
to
do
everyone?
that. Let me do that.
Is this the map that you're claiming is accurate right here, DXP? This map right here?
No, that's a projection of the sphere map. That's a projection of it.
Okay,
Aren't
so
you?
you're using a flat Earth map then, claiming.
No, it's
Yes,
a projection.
okay, what map are you using? Can you give me a
That's a
map? that you're
projection.
using?
Interesting.
This is
Can
a
you give me a
projection of
map
the
that you're
sphere of the
using?
map that you have.
Can you show me the map that you are using?
Yeah, pull up a picture of a globe. That's your approximation.
This is the projection of the globe. This right here, brother.
Yes, that is a projection of the globe onto 2 dimensions. That's right. Yeah.
Right. So
Globe
you're saying
map
that this
is
is
off.
not accurate.
The globe map isn't accurate. Not
The map that you have up on your screen is not accurate in the northern and southern latitudes. It's elongated.
Okay, so
Only
where's the
accurate
map
in
that you're
the equator.
using, bro? Show
It's
me the
only-
map
no.
that you're using.
That's not the map that's used for navigation. The maps that are used for
You're right,
navigation
it's the flat
are
Earth
flat
map. The flat Earth
projections.
map is used for navigation. You're right, the flat Earth map is used for navigation. Now, why don't you show me the map that you're using?
I did not say the flat Earth map is used for navigation. I said the
That's what
projection.
I'm saying, and you can't refute it because
Projection
you're
of the
not showing
sphere
the map.
map into the local region is what's used.
Can you show a map
That's
or
what
no? Are you
he's
just-
saying. We are saying the flat Earth map is. You show me your map that is used. That's what we're waiting for.
It's the spherical globe map, and it's the projection of that into a flat plane is what's used in each
If
local
you're using the
region.
flat Earth map. That's what the flat Earth is. It's a projection of the so-called globe flattened.
No, it's a particular projection that supports the
Now
distances.
you're just lying at this point. Why? Come on,
You don't
man.
understand
Why
the difference
lying
between
at
a
this
model
point?
and a reality.
That's what the flat Earth map is. It's the globe, so-called
The
globe.
globe approximates
flattened.
the globe approximates the distances. The flat Earth model does not. It elongates those distances,
Oh
especially in
my
the southern
goodness.
hemisphere. The southern
Okay,
hemisphere
so
is
the UN
completely
flag.
spread out.
So the UN flag, the same flag that is the same map that's on the 1892 Gleason's map, the standard map of the world. It's the same projection onto a flat plane. Where is Antarctica on your map, bro? I'm curious.
You know the map. You know the globe model. I mean, I don't know why you keep asking it. You already know
Where's
the globe.
Antarctica on this globe projection map that you're using for navigation, bro? It's not there, is it?
Understand that there's more than one projection.
It's
of
not
the
there,
globe.
is it? Just say it.
No,
Admit
do
it.
you
It's not there
understand?
because
wait,
you're using a flat Earth map.
You seem to fail to grasp that there's more than one projection of the globe onto 2 dimensions.
Oh, which one are you using, bro? I'm asking you to give one.
Use the one that's local to the region in which you travel.
Well, it's still put on a flat plane, bro. It's on a
I got a
flat.
question. Could I ask something? Are you serious that there is no South Pole shown on navigational maps?
That's what he's saying. He can't show me a map that has one.
That is odd.
Of course I can.
No, you can't. You just said
Ridiculous.
that the map that you're using is the globe map flattened.
Yes, but it can be flattened in any number of different ways. I can flatten it so that Antarctica's at the center. I can flatten it so
Okay.
Australia's at the center. I can flatten it so that the North Pole is at the center, which is the one you think is the flat Earth. I can
Well-
flatten it so that anything's at the center,
All right.
and I do it so that locally it's correct.
I have a question for you. You think there's gravity, right? I got thinking about something. If the Earth is flat, right, and then all the mass would be towards the center, did you ever think that maybe that's why you have a hard time getting planes and ships through the the ice around the outside edges because of all of the gravity that they would have to break past? Imagine the amount of power you would have to actually reach that, get past that much gravitational pull.
Good point.
You can't. That's why we never get to the South Pole. That's why we never go over. It's something dawned on me yesterday, and the more I thought about it, and if there's no South Pole shown on this map, I'm beginning to kind of wonder, maybe there is something up here.
Hey, Saint, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Gleason's new standard map of the world, and it says, on the projection of modern college, scientifically and practically correct, as it is. This is the Gleason's map right here. And what do you know? It's the globe flattened, isn't it? And where's Antarctica on this map? It's the ring around it. So this guy over here is meaning to tell me that we're using this map because it's the projection of a sphere, even though they have no Antarctica
What's
on it. It's the ring around the Earth. What's that?
What's the name of the map?
It's called Gleason's New Standard Map of the World. It's even got it even puts on here how the sun works above it. Right here, you see how the sun works above the flat plane of the existence. You see that?
I'm still in
by the Buffalo Electrolyte and Engraving Company, Buffalo, New York. Signed.
I have
We
a
still
hard
use
time
this
with
map,
it.
though. I'm sorry. We still use this map and everything that we do, yet this guy is telling me that we're using ball projections. Everything that they use is using plain mathematics, plain geography. It's impossible to use spherical geometry or spherical mathematics in their calculations. They end up off of their reckoning. That's why they use this flat map.
There is a map, though, that
Yeah,
they
you can't
commonly use
answer
to
my
put everything in proportion, though, right? And that's what I was thinking of, and that's what got me thinking a lot about this, is I know there's a map that's accepted in whatever you want to call it, a secular world, whatever, that recognizes that it's obviously out of proportion on the globe. And so that's kind of what got me really thinking yesterday about it, you know. And then I got started thinking about gravitation, or gravity, that kind of thing, and that we never get there. I just thought it's interesting, you know.
Yeah, good point, man. I feel you on the gravity thing. I can raise 1,000 questions about gravity, but yeah, I guess, Johnny, if DXP wants to show his map and show, you know, how it's not the flat Earth map, and show Antarctica on this map, I think we'd get somewhere. But I think he's confused. I think he thinks that we're using a spherical projection, but it just is on a flat plane for some reason. I don't know. I don't know what his reasoning is for that.
Well, I can explain it to you. There's two parts to it. One is the question I asked you that you couldn't answer. That would help, but since you can't answer it, I will just leave that aside. The other thing is, it's a basic fact that all smooth objects are locally flat. Now, this may be too much for you to grasp, but if you can grasp that, we can move from there.
Yeah, just like level bodies of water are flat too. Yeah, I agree.
Any object, no matter how curvy it is, at some level of locality will be flat.
We would expect curvature at some point.
That's the same issue with the globe. So we take the globe, take any local region, and we can approximate it as a flat surface as long as it's local enough. And it will be approximately accurate. So this is how most maps are made. So if you look at maps of just Australia alone, maps of just Australia are flat, of course, because that's how we work. We don't carry around globes in our pockets, okay? We have flat surfaces. So maps of Australia will be the approximate flat version of Australia, even though Australia is on a globe. And the maps of South America, similarly, and the maps of Antarctica, and the maps of everything. They're locally flat projections of what their spherical shapes are, because we don't carry around spheres in our pockets.
Okay, you're just making the claim now over and over again that it's on a flat surface, but it's actually a sphere. That they're giving you a flat projection of
what I'm saying.
No, this is what you're saying. This is what you just said. You said that we're actually on a sphere, but the map that they use is flat.
The map is they're always local maps, and every curved surface, what it is, can be approximated locally as being flat.
Not over long distances. We're not talking about going from. It'd be different.
Not over long distances, but over short distances. Over short distances.
Over long distances, your map, bro. Over long distances, they use the flat Earth map, because a spherical map will send them off of their reckoning. Okay,
Yeah,
you're talking about a map that would show going from like Illinois to Texas. I agree with you. There's no, even going from that distance, there would be detectable curvature that they would have to factor in. This is why they use the flat Earth map, even in that instance, because they're not dipping their nose down every 5 minutes to account for the curvature. They're flying over a flat plane of existence. But not only that, over vast distances. Let's take into account this lady who was on an airplane, and they were going to where were they going from? Well, anyway, if you take these flight paths, the straight lines are on the flat Earth map. You have to go way out of your way and make no sense whatsoever on a ball map to make these flight paths work. Yet you're telling me that we're using ball Earth projection on a flat map because it works better. Well, I'm saying it works better because it's actually flat. You have to give me excuses.
No. I did not say it works better. I said it's practical. There's a difference between works better and practicality.
Okay, well,
that's failing. The difference is not getting through to you. Practically,
yeah, it's not getting through to me because you're not listening to what I'm saying. That's why.
Tell me, which is more convenient, to carry a globe around with you, or to carry a map that's a flat version that you can fold up in your pocket?
I got your point.
Which
Can I
more
ask you a
convenient
question
to
real
you?
quick?
Hold on. Which more convenient to you, that we're using a flat Earth map because the world is actually? I think you're screwing this up. I think you're thinking that the maps that they're using are actually globe maps that are put on paper. Therefore, it's flat. No, we're saying that on paper they're using plain mathematics, plain geography, not spherical geometry. It's not because it's on paper that it's a flat Earth map. It's a flat Earth map because their calculations are over a plane, not a ball.
Right. That's where you have to go back to my earlier question, which we can't go because you don't have an answer, and you need to find out that answer.
What's your answer?
What is your question?
The distances between Australia and South America, and
what's the answer?
The ansor?
What's the answer?
Why don't we fly around? Why don't you go straight there?
The answer is under the spherical model. Okay, the distance approximately 10,000 miles, and under the flat Earth, yes, 10,000 miles, and under the flat Earth model, it's at least twice that distance.
Okay, why don't they fly straight there? That's the question.
So vastly different.
Fly straight there. Why do they always have to go the whole way around the daggone Earth? Seriously.
But they do have direct flights now. They do have direct.
Go study it. They may say they do, but read about it. You'll see they never ever travel it. They don't go over the South Pole.
Right, but here's the issue: there are direct flights from South America to Australia. Qantas flies.
One that actually has done it. They'll say they schedule it, but when you go to look for it, it never happens.
That's the problem. Have you done it yourself? Have you taken the route yourself? That's the question at this point.
No, that's not relevant, and it's not relevant because it's not relevant because the fact you fail to grasp is why it's not relevant, because those flights make it to and from without error. They get there. They get there.
Show me
there's a flight that goes every single day to Easter Island. It's in the middle of the South Pacific in the Southern Hemisphere. How does it get there?
I have never seen evidence. I've never seen. This is one thing. As much as I'm against the flat Earth, I have to admit this is the kind of stuff that screws me up. When I look for evidence, I have never seen actual evidence that they flew over the South Pole. You see lots of talking about it, but they never seem to do it.
That doesn't matter. The point is that the maps are being used are accurate, and the maps that are being used are based on the globe model.
How can you say they're accurate when they've never done it? When they've never gone there, so how can you say it's accurate?
I just want to see evidence of it. That's all I'm saying.
So nobody has gone to the South Pacific? Is what you're saying?
We don't go over to South Pole ever. They see expeditions of people nearby it and poking holes in the ice and stuff. But to actually see a plane or a ship go through it, no, we don't. You don't see that.
I have seen documentaries of trips to Antarctica,
and they don't get very far either. They'll go to parts of it and say where they are on the ice, but how far are they? They don't tell you where they're at.
Exactly.
Oh, come on, it's irrelevant.
They don't actually go over.
Now you're denying things, and you're not willing to look into it. You're just saying,
no, I'm not denying. It's just it's not relevant. You guys don't understand the point of relevancy to an argument. It
Okay,
doesn't
here-
matter
Actually,
whether
where I want to
people
go,
have
if you
gone
don't
to
mind,
Antarctica or not. It has nothing to do
Okay,
with the
curious
accuracy
question.
of the maps.
Are you familiar with Freemasonry and the power behind it and where it's gone in recent years? I'm dead serious on this. Think about it. Where do you think Freemasonry is now, and how powerful is it?
Oh yeah, I'm clearly under its control.
No, I'm not saying that.
I'm very
What I'm
familiar. I'm
saying
under
is,
its
picture this: the Masonic Lodge, in a lot of ways, appears to be getting weaker. But do you know that the Mormon Church is growing like crazy? And do you know that Joseph Smith was a Freemason who started the Masonic or the Mormon Church? Right? Imagine trying to present the flat Earth to a Mormon. Do you think they would accept it or go with the globe spear-shaped Earth? What would the Mormon Church present? What would they say? I think the power is sitting in the Mormon Church, is my honest opinion, and I think that's where today's new world kind of stuff is coming from. That and possibly parts of Catholicism, but I think predominantly the Mormon Church. And it's going to get worse. So, you know, anyhow.
I've seen an actual projection that reconciles your so-called flight times with Australia. People have made these maps reconciling these flight times with the flat Earth projection. This isn't the issue. Is what basically I'm trying to say to you, DXP. The issue is, why is this map overall more accurate with flight times and the rest of it than any other map that you're proposing? Just like earlier in this video. Well, hold on a second. Earlier in this video, he's showing an instance where this lady ended up going into labor, and they had to go out of their way to make a landing. Now, I'm just going to play this little 2 minutes and show you what I'm talking about.
I think it was from Philip, who, and if you look on this map, you from around here somewhere to here. Okay. Now they were flying across, and had to land. So instead of either going back to the Philippines or going on to Los Angeles, they landed in Alaska, which again, if you look on the flat map, it's again a straight path. Santiago, Chile to Australia, right, will usually stop in Los Angeles. Again, you can see on the flat map.
Yeah, I've seen this clip before.
It all seems to make sense, and
yeah, that makes no sense on your ball map, but it makes perfect sense on this map. And I've seen reconciliation.
That's correct.
For those
I can explain his error.
Hold on. I just showed you a map that reconciled the 10-hour distance that you're talking about. But I don't think you've ever looked into an answer for it. I think you're just satisfied with whatever.
I can explain if you're interested in hearing. I'll explain it to you.
Go ahead.
So when he showed you the red line, the flight path, he was showing you that on the 2D projection. Okay, and that's not the flight that you would take. That's not the shortest distance on the globe. I don't know if you have a globe handy with you right now, but if you pick up one and you look at the distance between the A and B on that map, it actually takes a much more northern trip, because the shortest distance is not the straight line on the flat map. It's the straight line across the globe. And that one goes much, much closer to Alaska than the red line he drew. So he drew a misleading red line, which isn't the actual flight. Now, if you drew the correct flight, you wouldn't have the problem. So that's just a doubt that's based on just a bad rendering of the model. So it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, man, but that is the most BS explanation I've heard all day. What you're saying is, so basically what you're saying is, if people pay attention to you, is that the globe is inaccurate, and that in order to make it accurate,
the globe is accurate, but a 2D projection of it is not, of course.
Listen. In real life, we're supposedly on a 3D ball, just like the globe says. Just like the globe is presented. Right. Yes. Okay, so in reality, that would be an accurate flight. We would have to account for the curvature of the ball. Okay, we're not flying over a flat plane,
That's right.
according to you.
That's right.
Right. So on the face of it, your ball is inaccurate, but the flat plane model is accurate. Yes, it is.
No, incorrect. That's not what I said. What I would
show
say
that.
is the following: take your globe out, grab a piece
flatten
of string, a yarn, piece of string, some kind of string, and pull it across from the 2 points you want to go. Let's say Los Angeles to Asia, whatever you want to do. Okay, hold across, and what you'll find is that's the shortest distance between the two. Okay, and now you take those and you map the string now over to the 2D projection of the sphere, and you'll find that string carves out a curved line, not a straight line, because the shortest distance on the globe projects into a curved line on the 2D projection.
Here's the problem.
You've probably never done this before, so you're not aware of how this works.
Yes, I have. I used to be a ball head just like you. I understand what you're saying. Here's the problem, though. You're giving me an excuse on why something is working on a flat plane and why it shouldn't work on a ball. Well, I agree with you. We would have to curve.
No, I did not give such
let me finish. I'm not finished. I agree with you. If we're on a ball, we would not be a straight line. But the problem is they took a straight line to Los Angeles or to Alaska instead of going to Los Angeles. This only makes sense on a flat Earth map, just like the Gleason's map that I showed you. So I'm not seeing you present a map that is an accurate representation of the ball. What you're doing is saying, no, the ball is incorrect. We have to put it on a flat surface for it to make sense, and that's what we're saying the entire time.
You cannot follow my arguments at all. You can't follow this discussion. You're just
because it's hogwash.
I'm not sure why I should discuss when you're unable to follow the arguments. It's kind of
it's hogwash.
You need to do a lot more work to be able to handle basic argumentation.
Where's your map?
Way behind.
You present a map. I presented 3 or 4 maps already. You presented nothing.
I told you to get out your globe. Maybe you threw it away because it's your religion.
I just got out the globe. I got out the globe, and you said that that's not accurate.
No, the globe is accurate. What's not accurate is the 2D projection of a globe. Any 2D projection of the entire globe will be inaccurate by definition because it's not a globe.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, sure.
I mean, it's very simple. I don't know if you maybe take a class in geometry or take a class in physics or something. Do something so you can learn because you're not understanding basic geometry.
Yeah. Okay, Guy. Are you done? Is that all you got? Because
I don't think you can follow these arguments. I think it's not worth my time to discuss with someone who's so far below the ability of regular conversation. You're telling me about UN symbol and stuff like this, stuff that's totally speculating.
Stop the ad hominem, guys. Let's make this one at a time. DXP, okay, did you want to add anything? Otherwise, let Arcane respond, please. All right, go ahead, Arcane.
Yeah, I think he's proven the point, Johnny. Anyone that's listening, he wants to say that we live on a globe, but the globe doesn't work when we're traveling. We have to put it on a flat plane. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I did not say that. That's complete mischaracterization.
That is what you're saying.
You have to rely on a mischaracterization.
Okay, fine, DXP. Now you make your case. What were you actually saying? Say it, and then let him respond again. Go ahead.
I said that the 2D projection of the globe. So now you take a globe and you project it onto a 2D plane. It's the map that we're familiar looking at that has the northern and southern hemispheres very stretched out and elongated in order to do that projection. That map is not an accurate representation of a sphere. It cannot be, because a sphere requires 3 dimensions to render it.
Right.
When you put in 2 dimensions, you lose something. And the loss in that is that the equator is accurate, and as you go further in latitude, northern and southern latitude, you actually get a stretching out of the map. That 2D map is not accurate. If you draw straight lines on the 2D map, they will not correspond to the short distances on a globe. The shortest distance on a globe, when mapped into the 2D projection, will come out as a curve. So in that video clip, when the individual showed a red line as being the flight path, it was on a 2D projection of the map, it was a straight line. That straight line is not the shortest distance between those 2 points. That is not the flight path. The flight path would have been a curve that bended upward closer to Alaska. That is the proper shortest distance. That's the flight path. So he misrepresented the actual flight of the path and said, well, look, it's so far out of the way to go to Alaska. It's actually not out of the way. It's along it's actually the shortest distance from the two is along a curve that actually goes there. That picture right there, that red line is misleading because that's not the flight path.
Okay, so you're
The true flight
saying
path is much further up and a curve goes
All right.
much closer to Alaska.
All right.
Can I
now-
say something in size and proportion to the Earth. Say, when you look at a globe map, right, and you look at South and North America, or look at India on up into Europe, look at the size difference. I mean, do you really think South America is that small? I mean, why is it out of proportion, whether we look at a map or a globe, to its actual size? This is something that boggles my mind. What's the answer for that?
All right. Good point. Go ahead, Arcane Brother. Respond to that, please.
yeah, the answer is this projection is inaccurate. We don't live on a ball. We live on this right here. This is as it is. If you look on the projection of modern college, scientifically and practically correct as it is. All of the Navy guys, all of the
Exactly.
the
There you have
navigation guys,
That's
they
the
use
real
the
deal.
map right here, the azimuthal equidistant map. They use this because this is an accurate representation for the most part of the
There
place
you
that
have
we
it.
live in.
Now you know
This This is why Antarctica is depicted on this outer perimeter, but you never see it on any of their globe maps because it doesn't work. So what he's saying is, yeah, I get what you're saying. You're basically saying this line here would be a curve. It would go something like this, right? It would go up
That's
here.
correct. Yep.
Right, just like that. Even if I granted you that, brother, even if I granted you that, to go up and curve, that isn't proportional, for one, to the way the Earth is curved. The only reason why it would be going up like this is because you're simulating flying over the water. You're not going to go straight because I get what you're saying. It would seem it would go this way. But no, brother. He's saying to go from here to here would be the most rational route, or to double back and go here.
No, that red line is inaccurate. That's not the flight path.
Listen, brother, let me finish. Even to go here from here to here, like you're saying, it would look something like this. It would look something like this on the ball. It would look something like this. Not this straight line either. So either way, even if you take this one and you go up here, for them to end up going here instead of here means that even still they would have to go up here like this.
No.
Either way.
Well, what it means is that Alaska happened to be the closest airport at the point when they needed to divert, and that's what it was.
Or this is actually correct right here. Or this is actually correct.
But let me explain where's the problem. See, this map is actually locally the map. Go back to your flat Earth map. That is locally very accurate, whereas you get to the North Pole, because that's a projection from the North Pole. Now, but as you go into the southern hemisphere, that's where the distortion occurs. And so you're saying like, oh, this is the map that's being used by the Navy and all this. The problem with that is that World War II. You have this huge point of contradiction with World War II, which many of the battles took place in the South Pacific. Those South Pacific islands, I can tell you right now, those pilots would have never reached all those little tiny islands if the distances were off by 200 or 300%, which is what they would have to be according to your flat Earth map. Okay, but
you're saying they were off? According to this map, they would be off?
That flat Earth map elongates the southern hemisphere so much so that all those South Pacific islands would be at least 3 times as far apart as they are in actuality, and the actual South Pacific fighters that went into those islands to get to those islands needed to know those accurate locations.
But he doesn't realize that they were actually using this map at the time. They don't realize that. You don't realize that, do you? World War II was not that far away. This was 1892. World War II was half a century later. They were still using this because we're still using it today.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact. Not only that, the reason what you're saying is, yes, the southern latitudes go wider down here like this. So when people are traveling south, they're expecting these lines to converge like they are here if we're on a ball. They're expecting this to be skinnier as it goes down. So as history shows, and you can look at the navigators throughout history who have gone south and gone out of their reckoning because they're expecting to be converging here, but it's actually getting wider. This has over and over again happened throughout history. When they were using the ball projection, they would be out of their reckoning. Ships that would use this one already understood that it's going to be wider, and then when they hit this Antarctic right here, it's actually a ring around. This is why they've taken 60-something thousand miles to go around this thing.
Right, but you look at your picture right there, your map. This is the point I was trying to make earlier, that you can see clearly now. You have the map up there. Look at the distance from South America to Australia. Just look at the distance on your flat Earth map.
I see it.
About at least twice, maybe 2.5 times as far as on the sphere map. Okay, that means its location, relative location, is extremely different. Look at here. Yeah, there you have the flat Earth projection. I mean, the sphere projection. They're quite close. They're 10,000 miles apart. But on your flat Earth, they're over 20,000 miles away.
Not only that, what you're basing these distances on isn't anything that you can observe. It's basically taking the word of whoever made the map that you're adhering to.
But
like I said before, with the distances.
Exactly.
I can take their word because of the accuracy of practicality. They get from A to B every day.
You're just begging the question.
Look, if there were flights being lost all the time and ships never reaching destination, then I could agree with you. The problem is they always get there. Okay?
You're begging the question, bro.
It's not begging the question.
It's saying that if the distance was actually that presented of the flat Earth map, they would be using that distance, but they would be telling you, no, we actually use only half the distance. See, so you're begging the question.
But you don't understand. You guys want to keep going back to like some kind of flights or how to get
not
there.
Only flight, whatever they use, whatever kind of means they use.
It's about location.
Yes, but how do you know location without having been there? How do you know that is location without actually being there?
You have to know location in order to make a flight, and if they're getting there and they're doing it, they're not using globes on an airplane. That would be very easy to do. I mean, this is another thing that has me wondering. In today's technology, how hard would it be to make a globe that they could just spin even on a screen electronically? And it would even have to pick up a small area. Just half of the globe could be sitting, and they could just spin it around. But why don't they do that? I mean, it's stuff I do wonder about. We don't do that. They're all flat maps.
And not only that, I can go on for days and days and days and reasons why this globe is complete bogus. At least the globe at the size that they're telling us that it is. If it's a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, if you're traveling from, let's say, South America to Australia, that's quite a bit of distance. If you're talking about 20,000 miles on a flat Earth map, right? So even at 10,000 miles, let's do some simple observation. At 10,000 miles, I'm getting an echo from somebody. It's you, Randy. Gotta mute you. I can't mute him. He's on broadcast. Okay. Yeah, so 10,000 miles. If an airplane is traveling 500 miles per hour, its average speed, it would have to dip its nose down every few minutes or so in order to maintain the curvature at 10,000 miles. So the curvature at 10,000 miles would equal to miles upon miles of curvature. I haven't done the calculation yet. I can do it in a second. But airplanes don't do that. There's something inside of airplanes called gyroscopes, and it creates a artificial horizon for the pilot to look at to maintain level flight over the plane of existence. If this pilot was dipping its nose down, going 500 miles per hour, it'd have to dip its nose down like 100 feet every, I don't know, few minutes or so just to maintain its level flight. Otherwise, it would fly off, like it would go into space eventually. So it would have to dip down. The pilots never do that, and gyroscopes aren't built to calculate in that curvature. It's all mechanical. And if you know how gyroscopes work, they absolutely refute any kind of spherical existence that we're living on. We're just flying over a plane of existence.
So
okay, explain how it's
what you fail to understand about gyroscopes is that gyroscopes are not perpetual motion machines. You don't just start them and let them go and then they go forever. They require propulsion. They require, and what the on airplanes, they are propelled by electronic power.
That's a
And
lie.
because, you're telling me that you spin it once and it goes forever? Is that what you're saying?
It's gonna spin until it gets wound up, is what it does. It doesn't.
Okay, and how does it get restarted?
Well, it has to be wound up by the individual. It's
Who
not
winds
gonna
it?
perpetually. No one's claiming that it. No one is claiming that it perpetually spins forever. Okay.
Right, but that's what
I'm saying
you actually are.
What I'm saying is, if gyroscopes do what is said that they do, and they're not electrical, you can go check the manufacturer. Many people have done that because that's what they have to say. They have to say. They have to say.
Listen,
No. I'm gonna finish my point. I don't care what you say, bro. You're lying.
You're missing a very big point.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna finish.
Gyroscopes do not go without propulsion.
I'm gonna finish my point. There is no.
They
I'm gonna
require
finish.
propulsion power.
I'm gonna
Do you
finish my
understand
point.
that?
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna finish my point. Whether you can keep talking over me and
I
making
know
the
what your
same
point
claim.
is, and I'm
You can
refuting
keep
it.
talking over me
Wait,
and making
one
the
at a
same
time.
claim. You can keep talking over me and saying the same thing over and over again, but I'm not the only one making this claim. Several other people have also checked with the manufacturers because they want to know if gyroscopes aren't electrically assisted and they're all strictly mechanical, that is a big boo-boo for you guys, and you know it. That's why you're sitting here lying, saying that
No, it
manufacturers
doesn't matter
are-
whether they're electrically propelled or any other. The point is they need an energy source to be respun.
That's not the point. First of all,
It is.
there is no.
It is the
First
point
of all,
because every time you respin it, it resets. This is what you don't understand about gyroscopes. They have to be reset when they're respun, and they're respun constantly. They don't just spin once and spin forever for 20 hours.
no one
You
said
spin
that.
them and they
You're
gotta
lying, bro.
continually be
Oh my God,
respun
Johnny.
every time.
Johnny, if you're gonna keep making the same claim over and over again, you don't have a point to make. You're just regurgitating ad nauseum.
No, because you're
Shut up
willing
and
to
make-
accept
shut up and
perpetual
make a
motion.
point.
You're accepting
You are-
perpetual motion in order to support your claim.
You just giving me
Can I
the
ask you
same
a
claim
question
over and
about
over
flight?
again.
I want to ask DXP a simple question on air flight. When we set a plane, right, like say you're going from, I don't know, Japan to California, whatever, right, and you're going across the ocean or even across land for that matter, they set a plane so it knows exactly where it's going, right? And it follows that path. Am I correct? They can make an autopilot. But yet, what I find interesting is there's no elevation set there. Now, you know that as they cross, if the globe was round, then they'd be able to set it directly for that country or where they're going. But they would have to also adjust elevation to follow the curvature of the Earth. It's not just direction. That's just something that makes me wonder a bit. I mean, what do you think? Is there an answer for that?
Of course there is. You got to understand how aeronautics work. You know, planes don't just go on a path without being assisted. In fact, it's the shape of the wings are made in such a way. This is what the discovery of the Wright brothers were. The shape of the wings was made in such a way to make the turbulence above the wing different than the turbulence below. That gives you lift.
It's that the air has to cover more surface on the bow across the top than the bottom, and
That's
therefore
right.
it lift.
And that's
But nevertheless,
you
but
lift.
it's
But
not
you don't have
changed the
lift.
curvature of the Earth.
No, but listen, you don't have lift if you don't have propulsion. In other words, if you were to turn the engines off on the plane, the plane would fall to the ground. That's it.
Right.
Now,
you have to power the thing. Whether
That's
it be
right. So it's under
land or
constant propulsion. And while it's under that propulsion, it needs to be angled in order for it to have that lift. That's just to keep it at its current height.
But if it's supposed to go to a certain place, right? And the Earth, you're saying, is I've always pictured, actually until yesterday, I started really studying this, and I'm finding there are no freaking answers when you start getting deep into it. I've always kind of laughed at this, but nevertheless, in this, take a look at this. If it knew where it was supposed to go straight there, it would fly right into the ocean. And if not, and if they're not adjusting it for when it goes over, it would just keep going straight out into the sky, like Arcane was talking about, I guess. That's my point. They don't adjust for that. So obviously it's not curved, or they would hit the ocean, or they just go flying into outer space.
It's just a fundamental. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of aeronautics and acceleration.
This is not aerodynamics. This is not aeronautics. It is not acceleration. It has to do with the Earth. Period. We're in the air. We're in the air flying a plane. That lift, you have lift or you don't. Either you lift your flaps, in the back, and it sends it up in the air, or you ankle them down and it comes down, or whatever you want to do. left and right and bank it and all that stuff has nothing to do with the flat Earth. Where the problem is the round Earth, it has to follow the curvature. Therefore, the pilot would have to change it, or they would have to program it into it.
Right?
Okay.
Exactly, brother. Exactly.
No, here's the issue. So you understand that gravity is an acceleration. Okay, and what acceleration means is two things. Acceleration is a change in speed, but it's also a change in direction. If you have a change in speed,
Sir,
or
gravity is the opposite of acceleration. It wants to make you fall. And the only way you have acceleration with gravity is if you're going down
so
a
you don't
sliding
understand
board. You can't slide up a sliding board. You can only slide down the sliding board. In a plane, you're just creating lift to keep it in the air. My point is that if the Earth is round, it would crash into the ocean, or it would just keep going.
Okay, so that's just a fundamental misunderstanding of gravity. Gravity is an acceleration. Gravity is constantly changing both the speed and direction of all objects. That's
If
what
gravity is not changing. If gravity is a constant, then why would it be changing all the time?
Because it's in a constant acceleration. Acceleration means change in speed and change in direction. So the airplane is constantly under an acceleration. What kind? The acceleration is for it to slow its speed down, or it to change direction. Now, what direction is acceleration of gravity facing? Towards the center of the Earth at all times.
Down. Gravity always pulls down.
That's right. It always pulls to the center.
Well, minimally different, maybe let's say at the equator or something, if you want to argue that, if that's even the case. Nevertheless, it always pulls down, period. Right? Doesn't go any other direction.
Yes, and so the plane is constantly undergoing the acceleration of gravity, which changes its direction, and the direction it changes it is always changing it towards the center. That's how accelerations work. They change both speed.
No, it's simply put, the airplane wants to fall back to the ground, or you keep it moving through the air and giving it lift to take it up in the air. It's that simple. If a bird starts flapping its wings, it falls to the ground. You know what I mean? But a bird.
Yeah, you're making my point actually. See, so that the plane, you say the plane wants to fall to the ground. No, that's gravity. Okay.
Right.
And the only thing that keeps it from doing so is for the plane to have lift, and the only way it has lift is for it to have its nose up. So having its nose up doesn't make it fly off into space. It just keeps it minimally from falling. That's it.
But nevertheless, my point is that you have a curvature in the Earth, and if it's preset and it's adjusted, just preset flight to go to another place, it would either hit the ocean or else it would have to adjust to the curvature, because when it gets, if they just worked it so they just got slightly going up with the curvature, if it was there, then they would go into outer space unless they correct for it. They would have to constantly keep.
That's false. It's always combating against the acceleration of change in direction and change in velocity. Always. The lift counteracting that.
Look, you can't go around a turn without turning around the turn. You can't go over a hill. If let's say it's a big elongated hill, let's say that's the way
you clearly don't understand acceleration. So I don't want to talk about it.
Well, if you fly over a mountain, you have to fly over a mountain. You have to come down the other side, or if you don't correct to go over them, the curvature of the Earth. If you're saying it's round, then they have to fly over it. Period. I don't think I'm wrong on this.
Exactly. Common sense. Common sense, brother. You're exactly right. They would have to make corrections.
Lack of understanding of acceleration.
You would have to make corrections every time. If you're going over a sphere, unless you're going into outer space, you would have to dip your nose down to correct it. If you're saying that it's
what acceleration is, Arcane? Do you know what acceleration is?
If you accelerate, brother, you're going to go straight.
What is acceleration? Tell me.
It's something propelled. It's moving. It's accelerating.
No, incorrect.
When you drop your gas pedal down, does your car accelerate?
Yes, that's true, but that's not what acceleration is. Acceleration, since you don't know, I'll tell you, acceleration is change in speed or change in direction. Either one of those is acceleration.
If you drop your foot on the gas pedal and your tires are smoking and burning off and you're being thrown into the sea, that's acceleration.
That's one type. That's the change in speed. That's the change in speed type of acceleration. There's another type.
But if an airplane is up there doing
as you go around a fast curve, get in your car and go around a curve, and you feel yourself move out to the right, that's a change in direction.
Sure, but if an airplane has to turn, they have to turn. If an airplane's going to go straight, they go straight. But if they're going to match the curvature of the Earth, they obviously have to match the curvature of the Earth.
Now listen, as the plane flies, it's constantly undergoing acceleration of gravity. That means it's constantly having its direction change down towards the center. That's
Yeah,
what
but
it's
how does that happen automatically? There has to be a system in place to correct for that, right?
Then, well, not only that, John.
called
Hold on,
acceleration.
hold on, hold on.
It's basic
Listen, listen.
acceleration. You
Yeah,
guys
but
need to
acceleration is not
Dude,
okay.
dude,
if I'm
listen,
going upwards,
listen.
acceleration,
If
if
you
I
are,
can counter gravity, right? If I go upwards, if I propel myself upwards, I'm going to go against gravity. So unless I'm going to change my propulsion, make it less or more, I'm gonna keep going up. It's really that simple. How can gravity
but he's
automatically
saying,
take
no, listen. This is what he's saying. This is what he's saying. I've heard this claim 1,000 times. Hold on. I've heard this claim 1,000 times, and it's equally as ridiculous. He's saying that gravity is basically leveling the plane out, is what he's saying.
Yes.
He's saying that the gravitational pull is going to pull the plane back towards the Earth.
Seems
But
like it, yeah.
if that was the case, he would have to correct upwards as to not nose down to the Earth. So either way, he would have to adjust and make a correction, but no pilot has ever made that correction. And you could ask him yourself.
Well, actually, Arcane, if you look at the planes, they're always tipping up because in order to have lift to overcome gravity, they're always facing up. That's how they get the lift.
But you're saying that gravity is keeping them level. You're saying that gravity is going to tip them down. Okay, so if that's the case, it would. If it's at cruising altitude, you mean to tell me that the gravity is pulling the nose of the plane down to match the curve of the Earth?
The gravity would.
Gravity is always changing the direction of the plane downward. Always. That's what acceleration does.
Let's get it simple. All right, simple. The gravity is always going to be pulling on the tail and the nose and everything in between.
Exactly
the same.
That's
It's
right.
never going to change the pitch of the wings. It's never going to change the angle of the airplane. The airplane is stable and being pulled constantly, whether it's the tail or the nose. And so you would have to correct for it. If you don't correct for it, sorry, man, it wouldn't work right.
And they don't correct for it. That would have to be built into the mechanics of the instruments, and it's not.
I'm not finished. I don't know.
This is why they use gyroscopes. This is why they use gyroscopes, and I'm looking right here at a flight website. It says Fixed Wing Flight Training, and on this website, it says that the gyroscope exhibits two predominant characteristics: rigidity in space and precession. And everything on this gyroscope, you've got a bank index, you've got a gimbal rotation, you've got a roll gimbal, pitch gimbal, horizon reference arm, and a horizon reference. Everything in here, hold on, everything in here is completely mechanical. This is why they have gyroscopes, so that they can keep a artificial horizon as they're flying over a plane. If they had to adjust for this up or down, like you're saying, that would have to either be built into the mechanics of the flight systems or built into the gyro, and if you ask the manufacturer, they say nope, it's all mechanical. So this is a huge issue for you guys.
What propels the gyroscope? Go ahead.
So you're saying they build this right into the planes? I mean, because this is my question. How would they keep the planes level? And Arcane, are you really saying they actually built this into planes to keep them level?
No. I'm not saying the gyroscopes keep the plane level. What the gyroscopes do is they give the pilot a artificial horizon.
Okay.
Yeah, what they do. I don't know if you've ever seen a gyroscope, but they're designed to keep its axis straight up and down while the thing rotates around it.
A spinning bicycle wheel or motorcycle is a gyroscope in a sense.
Well, they work as kind of like a pendulum. Well, he's asking, well, what winds up the gyroscope? Well, the same force that winds up a pendulum, guy. It has to be swung up. It has to be wound up.
And then it has to continue. It has to be continually restarted.
It works by the conservation of angular momentum, brother. Until it's acted on by resistance, it's going to keep spinning until it winds down.
Always acted on by resistance.
All I'm trying to say is it appears to me that the Earth.
You guys need to take Basic Physics 1. You have such a
take Basic Physics 1, bro. You need to take Basic Physics 101. You don't know what you're talking about, Dick.
This is
DXP,
horrible
let
on
me
your
explain
opinion.
this, man.
That's
I'm
why you
trying
guys
to
are off the deep end on this, because you
DXP.
haven't studied physics
DXP,
even in
you
the
don't get
slightest
it.
amount. You have no clue what you're talking about.
You don't know
DXP,
what you're
let
talking
me
about,
explain.
DXP.
I believe the Earth is probably round. However, I'm running into some serious problems with issues like this. And yesterday I really got digging in, and I'm just saying that the more and more I look, I'm beginning to see that there are issues with trying to present the globe, especially when we look at things like flight and going over the South Pole, things like that, even ships. I mean,
Right.
there's some issues there. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Oh, definitely, definitely. See, that's the thing, DXP. See, even he is seeing that, and he used to be a strong supporter of the global, but now even he has started to have doubts. How can that happen all of a sudden? Isn't there something
Guys, you
going on?
can have doubts about anything, especially when you don't have even the
No,
foggiest
DXP, there's no motive. DXP, let me
I'm
say
not
something.
trying to
There's no motive here for an agnostic to doubt that the Earth is spherical. Absolutely no
What
motive
they have to
whatsoever.
What they have to do is they have to make it seem like anyone who disagrees with them is uneducated, even
All
though.
right,
No, you've made that case yourself.
I'm not finished talking. I'm not finished talking. Don't cut me off. I'm not cutting either of you brothers off. Don't cut me off. You have to sit here and tell people that they're uneducated, that they're basically stupid, they don't know what they're talking about if they don't agree with you. Mind you, I used to believe in the ball earth too. All the same arguments you're bringing up, DXP, I used to use as well. So you're not bringing me anything new. You're not telling me that I'm uneducated based on anything empirical. You're basically just using that as a defense mechanism because you don't have any answers to these tough questions. You'd rather say we're stupid than to deal with it. That's pretty dumb.
I answered all the questions.
DXP, I'm trying to ask you
I asked you a simple question of what is acceleration, and you weren't able to answer it because you don't know. And if you don't know that, you don't understand even basic physics, not even to a level to even have a discussion.
DXP, question me now. Question me on physics. DXP, I want you to question me on physics again. Come on, bring it to me. Question me on physics. I'm a guitar player. I don't, but nevertheless, question me.
Really simple questions. You ready?
Okay.
Okay, really simple questions. What is velocity?
Velocity? There's something in an object in motion, and at the speed at which it's going. It's probably kind of similar to horsepower, very different than torque, but it's the speed in which it's going. Like a bullet, a projectile, that would be velocity. It's speed.
You're close. You're close. It's speed, and it's also direction. Speed and direction is what velocity is.
Obviously, a bullet's going straight. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. What is acceleration?
Acceleration is probably more comparative to, let's say, like I was saying, torque. It's the ability to actually pick up speed and take off from a stop position and how fast. The acceleration is what I said about hitting the gas and feeling it throw you into the back. That's the effect of acceleration, anyhow, right?
Okay, again, you're close, but not quite. Acceleration
Well,
is...
I never went to... Look, I didn't even make it through grade school, dude. I got kicked out of school. I never even made it to freaking...
You're correct, though, saying he's just being completely facetious and anal about these definitions.
Well,
even though
being honest. I mean, I love working on motorcycles.
Exactly.
I don't have any technical terms. I have no technical terms because I never went to school, really.
But you made perfect sense, brother.
I went to a special...
But you can unravel all the mysteries of the world, even though you haven't had that basic education. I mean,
Well, let
it's
me
just...
ask you a question. You want me to ask you physics questions? Do you like motorcycles? Do you like cars? Do you like guitars? Do you like shooting? What are your favorite things to do in life? Let's talk physics there.
Now you're going into jargon. See, I don't like this when people talk about jargon. See, because anybody can. That's why the big professors up there now. All of a sudden, we need to trust them because they have big jargon. I don't care about that at all.
Nothing to do with jargon. You want to understand how these things work. You got to understand.
Well, wait a second.
Right, but we don't trust how these things work from the big guys. We have to do the experiment for ourselves and not just have somebody tell us. That's all.
I don't accept science blindly. See, that's where you're making a mistake. There's plenty of people who believe like I do and have the same exact understanding of science.
DXP, can I throw?
No, but you only follow the crowd. You only follow the crowd. There's no big deal.
Absolutely not. I can be
Am
further from
I allowed to throw?
Well, absolutely, yes. I'm sorry I have to say that, but this is just following the crowd.
No. This is not controversial. What I'm explaining to you is not controversial.
DXP, can I ask you now? Can I ask you some physics?
It's not controversial because you're following the crowd.
Exactly.
No, it's not controversial to anybody because this is not about flat Earth or anything. It's just a basic
Because
physics.
you've never been taught to question it, bro. You've never been taught to question it. You just swallow what you've been told.
All right, let me ask DXP some questions on physics. Would that be fair? Remember, I'm the retard here, and you're the smart guy. Would that be fair to do that? DXP, I'm asking, can I do
Go
that?
for it. Go for it.
Okay, what are some of your favorite hobbies? Do you like motors? Do you like shooting? Do you like guitars? Do you like how things work? Do you like thinking about watches, clocks, valve trains? I mean, what kind of stuff do you like? What kind
I
of
like
things
all
do you
of
study and
them.
doing? Well, tell me when it's a hobby of yours. Which of those is a hobby, something you fool with? It's physical, that you like the physics of how it works. Do you ride motorcycles? Do you shoot guns? Do you play guitar? Do you race cars? I mean, what kind of stuff do you do that involves physics in life?
All
Other
kinds
than
of
play around with computers.
I've built lots of machines and mechanisms.
Such as? Name one.
Well, I built a machine that will trace around the room, try to identify different colors, pick up the colors, pick out the colors that I asked you to pick up, like look at red and blue blocks, pick up the red blocks and not the blue blocks, and gather them back. So I've built little machines that do these kind of things.
Okay, and it's built onto your computer then, right?
Well, it's physical parts and motors and so forth, and then you can program them to do things.
Right,
using
that's what I mean.
types of
I'm
sensors.
talking about basic physics of projectiles and things in motion, changing direction, acceleration, velocity.
Oh yeah. I
these are
throw a ball all the time.
You're not
Throw a
talking about.
baseball, throw a football.
Well, throwing a football, that's as far as it goes. We're not going to get into motorcycles or building an engine or how cams work or crankshafts or counter steering on a motorcycle or, I mean, come on, it's simple stuff. I mean, this is stuff every guy grows up with.
Yeah, but what's the point of your question?
Well, I thought I was a dumbass when it came to physics that didn't understand it. Right? Isn't that what you were saying
You
earlier?
can characterize that. I never said those words, but
Maybe
I said
not in those words, but I believe you were
that's
saying.
true.
So far, you have a machine that sounds very interesting, but it doesn't involve the very things that you seem to be a master of.
Well, of course it does.
Oh, it does. How?
Because you have to translate energy into motion. You have to have actuators to push objects or to pull objects. You have to have motors to turn the wheel.
Goes around and something is taking an image of things and deciding what color it is. No. I mean physics in motion, things that you actually work with other than throwing a football. I mean, if you want to talk about football, fine, but there's
We
an
can
art.
talk about throwing the football, and I doubt you'd be able to understand why the football takes the motion it takes. I mean, this is not an issue of what's hands-on practicality, what you're trying to make it about.
You're a
This is about
So do
It's
you
about
think by
physics.
insulting, let me ask you this, do you think by insulting people it makes you more intelligent? Is that how that works? So if
No,
you
how it works is it's not worth my time to discuss with people that aren't able to have the discussion, so we can just not discuss it anymore.
Okay, well then tell me how football works. Why don't you tell me? I'd like to know.
Hey, we're getting
Smart
far
guy.
off
Go
here.
ahead, tell me about the football. You tell me, and then you ask me if what I understand and don't.
Hey, Arcane, are you still there, man? I want to get back to the issue, man. Arcane, are you
Well, he's a prick. Sorry. That's all.
I think we left off because the issue was really, let's get back to the issue. The plane, which I don't see still. I'm still waiting for DXP to explain to me how the plane, how gravity, which of course works equal in all parts of the plane, acts equally, pulling it all down. How it specifically acts on the nose of it to just pull the nose down constantly. How does that exactly work?
Well,
It does not do that, and I did not say that it does that.
Okay, then how's the correction occurring then?
Okay, so acceleration is change in speed and change in direction.
Yes, right.
Now, gravity is an acceleration. It's always continuously operating on all parts of the plane.
Right.
And one part of gravity is the acceleration of change in direction. That is, as the plane is headed in one direction, the acceleration of gravity is constantly trying to change the direction towards the center of the Earth. And the way that the plane overcomes that is by tipping back so that it's the shape of its wings and the shape of the underbelly of the...
Such that it has an uplift, yeah. As long as
Yeah,
it has
so it has lift.
of a certain speed.
Without that lift, without the lift, the plane
won't.
will go straight towards the ground.
Yeah.
All right. So we got to
So-
get this.
That's
out.
fine. We all agree.
So it's the lift of the plane in and of itself
Mhm.
is already
Well,
what's
hold
trying
on.
to counteract the force of gravity.
If we're
So
gonna-
that's why
if we're gonna-
that's why the nose is always lifted up, because you
If we're
need
gonna-
lift.
Wait.
Yeah,
We're going to talk about this.
Now the question is, why isn't the plane continuing to go towards the space when it comes to curvature? Why is it leveling out? That's what's
That's what I'm
happening.
saying, because as it moves translationally, so as it moves relative to the ground, across the ground, it's constantly undergoing change in direction, acceleration. Gravity wants to change the direction of the plane towards the Earth.
Yeah,
And
but
the lift has, so you have to have propulsion of the engines of the plane to counteract that at all times. If for even 1 second the propulsion of the engines were to be any less, the plane would drop.
No, it's
So
not.
it's not that the plane is. It's not that the plane has to do any adjustment to get it to go down. It's already counteracting going down at all times.
We're
No,
talking about a round Earth. Is the problem.
Wait a second. The plane, we already agree that was just what you just described is obvious even on a plane. Okay, even on a plane, all of that would occur. The problem comes in though when there is curvature. How does the curvature adjustment occur? That I don't understand how that has anything to do with
Because
gravity whatsoever.
that's why I'm trying to tell you. Accelerate. You got to understand acceleration. It means change in direction.
Yes, it does. But how does it automatically change the direction when you just agreed it's constant on all parts of the plane, anyways,
Because
at
the
all
plane-
times?
Because the plane is both. Going has a speed and it also has a direction in which it's headed.
Yes, the direction is straight, right? The direction
No,
is straight.
direction is straight. Now, what does gravity do to a direction?
Gravity. Obviously, gravity pulls things down, so the direction of gravity is always
No,
downward.
that's not all. It changes direction. See, that's what you got to understand about acceleration.
Wow.
Acceleration is
How-
change.
All right.
Wait a minute, how does gravity change direction? Gravity doesn't
Because
change direction.
an
The propulsion
acceleration-
device.
That's what acceleration does.
Wait a second.
Wait a
Let's
minute,
just
wait a
let's
minute.
get real.
Gravity.
The
If
airplane is
I'm
not
if
changing
I'm standing
acceleration.
on the third floor,
Acceleration is a constant. The acceleration is a constant in relation to the gravitational pull, and the lift is simply in how they shape the wings and the whole fuselage and to the tail section, everything else.
right?
It's simple. Lift is lift, and propulsion is propulsion, and that's what's keeping it in the air to fight gravity. However, it does not explain for the curvature in the Earth. Remember, I'm a retard.
Exactly. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean,
Right,
still
and you're just completely missing the point that you don't understand gravity is also a change in direction. And until you grasp that, you're going to forever be in this.
Let me get to the.
Direction.
Hey,
Gravity
Lucifer,
doesn't
give me
change
some-
direction.
give me-
Gravity is a constant.
Right, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Yeah, I need to address this. This is important. So let's say I'm falling from the sky, right? I'm a free faller. Let's say I fall from the sky right now. How is gravity changing my direction? Is it?
In that case, it's not. It's
Uh-huh.
only changing your speed. It's only changing your speed in that case.
All right. Now, let's say if I take a helicopter and I'm currently moving up with the helicopter, just up, is gravity changing my direction?
Yes.
How so?
It's trying to change your direction to go in the exact opposite direction, as
Uh-huh.
well as changing your speed.
Right. So it's just trying to get the helicopter to get down in case the engines shut off. That's fine. But the engines are not shutting off on the plane. They are propelling in the same time. That means
but
gravity
those-
is not.
Right. But your two examples did not take into the translational motion. So now give me the
Explain
example.
translational
where
motion.
You have translational motion. So
Explain
when you
that.
have translational motion, you have a direction, and that direction is perpendicular to the surface of the Earth at that time.
Yes. Yes.
But as you move, gravity seeks to change that direction.
But it can't
gravity is
because of propulsion.
acceleration.
It can't though
Acceleration
because the
changes
propulsion
direction.
counters it.
Propulsion only counters the speed change. It does not counter the direction change.
Of course it does. Otherwise, how would the plane even go up to begin with?
You're just missing the basic physics. I mean, I can't help you.
I don't understand. How would the plane then go up to begin with?
physics.
Then the plane could never go up. You'd have to lift the plane up and then it'd start to fly from there. Obviously, the propulsion can counter that.
What kind of physics are
Plane
we
takes
trying to
off.
explain
It
here?
lifts its nose up very dramatically so it can get a lot of lift. That lift overcomes both the acceleration that changes speed, and it also overcomes the change in direction of
Once
acceleration.
you're in the air,
That's
you're in
what
the
lift
air.
is.
Yeah, but when the
Once you're in
plane
the air, it's a constant. I don't know
perpendicular,
what are you telling everybody you're stupid about? Once the plane's up in the air, it's in the air, and it's just moving along to fight gravity and bust through the air, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's constantly
obviously,
moving against gravity.
come
It's
on.
constantly trying to get away until, of course, I can understand once it's so high up in the air, on the bottom, let's say the air is so thin, then it should suddenly fall down at that moment. That I can understand, and not trespass that and go into space at that point because the engine would shut off before it would reach there. Yes, that I understand, but at least it would have to
Okay,
come
well,
up
let me
to that
give you
point.
an example that you might be able to understand. Let's say you're in a car, okay,
Mhm.
and you go out to a racetrack, right? Let's say the racetrack is a nice oval shape, okay?
Right.
See, you push down the gas, you're going really fast, okay? You start to turn to go around that curve, okay?
Mhm. Yes, but that's
suppose-
because I'm on solid ground. I'm connected to the ground. In the air, I'm no longer connected to the ground.
Let me
So that thing
example.
will not take effect.
Let me
All
finish the
right.
example. I'm not talking about gravity.
Okay, why are you comparing centrifugal force to gravity? You got it mixed up, dude.
Because they're both
Centrifugal force is not-
accelerations, which you don't understand. You don't understand they're both accelerations.
No, we understand that they are both acceleration. The problem is that that effect does not come into play when the plane is not in contact with the ground.
Yes, it does. As you go around a curve, it's the same as you
No,
talk about going
also
around a
explain
curve.
that. Please
You
explain
talk
that.
about going around a curve. I'm telling you about going around a curve, but you won't let me finish my example. So you
Yeah,
wanna-
go ahead.
Trying to
Please
throw
explain
it
how it
Begging the
happens in the air.
question over and over. He's begging the question over and over and just
No,
giving
wait a
you
minute, Arcane. I want to find out how in air that is like, because he's saying that the air is somehow solid now and the plane is in contact with that air to adjust for the curvature. It doesn't make any sense in the air.
The only way
Exactly.
centrifugal force comes into it if they go around a turn. And
Exactly. There is no
like
turn.
bending
The air
the earth
doesn't
is
have a
not-
turn.
Not what you're talking about. If there's a bend in the earth, my point is that it's not doing that. They do not seem to change for the earth, and so therefore I think it's possible that it is flat.
Okay, just a moment.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Back to DXP. Did you get the point? Now, please explain to me how in air it will still follow the curvature, just like you gave an example on solid ground.
Because acceleration changes direction. That is what acceleration does. As you go around a curve, acceleration is keeping you from going straight. If you were to let go of the steering wheel, you would go in a straight line. Your inertia is in a straight line. Even though you're going in a curve, your inertia is in a straight line. It's the same thing with the plane. The plane's inertia is in a straight line, but gravity acts to change it. That's how you go in a curve. If there's no propulsion to the plane will automatically go down to the ground.
All right, and I'm
The
going to
propulsion that
the problem.
But the reason is that there is propulsion, though. That's what I'm not
Follow your
understanding.
example. Let's follow your example, and here's where I'm going to show a serious problem with this, and where it could even get worse and be disastrous. If you're on this, say, global Earth, right, and you're over here and you're 10,000 feet, whatever, and you're flying across, and the gravitational pull is pulling at it, right? And as the Earth is coming across, you're up here. You should only come so low. You're going towards a city, whatever it is, with skyscrapers. What would make it go up? Why wouldn't it just crash into them? Because now, if we get up high here, now all of a sudden gravity's even pulling it into this big hump we call an Earth, around Earth. There's a hump now in the middle. So it's not just curved, supposedly helping you stay a certain distance. You'd actually fly into the dang thing, the big hump. Because it's not just rounding off, it's also humped. It's different than just rounding off, right? You have to admit.
Right. No, but back to the issue, DXP. Let's get back to let's stay on focus here. DXP, explain to me exactly how in air I can understand when things are in contact with the ground, right? Like you give the example. Obviously, when I'm in a circular thing like they do with the motorcycles, right? They stay on the side, and then due to the centrifugal force, they stick on that, and they can, move upward and downward. I get that. The question is, they are all in contact with mass. Mass is in contact with mass, with solid mass. In the air, the airplane is not in contact with solid mass. So how can that correction be occurring?
Well, so what do you think? Do you think the atmosphere is just nothing? It's invisible and it's nothing?
No, it's air. It's not it's not that kind of contact. It's
yeah, but it's still a fluid. It still exerts force on the airplane.
The air?
That's how the plane can fly. If the atmosphere was completely just nothing and invisible,
No,
and there
I
was
understand that the air is not nothing, but it's not enough to get the plane down at the bottom constantly.
Incorrect. That's why the plane has to have the lift and has to have the shape it has and has to have the speed that it has, or it can't do it. It's how it flies. It goes against the air resistance is how it flies.
That's a given. What I'm saying is that the propulsion that it has is keeping it in a straight line.
No, it would have to increase its propulsion. See, it would have to increase its propulsion in order to go in a straight line, because to go in a straight line would require it to change its altitude. That's what you're failing to grasp.
On a curvature,
It's going in a straight line. If in order to go in a straight line, it would have to increase its altitude. In order to increase its altitude, it'd have to have more propulsion
why
because
would
it needs more lift. You can't change altitude without changing the lift. And it never changes its lift. It has constant lift in its flight. And that's why, because of its constant lift in its flight, it cannot increase its altitude.
Yeah, on a plane that is understandable, but not on a curve on a ball. On a ball, you know, it would automatically change its altitude at level. It would automatically change its altitude even if you start off level. That's the whole point.
No. Look, if like what you're saying is that they're going in a straight line and they'll just keep going in a straight line on a ball. Or no, what would happen is to go in a straight line would require a change in altitude. You'd have to increase your altitude. But increasing your altitude requires an increase in your lift.
So okay, so on a ball,
The
if
plane
you
never
don't
changes
change your
the lift is the same. Therefore, it can increase altitude. It will always stay at the same altitude as it goes around.
I understand what you're saying, but you have to demonstrate that to me. Show me how on a ball, because you're just assuming that is the case. I want to see how on a curved day it automatically in air, any object in air going around a ball will automatically, you know, having the same lift, stay at the same altitude and not go at the other side as it goes along with the curve. Why won't it travel in a straight line? Why would it keep dipping at every point in motion?
Because changing altitude requires a change in lift.
Yeah, but only on a straight line. Only on a straight.
You cannot change your altitude without changing the lift.
That's only the case, though. You have to prove that that's the case on a baller. I don't believe that's the case on a baller.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is independent of ball or flat.
No, it's not. I'm saying it's
altitude
not.
without changing lift.
That's what you are saying, but I disagree. I don't believe that is the case. Now you have.
Then you don't understand physics, and we can't have a conversation.
Well, the problem is you're assuming.
Getting upset.
That's the problem. Is I want to have some solid evidence here. But what do you mean I don't understand physics? You have to then explain this to me.
You think that you can just get free energy? Somehow you can change altitude without adding any more energy.
You don't have to have free energy, because on a ball, take a tennis ball. Let's do this right now. If I take a tennis ball, the altitude is not really an altitude on the other side, right? Because when I start traveling on a straight line, it's just I'm continuing to travel in that same straight line. So obviously on the other side of the ball, I would be, from that perspective, on the other side of the ball, my altitude has changed. Whilst on that perspective where I started off, my altitude hasn't changed. You see? So what's the big deal? It's all it has to do with the relative standing position from where I started off from the ball. So the altitude on a ball is not really an altitude at all in that sense, because every region has a different altitude. My altitude here would not be the same than the ones who are living on the opposite end of the ball, supposedly.
Not only that, man, if you're in an airplane and you're accelerating, right? Let's say you're accelerating at cruising altitude, right? If you stop accelerating, you're not going to go any higher in the atmosphere. You're going to start dropping down. The reason why you maintain elevation is because you're expending fuel and energy to thrust you through the atmosphere. So it's not just gravity, and it's not just the forces that are keeping you suspended in air in this case. It's the fuel propelling the aircraft through the atmosphere. So if you stop accelerating, gravity will pull you down, but it won't just suck you straight down. You will eventually taper off and descend at an angle. You're not just going to drop straight down. It's not going to pull you straight down. So this pull that he's talking about, like you said, Johnny, on the flat plane, we would expect the same dropping down if we decelerate. But he's not drawing a line as to where, because he's saying gravity is pulling the plane down. That's why we don't have to adjust upward or downward. Or the gravity's pulling the plane down, so we don't have to adjust for the curve because gravity's already doing that. But at the same time, there's no adjustment upward apart from this acceleration. So you're already accelerating. If what he's saying is true, that gravity's pulling the plane to match the curve of the Earth, then the pilots would have to adjust upward every so often to counteract that pull of gravity. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say that, well, they're not nosing down to account for the curvature because gravity's already doing it, and then say that they're not correcting upward to counteract that gravitational pull. I mean, it's absolute nonsense. But I put a video in the side chat proving how gyroscopes relate to this whole issue. Gyroscopes is what give you the artificial horizon in the airplane. So when he's saying that gravity is pulling this airplane down, that gyroscope would read that. It would be having to correct upward to correct it. But pilots never do that. If you want to show that video, let me know. I'll screen share it. If you want to present me, I'll screen share it while you're talking. But
All right ahead.
yes.
All right. Okay.
Do you want me to play? You want me to play the audio? Or?
Yeah. Can you play it?
Yeah. Let me screen share. Basically, I think that he is following his paradigm, which already assumes gravity. It already assumes that we're on a ball. So, you know, what he's saying makes sense to him.
Wait a minute. You don't believe in gravity either?
I believe things fall to the ground. That doesn't prove that there's this magical force making things change direction. But let's just watch this video and give you some perspective.
The gyroscope is mounted in all airplanes, we know.
No thanks. I've already seen this one also. I mean, I just think we're at an impasse. We can't really make any progress here because there's just a lack of level of knowledge between
You're
the two.
lying. Yeah, exactly. You're lying. You're lying your butt off, and it's quite obvious. And I'm calling you on it.
I've already seen these videos before. I mean, these videos have been debunked.
Then why are you lying, saying that gyroscopes are electronically assisted in how they're adjusting for...
No. I did not say they were electronically assisted in their adjustment. I said they were electronically propelled.
There's no issue there.
Oh, that is an issue.
No, it's not an issue.
They have to be. They have to have propulsion. They have to be spun.
That is not the issue.
But that's not the issue, though. You're not listening. Again, he's saying that's not the issue.
I am listening. What you're not understanding is that my point refutes yours.
You
won't see it. You don't see the case. If it has to be,
then why are you afraid of the video?
Continuously respun.
Then why? Okay, that's not the issue here.
Yes, it is because every time you respin it, it's a reset.
Let me know when you're done repeating yourself over and over and over. Okay? Let me know, and then I'll continue.
Interrupting me. You never listen to this. You have never listened to the full explanation. Never.
Yourself ad nauseum. You just keep saying the same rhetoric, the same jargon. I'm going to tell you why it doesn't matter. It matters not how it's spun. What matters is its axis and its rotation. That's what matters. And what matters is it keeps an artificial horizon no matter what the base is doing. So the base can be flipping every which way, but the axis will remain completely straight up and down.
I guess you've never had a gyroscope, have you? You never played with one
Yes,
before.
I have had a gyroscope. You keep lying your butt off, and I'm going to keep it.
You have one? Oh, you have one. Okay, good.
Yeah, there's a reason why you're afraid of this video, because it shows that gyroscopes prove without a doubt when airplanes are flying that there is no adjustment for this curvature, and it would be shown on the gyroscopes, and it doesn't. In fact, if you have a gyroscope and you set it on your table,
why do you want to object to the fact that gyroscopes need a constant source of propulsion? Why do you object to that?
Propulsion means nothing in this instance at all, bro. At all. It means absolutely nothing.
So you accept?
Yeah, he accepted it.
You accept the fact that the gyroscopes have to be continuously propelled.
That has nothing to do with the issue at hand.
Okay, but do you accept? I'll show you how it has something to do with it. You accept that, then you know that they're constantly being respun by some energy.
Again, you're a broken record, bro. I can't take this.
Do you accept that or not? So we can move on.
You're a broken record, brother.
Okay, so you don't accept that. You know where it's gonna. You know it's gonna lead.
Brother, okay, maybe you can just tell him that. Maybe you can just tell him that you do, so that we can move on, because he's being...
Okay, yeah, he doesn't understand that no matter how it's spun up, once it is spun up, it keeps an artificial horizon, and no matter how that thing tilts, the axis is going to remain perfectly straight up and down.
Okay.
And that is the whole problem. If that is true... I can't even finish. That's why he's not listening.
Incorrect.
I can't finish.
Every time it's respun.
Exactly.
Every time it's respun, it's position.
That has nothing to do with the issue at hand. How it's spun, when it's spun, however, it doesn't matter. And if
Every
I
time
was
it's
allowed to
reset,
show
it's
the
reset.
video,
Can't handle it.
okay, keep
Look,
repeating
man.
yourself ad nauseum. It makes no sense. Either you let us play the video so we
Okay,
can all
one
see,
at a time, man.
or
Let
not.
me see the video, man. Let me see the video first. Go ahead. I can.
Yeah, he doesn't want you to see it.
No,
When
I
they
want to see that video. I want to see that video right now.
I just want to mention, when they run a gyroscope like this, they keep it at constant speed. That's just common sense. They don't let it wind down and wind it back up. It's keeping a constant speed. That's what makes us how gyroscopes work. In an instance like this, they're going to obviously power the thing. I mean, it wouldn't work if you don't spin it, you know?
Can you play that video again?
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
Yeah, but it's all mechanical too. Let me get my screen share. Even if it's electronically assisted,
Yeah,
it
man.
works off mechanics, bro. It's not work off of it doesn't work off computer software. That's what he's trying to say it does.
Right.
It's ridiculous. Well, hold on. Let me try to turn my volume up here.
All right. Yeah, I want to see that, man.
Because the gyro is a separate instrument. It's spinning on its axis all the time, and it's calibrated before the start of the airplane. And you see the artificial horizon here in this video background. And the artificial horizon is showing the level position of the gyroscope. And when the airplane moves and it's ascending or dropping down, the gyroscope and the artificial horizon is always staying level flat to the surface of the Earth below. So the pilot always knows in which direction the plane is heading, so he doesn't crash it anywhere on the ground if he's always pointing downwards. So this is very simple technology. It's very old. The Foucault's pendulum was invented from the same person. The gyroscope has also a similar effect like the Foucault's pendulum, because the gyroscope is drifting. So on its axis it's drifting a little bit around, and the electronics these days try to minimize this effect. And we all know this is not caused by the Earth's rotation, because it's observed that the eclipse of the sun is disturbing such instruments and drifts.
Now I'm getting this.
Yeah.
You understand now?
Interesting.
So why doesn't the horizon roll backwards? Because we're not going over a curving surface. We're flying straight.
That's it.
So not only that, the gyroscope it's powered, but it's all mechanical. It basically is a motor that spins it up, and once it's spinning, it's going to keep its axis. So if we were going over a curve, the base would rotate, and the axis would stay straight, but the base never rotates, nor does the horizon ever roll backwards. So this proves without a doubt that we're not flying over a plane or a curve.
Hey, I'm glad you played that. That was interesting. I'm not sure I quite completely understand it, but
well, let it keep playing. It goes into some more visual detail.
that other guy left, I guess, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He just a connection problem, but I think he just
Yeah.
The gyro is spinning. It's always
See, this is the base right here, and no matter what this base does, this axis remains here, just like this. So if we were going around a ball, see, check it out.
About this gyro and how it is according to the curvature of the Earth, we all expect, and they have no answer about it. So
gravity should constantly change it also, right?
You see, the gyroscope is made to keep its axis no matter what the base is doing. So in theory, you could set a gyroscope on your table in your living room, and after 6 hours or so, it should look like it should change on its axis, but it does not. change on its axis. It stays completely like this the whole time because we're not spinning around the ball. So when a plane is flying, this is what the gyroscope should do. In the horizon,
Right.
if you picture being in that artificial cockpit and that horizon is flat, it should start rolling backwards as you go down, but instead you see it like this the whole time.
Wouldn't you think it would have trouble when it gets to like the equator and the south north poles, that kind of thing? Wouldn't that cause it to go totally whacked out?
Well, no, not at all. That's what gyroscopes. It's made to maintain its rigidity in space, meaning it's going to maintain its axle point here, no matter what this base is doing. So technically, if you started at the North Pole, or let's say wherever you are here, and you're flying, but if you were to fly on the bottom of the ball, this base should be on top, opposite this, just like this. This would be.
If the Earth is spinning, right? When it would get to the equator and the North and South Pole, I think that would like mess up the thing. You know, if you're flying through space, close enough to the Earth, you think.
Because this base is supposed to be on a level surface. That's the way they are always wound up. They're always wound up on a level surface. Even with the lasers and stuff like that, we always mount them. Well, some lasers use these gyroscopes, and we always mount them on concrete slabs that are fixed. So you're right. I think it would if we were actually spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
Yeah.
Gyroscope
Okay, is the
would-
gyroscope? Okay, let me ask you this: is the gyroscope constantly being propelled, or is it just at the beginning of the flight propelled, and then for the whole flight, it's not being propelled after that? How does that
Yeah,
exactly?
being propelled. There are motors that are built into. Some of them have motors. Some of them you can wind up by hand. But as you can see, my brother, just the spinning of it, that's the only electrical issue with the gyro. It's just spinning the mechanics of it. It's spinning the mechanical components, kind of
Spinning
like
it
a.
constantly?
Yeah,
Is it constantly maintaining the speed?
Yes, that's how it works though. It has to be
All right.
spinning. So
Constantly. I mean, it doesn't allow it to slow down. So it's constant.
not until you turn off the motor, then it will slow down.
All
It's
right,
basically like a drill, like a
All right.
handheld drill. When you pull the trigger, it's gonna spin. Yeah. So
okay.
has nothing to do with the orientation of it. Has nothing to do with how it maintains its rigidity in space. That's built on the physics of how it's built around this whatever it's called, the contraption, whatever it's called. However, it's whatever you want to say. Yeah, it's the physics of it that makes it work, not the spinning, not the electrical component.
Okay.
So yeah, man, I'd say that's another issue.
So let's continue to play. Let me see
I
the film.
apologize, guys, and Johnny for getting upset. You know, I don't know why the guy was calling me like a
Right.
retard, whatever the heck he was calling me. I don't know, and I don't know what
Can
that.
you play the whole video, Arcane? I
I
think
don't-
you can do it as well.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, Saint. That was uncalled for. He basically wanted to make it seem like he knew more than us, therefore we should study more. I mean, that's basically.
Right. That's exactly the attitude that I hear from the evolutionists all the time. So let's continue.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, let's see
I
if we
really
can.
like the way Bruce did that with the with the "What do you do in life?" question. I always love that one, Bruce. Trust me, it works every
What
time.
do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh my god, that was phenomenal. I was just laughing. I couldn't. What do you actually do with anything in life and reality? And it's like pulling teeth. I mean, I just want to, and that's what you're going to get from these intellectuals. That's what these intellectuals are. Just think of the psychological exposure that you've done in the last hour. You've done more in the last hour than probably 3 years.
All I wanted to know is, like, does the guy ever gone out and rode a motorcycle or a unicycle or a bicycle or raced a car around or, something you can look at mechanical and think about. That's all I want to know.
Okay, brothers, let's continue the video first. It's only 3 minutes more. I want to see the rest of it. Go ahead, brother Arcane. I think it's not showing at the moment.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah, I want to see this. Yeah, continue with the video.
The manufacturer of these gyroscopes, and I called one of them and asked them how they accrue for the curvature of the Earth, and they he was a little bit struggling to get an answer about this question, and they argument a little bit with air pressure, that the airplane is trying to maintain the level of air pressure, so it's staying on the same altitude. But this is nonsense when there's no curvature to take into account, so they can't ever fly level all the time. They have to adjust for the curvature in some way. So especially the old gyroscopes, as you see here, are perfect proof for the flat Earth, because they had nothing to ever adjust for any curvature. So when this thing is running and the airplane is moving around it, it stays always in the same position as it was in the hangar before the start. So this is already a proof for the flat Earth, but we can take this and make it seriously. And maybe there's a possibility to get some gyroscope, which is observed by technology, high-speed cameras and computer programs, so we can monitorize every movement of it. And when we sit with this independent running gyroscope in an usual airplane and fly, for example, LA to Sydney, Australia, to the bottom of the globe, as we or some maybe believe still, then this gyro could never stay level with the Earth all the time. It has to be all.
That's a good point. So what he's saying is, take one of these old school gyroscopes that don't have any kind of assistance in them whatsoever.
Right.
Take it on an airplane with you from, you know, somewhere on the globe to the bottom, so where there's significant curvature.
Right.
And then if that gyroscope stays completely level the entire time, the Earth cannot be a ball. So I'd like to see somebody go on an airplane. I should have thought about this before I went. I have a gyroscope. I should have. I was just on an airplane. I didn't think about it. But yeah, somebody take a gyroscope, one of these old school ones,
Right.
take it on a plane, go a significant distance, and videotape it the entire flight and see if it changes its level. And if it doesn't, that's pretty significant evidence, I would say, at least, that we're not on a ball. So
Yeah, that's a great idea.
When the plane reaches Australia, and this could be easily observed, and then this is the final answer for proving flat Earth. Just one of hundreds of ideas. And thank you everyone for listening, and everyone also who makes videos about flat Earth. We need more information. We need more people who come out about to fall with New World Order.
yeah,
Let's see if
this
any
guy.
already. Maybe some people have already done that on YouTube.
Perhaps. I have.
And to be honest, I kind of understand what the guy was saying about constant gravity in a curve. However, where I really have issue with it is that once something is set in flight, it's going to want to stay that direction. It's normal for a projectile to want to stay in the direction it's in. And so, with the curvature of the Earth taken into account, it couldn't stay unless they correct it somehow. If it was actually round, that's where I have an issue with it.
Also, what do you think, Saint? Do you think that the airplane is moving independent of the spin of the Earth? If it was if we are on a spinning ball, and let's say the airplane left the ground and it's flying through the air, is it moving independent of the Earth at that point, according to what they believe?
I'll be quite honest, I have a rough time with that. And I'll tell you where I'd run into trouble with it is that not so much running around the equator, I guess, but when you get one direction of the equator or the other, that it would, if it's somewhat, even let's say somewhat independent of the Earth, at that point I think there would be a problem as far as its takeoff point and where it would land. And goodness, like to draw on crooked lines, you'd have to fly in crooked lines. You know, I mean, I don't really understand that, I guess. You know,
Well, the reason I asked is because
that could be a problem there. You couldn't just fly straight to something. I don't think.
yeah. Well, the reason I asked is because I heard you guys talk about the Coriolis effect.
Yeah. Yeah.
How they say that. Well, this is an issue because they say that snipers and things they have to take into account the spin of the Earth because the bullet is traveling independent of the spin, so that the target would be moving while the bullet's traveling through the air.
I'll be straight up. I mean, I understand that and I've read about it. However, I've never seen anyone put it into effect. I understand that as projectiles, bullets falling, and it's in its spin, it's going to make more contact with the air, or heavier. I mean, I can say more air is going to be touching it on the bottom than, let's say, on the top due to its falling. So yes, it's going to curve, that direction. But in relation to the Earth spinning, I have to be honest. I mean, 300-400 yard shots at groundhogs, I never used it. And yes, I was successful in my groundhog shoots with like 22 250s and second thing. I can say I shot a whole ton of groundhogs, but plenty. And to make a shot at a groundhog, something that small, you have to be fairly good at it. And yeah, and I liked shooting long distance. I thought it was fun. That to me is long distance. I know to some people they say that's not long, but I don't know too many people that shoot groundhogs at 300-400.
Well, think about this.
A few. There are people who do it, but there's a lot who talk about it, but you don't usually go out and see them doing it. I mean, to be honest, I don't know too many people who go out and continually walk up and down 300-400 yard ranges to go see how their groups are. You know what I mean? 50, 100, and they're happy. That's reality.
But think about this. This is the argument that they use. They say, well, the Earth spins because we have evidence that the Earth spins because we have to take into account this Coriolis effect. Basically, the Earth is spinning underneath the bullet, so the person shooting the bullet has to, basically like a quarterback throwing to a moving target. Like the person's running underneath the ball, so the quarterback has to adjust for where the runner is going to be. He's not going to throw it where the runner's currently at. You follow me? So when Joe Montana and Jerry Rice are throwing a slant route, and Jerry Rice is on a slant, Joe Montana is going to throw the ball ahead of Jerry Rice, so that Jerry Rice, when he's running, he'll run into the ball. He's not going to throw it at Jerry Rice because by the time Jerry Rice continues his run, the ball will be behind him. So he has to throw the ball in front of Jerry Rice so that he catches the ball in stride.
That makes sense in motion, but you see where I am beginning to have trouble with this now, thinking about this, is with the bullet, like I kind of understand it, but on the other hand, and I went along with that, but where I'm beginning to have trouble now is if you launch a really big bullet, let's say, and we'll call it an airplane, and we'll call this big giant bullet an airplane that we see flying in the sky every day, but wouldn't that Coriolis effect also come into account, and yet we never hear about it with an airplane? Exactly,
that's where I'm going with this.
That's where you're going. Okay, that's kind of bizarre. There's something that's I probably have to take off soon. You're stretching my mind worse today than yesterday, or the day before it was. I watched a G-Man thing, and I put some of it up because I thought it was funny as heck, but then I started looking into it, and I'm like, I've looked at this stuff before, but I started to really have trouble with it yesterday, being honest. And now today, you finally did hit something, yes. I kind of accepted the Coriolis effect with the bullets, but even though I never used it, for shorter shots. I mean, I understand guys talking shooting 1,000 yards and stuff, but I haven't had experience with that. I'd be more concerned with wind.
Well, here's another issue that
did you go on a binge of information and do like a long search for like 3 or 4 hours or 10 hours or something? What happened exactly?
I'll be honest. Stupid. I prayed about it and stuff. I did do that. I always pray. You got nobody.
Well, I mean, but I'm just hoping you're being serious. I mean, obviously, all right.
But then
I'm just wondering, how long did you research? I'm just asking you, how long did you research it the conventional way?
Okay, I'll tell you how I did it. I went yesterday and then today, and I put like autoplay on my YouTube thing and just started looking up and left it play. While I was
Are you serious? All right. If you want to, okay.
And then I went to bed last night, and I have a Roku box, and I put YouTube on that, and I typed in Bible, Flat Earth, and I fell asleep to it and woke up to it.
Nice.
That's what I did. That's how I studied. So I know it's not the best way to study. I didn't write down a lot of notes or anything.
I think that's great. I think that's great, man. I think at least you have the interest to look into it. At least you're not approaching it like you've got it all figured out. So
I fought it a lot, and I'm still kind of fighting it. But like, it's another one of these issues where I say, okay, I accept the Coriolis effect for distances I never shot at. Reality is 100 yards. Who cares? I mean, if you're shooting at a deer at 100 yards, it doesn't mean squat anyhow. You're shooting at a groundhog at 200 yards. So what? Wind's more important anyhow. You shoot, and so my point is, yes, I've shot some longer distance groundhogs, and yeah, I did hit them. I didn't consider the Coriolis effect. The only concern I would have had was, well, really keeping the sight hairs on there and not jerking or just squeezing slow. and yes, I have missed plenty in my life too. But as I looked at that, you know, I got thinking, well, wait a minute, with an airplane, that's kind of, you asked earlier about being independent. I'm thinking, holy heck, that's pretty bizarre. It's a lot higher than a bullet in the air. Not anywhere near as fast either. Real slow. In comparison, you know.
Well, that was the point I was going to say is, let's say the Earth is spinning, right?
Way long distance across the Earth. Yeah,
let's say you're going from LA to China, or China to LA, and the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour, and the airplane's going 500 miles per hour. You would never reach your destination if the airplane is truly independent of the atmosphere and the Earth.
Yeah, you'd have a problem. Yeah, I mean, it's no wonder they never try to dig their way through to China.
Yeah.
You know? No, I'm kidding, but I mean, it's pretty bizarre, you know, something to think about, you know what I mean?
Well, that's a good point. You actually hit on something there. In theory, you could dig your way to China if we're on a ball, right?
Yeah, it didn't happen, you know, but the Coriolis effect, I mean, I like, to be honest, yes, the Coriolis effect made sense to me when a buddy of mine, the guitar guy, was talking about it. But then I'd think about it, and I'd be like, yeah, but I don't know anybody who, at least in groundhogs, shoots and stuff, nobody thinks about it. Like I said, even if you took it into an effect at a couple hundred yards with a, you know, with a deer, really, it'd be more important to shoot well, you know. But on something like a groundhog, or what the heck are those things they shoot out west? Prairie dogs, they're really little. You know, I never heard anybody talk about the Coriolis effect. You know, either you're good or you're not, and you know, you float your barrel, you know, put pressure points on it, you have accurized precision barrels, super special bullets, hand loaded, everything's super perfect. But I never hear anybody talk about Coriolis effect. They worry a lot about wind. You know what I mean? I mean, you can see guys doing that, you know, and I've been around guys and plenty of groundhogs, you know, shooting, but a little redneck, I know, but nevertheless, if you're going to hit them, you got to know what you're doing. And if the Coriolis effect made that much effect, these guys would have known about it. I never heard anybody talk about it. You know, they spend thousands of dollars on equipment, but you don't. Nobody talks about the Coriolis effect on shooting varmints anyhow.
Well, even if you were shooting a varmint at, let's say, 300 yards, think of if you're spinning, let's say you're at the equator and you're trying to make that shot, and you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, that would be an adjustment of like 300 feet per second. And I don't think anyone's ever making that kind of adjustment at that distance, you know, 200-300 yards. You wouldn't adjust, you know, hundreds.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking like a couple 3,000 feet per second, and then it's slowing down as it gets out there. I mean, even higher sometimes, I guess. I haven't thought about that in a while.
Yeah, if the Earth is spinning underneath it, it wouldn't be moving significantly.
I mean, it's pretty fast. I mean, its bullets pretty fast. But nevertheless, even if you were shooting with, say, a 30-30, or let's say a 30-06 or something with a heavy bullet, and even a 22 long rifle, let's say, you know,
now shot howitzers, man,
1,500 feet per second or something, whatever it is. But then your concern is trajectory, not the Borealis effect. Dude,
I've shot tanks, I've shot howitzers, I've shot missiles, and these are very sensitive targets. If you overshoot or undershoot any of these targets, innocent people die. And you're talking about miles. We can shoot miles away, 5-10 miles away with these howitzer systems. So at a distance of 5 miles, how much is the Earth moving underneath that cannon? I wonder.
What do you got on me? I've shot 22s. Come on, dude.
But to give you a perspective of distance, I mean, cannons shoot much farther away, and you would think if the Earth is spinning underneath the cannonball, each fire mission, each time they fire that cannon at a different direction, they would have to adjust significantly for that spin of the Earth, and never once did I do it. So,
well, that's kind
just
of
another thing to think about.
right. That's kind of what I'm getting at. And when you see dudes shooting pretty realistically, you know, 400, 500, 600 yards at a prairie dog or something out in the flats somewhere, I mean, you know, they'd be talking about that. When you read about bullets from different companies, I mean, yeah, occasionally you might see somebody bring it up just to act smart or something, but I mean, you can go to Burger Bullets, Sierra, Nosler, whatever. There's no information there on the Coriolis effect. You know what I mean? You know, those are all companies who make special bullets for long distance shooting and stuff. You know?
Yeah.
Nothing there. They don't talk.
Each time, if that was true, each time a sniper went to shoot at a distance, he would have to do a lot more calculations to account for it, which would take at least 20 minutes or so out of the sniper's time just for the Coriolis effect, not to mention the windage, the droppage, the rest of it that he has to calculate. So
sure, absolutely.
That's something to think about for these guys that say that the Earth is spinning and that they can prove it by shooting bullets downrange.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you look at guys that are shooting deer from like mountaintop to mountaintop. I mean, I've only ever talked to a few guys said they did that kind of stuff, and I never really heard them talking about it. Being honest.
Well, they might, like you said, they might mention it and say, "Oh yeah," but they won't show you the calculations. They won't do it and demonstrate it.
They don't do it. I mean, they're out there playing with high-powered Magnum rifles, and like I said, their biggest concern is when they go out to test it out and see, you know, what kind of groups are they hitting at 200-300 yards? You know, are they staying into an inch or two or whatever? You know, and can they make a good guess as to what kind of group they can expect at 600,000 yards, and can they actually hit that moose or deer, whatever they're at? You know,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, it's just kind of funny. Heck, you look at a guy like, if you look him up, like Elmer Keith, the guy that shot mountain goats and deer and all kinds of animals with a 44 Magnum revolver. He'd shoot them at, you know, like 400-600 yards, sometimes longer. Those dudes never talked about Coriolis effect. And imagine that coming out of a 6-inch, which I think he was commonly used, he talked a lot about a 4-inch. A revolver and 44 mag, you're talking like, holy heck, a big lead cast bullet is what they shot. Oh man, what are you talking, like 1,200, 1,500 feet per second or something, you know?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Well, I know this dude had notches cut in his front sight so he could hold up for different distances. And that means that cartridge, that's bullets flying slow through the air, comparatively speaking, to, you know, guys shooting long distance varmints with rifles. A lot of drag on that bullet and stuff. So I mean, you'd think the Coriolis effect would make that dude miss all the time.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case, though. He actually was hitting stuff. You know, so
Makes you think, man. I mean, Coriolis effect is just one of many. I mean, we've touched on a few just here in the last hour with this guy that really don't make sense. And it's not that. And like you said, oh, I'm not completely on board with the flat Earth, but I'm seriously having some questions here. And that's normal, I think, for a thinking person to be like, well, I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm just a retard. Why can't I, you know, get a clear explanation? Why can't you give me the dummy version and have me understand it? But they can't give you a dummy version. They have to give you the jargon that.
right. Well, the problem is that when you get into acceleration and velocity and centrifugal force and going around turns and stuff like that, I understand all that because I grew up doing that stuff. You know, that's what I loved, is horsepower and speed. You know,
Yeah.
And playing around with stuff like we were just talking. Obviously, that all comes into play. You know, you kind of have to. That's what I meant when I said, you know, what's the guy doing in life? I mean, when you go out and actually physically work with this stuff, you learn how it works, and if you don't learn how it works, how can you expect to properly use it?
Exactly. I'm sure you've been in a fast car or a motorcycle and you felt the acceleration or deceleration, even the slightest bit. Our sensors are hardwired to detect the slightest movement in these things.
Well, I don't mean to be funny, but to me, like a rush is like getting on I had a stripped down 1100 Goldwing that I put a supercharger on. I had XS 1100 Yamaha. I've had one of my favorite bikes was a Honda 900 Super Sport. I really like that bike, and it was fast enough, you know. Anyhow, but to me the idea rushes, you know, racing guys and stuff on Yamaha FJ1200s and stuff, or taking an FJ1200 or a VMAX and launching it and smoking the tire off. I mean, that's a freaking crack up. I mean, that's excitement, you know. I mean, so hearing somebody telling me I don't understand physics, I'm like, you're a freaking moron. I mean, oh, sorry. You know what I mean? Or, I mean, I can get into asking somebody about counter steering or proper braking and stuff, and it's amazing how many people don't understand this stuff. You have to understand how to use your front brakes. You have to understand how to counter steer. You can't properly ride at speed if you don't know this stuff, you know?
Yeah.
You know, so you have to understand some physics. And then when you
another
apply
issue with the acceleration and deceleration issue, they say at the equator is where the Earth is spinning the fastest. You know, it's the yeah. So at the equator, it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour. Let's say 20 degrees up, it's spinning 800 miles an hour, and so on. So the closer to the North Pole you are, the slower the spin. The closer to the equator, the faster it is. So let's say you're traveling from the North Pole to South America. You mean to tell me that we're not going to sense any of that increase in the Earth's acceleration at all? When, I mean, come on, when we're in a car that's going from 0 to 60, we can feel that acceleration. You mean to tell me that as the Earth increases in acceleration from the North Pole from like 400 miles per hour to the equator, which is 1,000 miles per hour, we're not feeling that increase of acceleration?
Okay, I have to make a confession. Many, many years ago, I was sitting around thinking about this, and I thought, what would happen if everybody on the Earth all jumped one direction at the same time? Like, could we change the speed of the Earth? Or if, say, everybody lined their cars up, you know, and everybody either slammed the brakes, got them in motion and slammed the brakes on, or let's just say they all aimed them the same direction around the rotation of the Earth and floored it and left the clutch fly. Like, could we spin it faster or spin it the other direction? Like, could we totally, just like a bunch of kids in a school bus, you know? You go around and turn and everybody in the bus jumps on one side and the bus leans real far, you know? And could we do that on the Earth, you know? I've always just wondered.
I saw, I think it was Superman, either Superman or The Flash, where they tried that, where they went around the Earth. I think it was Superman, where he flew around the Earth really fast, and he tried to slow its acceleration down. And I guess physically, theoretically, it's possible, you know, if it's because inertia, I mean, it's going to spin until it's acted upon by another force.
If we took all the giant Euclids and trains and trucks and got them all moving down the highways that all went the same direction, they're like as fast as they go, whatever. Say mandatory, everybody had to drive 80 miles per hour, so everybody could go the same speed. And at a certain time, they all just slam your brakes on. You can't tell me that with all those trains and buses and cars and everything that it wouldn't affect, you know, to some degree.
Maybe. It depends on how big the Earth actually is, I guess.
Well, that's my point, though. See, these are the kind of things that have always made me question it. Although I didn't really question the Earth being round, I just figured it would mess it up. Or I never thought of it being flat back then, but I thought it would mess it up, though. I will admit, when reading the Bible, I used to think that the Earth was described as flat in the Bible, and I just figured they didn't understand it. That's my pick. That's the way I looked at it, you know.
I did too. When I first read the Bible, I said, "Wait a minute, they're actually describing something different than what we're used to hearing."
Hey guys, I just saw Carlos on the outside. He made a kind of strange comment to me. Let me just read that for you. Do you know Carlos?
No.
Well, he's a good brother. I've known him. He's been in Nephilim Freeze hangouts, and I think I've talked to him. He seems to be a very decent guy. But what I see from him today is kind of strange. Here, let me read this to you before I say anything.
Yeah, go ahead and read it for us, Donnie. Let's hear it.
All right. Let me see. I'm gonna find that video. Here it is. All right. Now let me go down.
At least, Bruce, you got to have a lot of fun talking to fake intellectuals. It's, you know, it seems like it might be one of your pastimes.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of got where the guy was, but I just thought it was funny that
You gotta have a lot of fun talking to fake intellectuals. It's
All right.
It seems like it might be one of your pastimes.
Here it is.
Nice. There's two of me. How did there get two of me? You gotta have a lot of fun talking
All
to
right,
fake
here it is,
intellectuals.
guys.
It seems like it might be one of your pastimes.
Here it is.
Nice. There's two.
Okay, wait a second. Let me just. I think I have to screen share this one.
I heard like 5 pillboxes.
Right. Yeah, I had that video playing. Let me see here. Just gonna screen share that. All right, do you see it?
Oh boy. Let's hear it.
I have yet to discover a flat earther who isn't a naive, gullible, stubborn simpleton with sloppy theology and a paranoia of conspiracies. It sucks that they deceived you, Johnny, and now you're propagating satanic, divisive lies, tempting others to sin against God and their fellow man. You look unfathomably close-minded and overall foolish these days. Wow, the irony. It's just staggering. I mean, the thing is, yeah, I look foolish in front of the world, but I'd rather look foolish in front of the world than look foolish in front of God.
Johnny, didn't I tell you this was going to be fun? I told you it was going to be a lot of fun, and they were going to make it very easy for you. They were going to expose themselves, and you can just sit back and watch, and that's all this does. And I know, Bruce here is he's got a few different personalities. Sometimes I like him, sometimes I can't stand him. We get along, I think, good, but I don't know if he has a split personality sometimes, but maybe I do too. But at least this guy can have the conversation, and well, I mean, I'll admit though, he's already looked into it and he's admitted that he was wrong. So how is it that someone who's not really a Christian, or just somebody else who's not held to the standard? I think isn't Brucifer, you're like an agnostic, right?
Right, exactly. But the thing is,
I'm just shocked, but you got these Christians that are held to the standard. We can't bear false witnesses, and this is what we get. So.
Well, the thing is, I don't understand because Carlos, he's completely. I have to say, he's the one deceived. He's calling us deceived. This is what's so ironic about this. He's saying, see, we are not going. It's very easy to believe in a bollard. I mean, what's so difficult about believing in a bollard? Just go along with what the atheists and what the scientific community, quote unquote, scientific community up there is telling you. Just go along with the establishment and you can believe in the bollard. So what's the biggie there? Carlos thinks that we are the one really falling for satanic lies. When has the minority ever fallen for that? Why is it that those who go by the scriptures, right, the minority, pushing against what the world teaches, is that more likely to be falling for satanic lies? Or is the majority of Christians who just happen to go along with what the world says and make excuses for what the Bible says? I think that the picture is pretty clear.
Yeah, it's very clear. We went through this last night, Johnny. I don't know how much you and Pillbox talked about it before I got here, but man, brother, this stuff is getting kind of out of hand with these Christians. I mean, holy cow, bro.
I can tell you what I looked at years ago, and if you don't mind, I mean, I would look at relatively liberal Bible commentaries. Let's say like the people who did like the Revised Standard or something, and then I'd look at something like a commentary with the Revised Standard, it's accepted as, or New Revised Standard, either or, it's accepted as being fairly liberal, and they would show pictures and stuff in some of these commentaries and such, or Bible encyclopedias, whatever, of this flat Earth thing. I'd be like, well, that's ridiculous, I'd be like, no, man. And I remember throwing one away. Actually, I threw one, nice commentary, but I threw it away. I didn't like the flat Earth thing in it, and I didn't like any of the other liberal ideas. But they weren't saying the Earth was flat. They were just saying that's what the Bible showed. But it's funny that a lot of Christians, they get so upset. I have to admit, I noticed this, that when you guys mention it, they do get upset and flip out because it goes against their fundamental faith as they see it. But even the liberals recognize that's in the Bible. I just threw their book away because I didn't think it was very because that bothered me, and so did their just the view of Scripture, that they didn't see it literally. They didn't believe what they were saying. It was just commentary. Anyhow, I question that now, but never the whole thing. But where God is, whatever. But anyhow, that was my first introduction to the flat Earth thing, I suppose, was probably looking through their interpretation of how they felt the Bible was presenting how the Earth was made. You guys see it, though, but you're not liberal. Maybe that bugs some people.
I
You know
wish
what I
that you will. Okay, wait a second. I'll send the link to. Let's see if he comes in.
Maybe people don't feel a fundamentalist can actually think this way.
The issue is, I think, that we grew up in a generation that has accepted the ways of the world, such as the theories and that kind of thing. So when a Christian is reading his Bible this day and age, and no one in his lifetime has ever questioned the shape of the earth or the cosmos, he is going to accept that as being true, and he's going to make the Bible fit that, because as far as he knows, no one's ever questioned the shape of the earth. They must got it right. You know, we've been to the moon, right? So when a Christian this day and age reads the scripture, he's going to say, okay, well, I'm going to have to take some of this with a grain of salt. And that's normal, I think. But I think the test for Christians right now with this issue is testing them to question everything and just stand on scripture more than they stand on whatever this Joe Schmo EXP guy is talking about.
Well, where I'm having a hard time, I do have a hard time believing that, let's say, NASA's all bad, or that we never made it to the moon. Like, I understand there's question in it, but my mind just says, well, that's like ridiculous. I mean, obviously we went to the moon. I remember being a kid when the rocket was going off. I mean, let's see, I was born in '61. How old would I have been? I don't know. I remember this big deal about some rocket going into space or something when I was a kid. I don't know dates of what happened when. I just remember it being a big deal, you know. And I still accept it. I mean, I have a hard time thinking that that didn't actually happen. Apparently the Russians sent something too. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know.
How much of that psyche was built up by television and government information? Just think about that.
I was, at that time, we had to walk to school. And I remember, like, walking to school, and for some reason I was real excited. I think because my mom was real excited. I swear there was something, and I don't know what year. What year did we go to the moon? What the heck year did we go?
The first hoax was '69.
Okay, well then, oh yeah. Well, holy heck. Okay, so I would have been like 61, like 8 years old. I'm terrible with math. Don't mind me. I do have ADD and dyslexia. I do survive, but I still have problems with stuff. But anyhow, that's when I would have been going to grade school, and I would have been walking up that big hill, I guess. Yeah, I remember that. Like walking up to school, and I was all excited about this rocket ship flying up in the air, and I don't think, you know, somehow that always stuck in my head, you know. So anyhow, yeah, I just, in general, though, I've never questioned it. I just always figured, yeah, we went. And I've seen people say, no, we didn't. But then I've always heard that the flag was solid, that there's a reason why it looks like it's waving around, because they made it look that way. I don't know. I mean, I've heard rebuttals to the thing, and it's only in recent years that I've heard anybody actually question that we went to the moon. Like, that I even paid any attention to probably in the last 5 years, something like that. I don't know. I mean, it is hard to believe it's a hoax, though. I mean, doesn't that seem kind of bizarre?
Yeah, definitely, man. But like I said, we're in a day and age where we just accept what's on TV and we don't question it until we feel like we need to, you know? Like, who would have ever thought a year ago we'd all be sitting around discussing the shape of the earth? Not me.
I suppose it would make me more upset and angry to think that people lied to me. And people who you would put respect in, trust in. That's where I would get, that's what would make me, and I think that's, well, that makes me angry, because I'm thinking, well, wait a second. This is like ridiculous. You know, it's like most conspiracy theories, I think, are ridiculous. However, there are some where I go like, yeah, I can see the question and the reason why people would question. If there's not a motive, you know, and then on top of it, I think people that demand respect or in a respectable position, I have a hard time believing they would lie. So that's where I kind of have a hard time with it, you know. I fight that. No, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue, is that people don't want to believe that. They don't want to believe that the people they put their trust in are liars, and that there's a reason why they're lying, and that basically it's a fear issue. It's a defense mechanism. They would rather accept a comfortable lie than accept the uncomfortable truth. And that's basically what it boils down to. None of these people, including you and I, can go into space and prove that we're on a ball. We have to take the word for it of people who claim to have technology capable of doing such things. And if these people are found out to be liars, like they have been, and it's not that everyone at NASA is bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Like, it would be like saying that school teachers are bad, but I don't think school teachers are like it. Okay, I know where I'll take it. I don't think a lot of the Mormon Church, but I don't think that every Mormon that comes around trying to teach Mormonism is an evil, demonic person. I think they're messed up. So
Yeah.
maybe if I would apply the same thing, that's the only other way I could look at that, is it, whether they be police officers, teachers, newsmen, whatever they're telling you, this is the way the world is, you know, whatever they are, whatever their situation, airplane pilots, whatever, they probably believe it themselves, would be my hope and guess.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's not a conspiracy. It's a bunch of slaves, and then when the slaves are questioned, they are to bite back because they are comfortable slaves.
Well, yeah, Pillbox, I think you weren't there when were you there when DXP was talking about the the adjustment of the planes when it was flying over curvature, that the planes that due to gravity it automatically adjusts and stays level all the time without any.
Yeah. Yes, Johnny. When I was listening to that explanation, there was a brain cell in my head that exploded and blood shot out of my ears because I was trying to think of how somebody could be so ignorant. They think that a jet engine has to constantly accelerate to keep you at a level, constant speed. Johnny, I've never heard something so stupid in my life. But that's no worse than our flat Earth maps work because we're on a ball. So I don't understand how you guys had some patience to go over that
Well, the
with
problem
him.
is
So congratulations on that.
What he thinks to say is that it's constantly, you know, because the engines, the thrust is just as much, you know, just to keep the plane level. The problem, of course, is it's not, because just tell the pilot at the same, let's say the thrust, the engines are at the moment set at 50%. You tell the pilot now to move the, you know, to move to pull in the steering ring so that the nose changes of the plane, and that it starts to have an uplift. It's going to go up at the same speed. The speed is first going to decrease significantly before it stalls. So it's not that the plane cannot change in altitude just because the engines are constantly at 50%. No, if you pull it up, if you pull back the steering wheel of the plane is going to go up without you having to change the thrust of the engines for a bit. In fact, for quite a few minutes it's going to go up until the speed finally has reached its limit. It has gone, the speed has become low enough for the plane to now stall. And this is exactly what we should experience on a curvature, unless of course there's an electronic device that automatically senses the curvature of the Earth. But Brother Arcane just showed the video. That's just an ordinary gyro. It does not do such a thing.
If you change your flaps, regardless of what you do with the power propelling it, whether it be props or whatever kind of jet engine, whatever, it doesn't matter. If you change the flow and you tilt your flaps up, I mean, it's going to rise. You aim them down, step, you know, and I mean, just like you changing it left to right, whatever, and it's going to change it, you know. It's not all about speed. It's about airflow, and
yeah, it's about that too. But there's of course a limit. The plane, if it falls, I think below 150 kilometers an hour, it cannot stay. Then it cannot stay level.
Right. I got what you're saying, but my point is what he was getting at just to me didn't make sense.
And they're both. It's basically both, as if they're obviously fluids. That's what it is. It's just that the air fluid is much. It's a lot less dense. So you actually have to be at a speed to experience the sort of aerodynamic movements and adjustments, and there's going to be counteractions and reactions to, just like a submarine goes through the water, except that's very slow because the medium is so much denser.
Okay, I got a question.
Both medium. That's why they're called. And listen, that's why they're called firmaments. They're all different firmaments.
Can I ask you
Nice, huh?
can I ask you a serious question about something?
Yeah, what up?
I actually typed something in earlier about it, and I didn't say anything about this, but you had asked what happened. I'm a little embarrassed. I'll put my cam on here. I am kind of embarrassed, but let me ask you something, just because we'll see where this goes. What you say it's fluid, right? That air is fluid. How much do you think the air is actually like fluid? I mean, I'm just wondering. I'll explain this if you want to hear it.
Yeah, I don't really know that number. I don't have a percentage or an idea, but I would say it's less than water as a solid. I think oxygen in the atmosphere, what is it, about 15% or something? What is
Okay,
that, 12%?
Okay, let's say if we could. Suppose we went 100 miles out into the atmosphere, 1,000 miles into the atmosphere. Would there be fluid there, do you think?
Maybe there would. Maybe there'd be I don't know what's going to be. Maybe it's less fluid because there's less oxygen, less hydrogen. So is it possible that it's not like, see, solid water is one thing, and that's H2O. So look how similar air is. On our atmosphere, we don't have a vacuum. We're not in this vacuum, idea.
Another bizarre question is, anybody have any ideas of how thick embryonic fluid would be compared to? I'll tell you why. I had like a weird dream vision, but again, I went to sleep listening to that stuff last night, so that probably played part in this. But I had an odd dream that, and I don't know, it's gonna be wacky. This is live too, still. Anyhow, I had this weird dream that I went to. In the dream, it was the third heaven, whatever, and there was I was in like an embryonic fluid. So yeah, that's really my main reason for questioning. I mean, other than the things I was watching, that's had a big effect on me today. Trying to figure, like, that was just a weird dream. Was it a vision, like dream? It was a dream, but it was it was weird. That's all. I was supposedly in this embryonic like state through the earth, out past the earth, whatever. It's just weird, and probably weirder about it was when I looked back to the earth, I saw, like, in my mind this image of Hitchens, that Hitchens guy, the atheist guy I used to watch, Robert Hitchens? No, what the heck is his name? You know who I mean?
Oh, Christopher Hitchens?
Christopher Hitchens, yeah. You can't miss his face if you know his face, It's just weird dream-like thing. Anyhow, that's probably just has me kind of messed up and weirded out today. Just a weird, it's a weird experience. So I don't know. I kind of wonder if God's trying to tell me something, or at least to look into things. I don't know. So that's how I ended up here, just looking around today, and I found your hangout. Weird, I know. That's basically the deal. So I didn't really want to say about it at first, but that probably had, I don't know, a more emotional effect on me than watching the videos, anyhow. So yeah, it has me wondering. I don't know. What does the Bible? Well, I guess that's what I was studying, is the Bible and the flat Earth. So I guess you will have strange dreams if you study stuff like that or something.
Unfortunately, the problem is that many Christians, they don't want to look. It seems like even though they have abandoned or they don't believe in evolution or the older, they don't want to look as foolish in front of the world so as to deny. And I think that's also one of the reasons, because they think they'll look completely foolish in front of the world if they believed that the Earth is not really a spinning ball. I mean, that's all, and that's a great success, by the way, for the Satanists, for those deceiving us. They don't realize that how much they are playing into their hands, how much the Satanists could be laughing right now that they got even the Christians who fight against evolution, like Kent Hovind, for example, who's otherwise a good brother, or except he also believes in eternal security, which I have a problem with too. Okay, but he has, when it comes to defense, I mean, he has done a lot of things to defend the faith. I
But
must
there
give.
are some that are 6 and 10. I mean, aren't there like young Earth creationists? Some are 6, 10,000 years. Some are more. Or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I think there's 6 to 10,000, but I personally would say 6 to 6,500.
I don't know. I kind of understand. Well, let's say I don't know if I understand. I accept some evolution, but I have a very hard time with everything from the beginning happening by chance. I don't think that makes sense. It just doesn't. I don't see how everything would have fell into place by accident perfectly. You know?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Nothing can really. There's always, if you can try this with any. You can create robots that adjust to an environment. Let's say you always have to put in. First of all, you have to program it. You have to put all the consonant, and the adjusting will only go so far. There will always be inefficiencies, more inefficiencies lumping up than the efficiencies that you will get out of the adjustment. So the system will collapse after a while. And this is what that you need an intelligence to wind things up. It will always wind down.
Do you realize how hard it is to take a mechanical watch and wear it every day and set the pose and things and adjust not just the speed in which the hairspring, in which it spins back and forth, but actually how it sits in there and when it changes direction, whether it's up, down, side, whether you're driving with your hand up or down at your sides or whatever you do most, you have to regulate it for that. I mean, that's pretty complicated, and so for me to look at all the stuff we do to make just a simple mechanism work, to think that everything, and that follows, I know, the clockmaker story, but that's kind of what I look at. I just look and say, yeah, well, I have a hard time believing this all happened by chance. I kind of took on the idea that God guided evolution. That was just my theory on it. The energy force, New Agey, however you want to look at it. I just couldn't see that it happened by accident. I still can't.
Right. I mean, the thing is that even with the watch, it's not just that it's complicated, it's specifiedly complicated. It has to do a specific function, specific purpose. It has algorithms in there, Even so, it be they as so simple. Even the simplest algorithm cannot really come about by chance. There has to be a law in place, set in motion by an intelligence, and therefore the termination point for any intelligence would be what we call the spirit. It is a non-material entity that has to be the termination point of intelligence. It cannot be material because there is no known cause in the universe whatsoever that has ever brought about anything that has to do with even a minuscule, what we can call an algorithm, language, properties, or what have you. You don't see that happening.
That is probably the difficulty, though, at times, I think, is seeing the spiritual interact with the physical. And in my life and in recent years, I don't think it's as common, at least in what you'd see in biblical times. It doesn't appear.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Although I would think that there may be Christians out there. I am currently, I'm recovering from a nerve breakdown. But as soon as I have recovered, I'm going to go to some charismatic churches, because from what I have heard so far, especially Dr. Michael Brown, he claims that he has a bunch of evidence that people have been healing throughout the world, not only in Africa, where it's expected, by the way. People make excuses, but why there are miracles in Africa but not over here? Well, maybe because those people need it more, but even then, there's a ton of evidence that he says is from hospitals records, where people have healed.
You say you're recovering from that kind of thing right now?
From the what?
You're recovering, you say, right now from a nervous
breakdown? I'm myself recovering from a nervous breakdown that I had about 5 months ago.
Wow, I'm really sorry to hear that. Anxiety, depression, the whole
all kinds of symptoms. All kinds of symptoms.
You mind my asking? I mean, did you get into things where did you maintain touch with reality, or did things get kind of weird in life?
They got weird about 3 months ago. It was really kind of like, now it's much better, but it's still there somewhat.
I mean, you might disagree with me, and that's fine, but I would be a little bit careful around some of the charismatic Pentecostal kind of stuff. It's just my opinion.
Sure. I agree with that. I believe that
it can play with you, You start wondering why. I guess my concern would be, what if like for me, looking in life, and I said, well, why didn't God do this? Why didn't God do that? Why didn't He do that? And I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm just You know what I mean? I'm just saying be careful if somebody tells you this should go this way, this way, this way.
No, I absolutely understand you. I would say that it's to be expected that because I used to despise the charismatic movement completely, but I would say that where is the greatest deception, there also can be the spot where there's the greatest truth. So taking that, I believe that there's a lot of charismatics that are probably faking it. Like I don't trust Benny Hinn, for instance, and there's
Well, yeah, but that can lay a guilt trip on you. People say, well, if you had
Right.
faith, yield. If you believed, then this would happen. And if you only believed, and if you really believed, then this would happen, and that would happen. And so therefore, you end up feeling guilty because God's not doing certain things. And sometimes people like that, some people involved in that kind of thing can lay the guilt on us, especially if we allow it to happen. And I feel as good as it can be at times, it can be destructive if we allow that to happen. I don't know. Hopefully, I'm not trying to downplay anything God could do. And maybe if I am, it's only because sometimes people will tell us that if you only had faith, this or that wouldn't happen. And I'll just say this: if everybody in the New Testament would have had faith, they never would have died. I guess if you follow that thinking, you know what I mean. You follow it. They would also have problems. You see, Paul had problems, whatever that was, and on and on.
Sure, yeah.
I don't think their lives were all that easy. At least it doesn't appear.
No, definitely not. I mean, he had a thorn in the flesh, which I believe is a specific disease that God deliberately allowed him or didn't take away so that he could keep him in remembrance. Because if on this earth Christians are just everything is corrected, then they might become prideful, and that would let them walk away from God. And God doesn't want that either. And this explains, by the way, why many people to have at least placed on hands on people and have performed miracle healings themselves. People may have said, well, why are you wearing glasses then? If you came to heal them, why didn't you just, the trivial thing, why didn't you just heal them? Well, maybe God kept that trivial thing so that, just for not become prideful.
Yeah, some people feel Paul's, it might have been something with his sight, hard to tell. But the world's not perfect we live in, that's for sure. Even if the dang thing is round. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you letting me in the hangout today. I do.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime.
I'm gonna take off. I gotta. All right. Well, take care. Have a good day or evening wherever you're at. Bye now.
Bye. Okay, let me know, Arcane brother, when you're back. So we can continue the discussion. Anybody who's watching, please do feel free to come in. Don't be shy to come in. Let's have a discussion. Hopefully, we will try to because things get very heated. Unfortunately, I never expected this. I always thought that Christians would be more open to listen to other Christian brothers and sisters and not be on the attack mode right from the get-go. But it seems like I was wrong. I mean, here I really have to admit that I was wrong. See, the problem is that what I've seen and what I've noticed is that Christians are unwilling to change from the current position that they hold to, no matter what they be. Okay, but that depends. Even on when somebody is a cessationist, when somebody is a Calvinist, they don't want to change on that. When somebody believes in eternal security, they don't want to change on that. They don't even want to listen to the other side of the argument. And this is what I consider a serious problem. But here they take it so far that even things like what the scientific community tells them, even once they don't believe in evolution anymore, once they don't believe in the whole earth, they would insist that the earth must be ball-shaped and that it must be spinning around its axis and what have you. It's really sad, But yeah, I'm going to wait for my brother Arcane to come back and then see what we can talk about. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more to talk about.
So what happened to St. Brucifer? Good hangout today, Johnny. Have you back later, man.